Z92.7 WZBD Radio presents exciting high school wrestling. Brought to you in part by the many community-minded sponsors you'll hear. And now to the gym for the exciting action. Z92.7.
Well, welcome to Jay County High School wrestling fans. Rex Brewer along with Dane Filling. And Dane, you know it's time to wrestle in here. Jeff O giving the intro, and welcome to the gym. And here we are once again, week number 2 in a row at Jay County High School. This week it's regional wrestling action. And Dane, this is where the rubber starts to meet the road, is that tough Delta sectional comes in here today. Start messing things up a little bit.
Absolutely, and the first thing you got to do is beat the scales, and you got to beat your first round opponent, and you've got yourself a ticket for, as I like to call it, wrestling on ice next week.
We have the video camera up, watching some guys wrestling here, and that will be turned off throughout the day. And we'll put it back on a couple of times just so you can see some action, some movement. But due to some, what do you call it, Dane, legal requirements, we're not allowed to video any of the wrestling action. So we will switch that off and go to static show only. Our buddy Josh Gaskell is in the building. He will be joining us shortly here. But with that, let's take this opportunity to work in some commercials and be back with some more pre-match conversation as wrestling's slated to get started here at about 9:30, 8:30 this morning. After that, we'll be back with more wrestling here on WZBD YouTube channel.
Bad hair day? Bad day at the office? Bad day behind the wheel? Hey, stuff happens, even to the best of us. At least your car insurance rate doesn't have to take a hit. Get Erie Rate Lock from Erie Insurance. Gives you a great rate that stays put until you change a car, driver, or your address. Plus, seriously good service. Now that's something to smile about.
Your Erie agent in Decatur is John Kins. Get a quote at 728-8888 or visit kinsinsurance.com.
Erie Rate Lock does not guarantee continued insurance coverage. It's not available in all states.
Who wants a complete smile? Or maybe it's just time for a dental cleaning and exam. Visit Dr. Laura Kugelhahn and her gentle, knowledgeable, and caring staff at Complete Smiles, located at 1133 North Main Street in Bluffton, Indiana. Dr. Kugelhahn would like to help you maintain your dental health or transform your smile. Complete Smiles is there to help you. Dr. Kugelhahn is currently accepting new patients. Call 824-3100 today to schedule an appointment.
Renowned around the Midwest for his skills and his creative abilities, Nate Bowers and the team at Bowers Paint Studio in Decatur work with a wide range of clients, from collision repair to custom paint jobs for classic cars and motorcycles. Located on Monroe Street on the west side of Decatur, Bowers is your place for body work too, whether it's getting your ride back on the road or finally getting that classic car, the paint job you've always wanted. Stop by or give Nate a call to put the best in the business to work for you.
Finding a reliable, affordable, and professional electrician is difficult these days, but in Adams County, there's a name you can trust, and it's Phil Blakey of Blakey Electric. Serving Decatur and the surrounding communities, Blakey Electric does residential and commercial electrical work, both inside and outside. Give Phil a call today at 724-8049 and tell him about the work you need done on your remodel, new building project, or any other electrical project. Leave it to the experts at Blakey Electric, 724-8049, to take care of all of your electrical needs. Timmy Takedown Tree Service on US 224, 3 miles east of Decatur, has firewood for sale. $30 a scoop, $75 for a 6-foot bed, $85 for an 8-foot bed. Timmy Takedown Tree Service can give you a free estimate on removing storm-damaged trees, grinding stumps, or trimming trees. Call 728-9120 and talk with Jake to set up an appointment. Timmy Takedown Tree Service has been in the area's best and most trusted tree service for 50 years. Stop out or call today. When you need building materials, you need Arnold Lumber, 425 Winchester Street in Decatur, featuring lumber in a wide choice of sizes, plus doors, windows, roofing, and more. Whether it's a complete new home or remodeling, a new deck or deck repair, a new kitchen or a kitchen update, whether it's an erected or materials-only garage or pole barn package featuring quality metal, free professional designs and estimates. Arnold Lumber provides it all. Open 7 to 5 Monday through Thursday till 4:30 on Friday and 11:30 on Saturday.
Your home is special, It reflects your sense of community. It's your pride and hard work. It's special. Hi, this is Tina from Innovative Concepts, where we have the expertise to design and install cutting-edge sound, lighting, and security to your special place. Stop in at 1421 Manchester Street in Decatur, or give us a call to learn how we can help make your home glow in the evening. Innovative Concepts Audio Video. We bring technology to you.
Welcome back to Jay County High School. Rexboro along with Josh Gaskell and Dane Filling as we get ready for this wrestling regional today as the Delta Eagles and the Yorktown Tigers come in here. Yorktown, the winners of that sectional last week. And guys, as that was kind of unfolding, we all kind of thought that might have been a little bit of an upset down there.
Yeah, I wouldn't have necessarily picked Yorktown to win that sectional. But when you get 13 guys advancing, that'll do it for you. So they look tough last week. I'm sure every team here is going to have their handful. They've got a Yorktown wrestler the first or second round.
With that, Dana, you had a little bit of an update. Some other area wrestlers.
I'm trying to keep track of all the guys who are out due to injury and weight. The big one is number 1 in the Fort Wayne semi-state, Abram Swathwood from Garrett, is out, defeated by the scale this morning at Carroll. And there's a couple other guys that are out. Dalton Rhodes from Snyder, it looks like, is out. Oak Hill picking up an extra alternate. Good to see those guys get their chance to put in a week of practice and get rewarded for it with the opportunity to jump back on the mat one time and get another shot.
As of right now, I don't think we've heard any scratches that have come through. I just heard Mr. Millsap come through earlier and ask if coaches if they had any other scratches to let him know, and I do not know how many may or may not have been turned in, but we're running on the assumption that the brackets are correct for now until we're told differently. With a little bit of action here to go before they get things rolling, we're going to play a couple more commercials. We'll be back with more wrestling here on WZBD YouTube channel.
For many parents, getting speech therapy for the little one is a stressful task. Many parents aren't quite sure what their child needs or how they can manage the time it takes to get the right treatment. At Three Roads Therapy, they offer in-home pediatric speech therapy services for residents of Adams and Wells counties. They serve children and their families with individualized treatment plans using evidence-based practices. In-home speech therapy with Three Roads offers not only convenience for your busy life, but also an affordable and appropriate treatment plan for your child. Visit Three Roads Therapy LLC on Facebook and find out how Chelsea and Lauren can help you help your child with their communication needs. Expert Transmission on US 224 in Decatur and on US 124 in Bluffton is the place to go for not only transmission help, but also full-service general auto and truck repair. Matt, Corey, and Tyler at Expert Transmission are experienced and ASE-certified mechanics who can diagnose and fix your family or work vehicle. Call Steve or Dustin soon to set up an appointment. Expert Transmission has the best warranty in the business. 5 years and 100,000 miles on a new transmission and can give you a free estimate. Call today at 724-2434 or like Expert Transmission on Facebook. Ahead of the Curb Driving Academy is committed to providing high-quality driver's education to students in Adams, Wells, Allen, and Huntington counties. We're pleased to offer the online and traditional classrooms, as well as behind-the-wheel training and driving skills tests. Our instructors have a wealth of experience and are very patient during the lessons. Their office is located in Decatur, but we have instructors who drive in Decatur, Bluffton, and Heritage High School. Taking driver's training allows you to get your permit when you're 15, your license when you're 16 and 90 days old, and a nice discount on your car insurance. Let us help you navigate your way to your driver's license.
When you walk out of the cold winter weather, you expect your home to be as warm as it was when you left in the morning. If you're worried about the heat in your home, call Kevin McIntyre. Don't get called for stalling, because once your furnace has gone out, you're already too late. McIntyre Heating and Air Conditioning can install a new furnace to meet your needs, or Kevin can service your existing furnace. A proud member of the Decatur community for decades, Kevin is a trusted repairman and installer of new furnaces. Call McIntyre Heating and Air Conditioning.
Soul Pig Barbecue on 2nd Street in Decatur, across from the courthouse, features traditional and not so traditional barbecue, brisket, smoked meats, pulled pork, wings, burgers, soul food, steaks, fish, seafood, and a full bar service. Bring the spouse and the young ones to Soul Pig and enjoy the family side or dine on the bar side. Large portions ensure no one will go home hungry after a Soul Pig meal. Follow Soul Pig on Facebook for the daily, weekend, and entertainment specials.
Welcome back to Jay County High School. Rex Brewer along with Josh Gaskell and Dane Filling as we're getting ready here for round number 1 of the regional. And boys, we're a little bit shorter day today. Last week there was an extra round in here. This week, basically there's 3 rounds. You got the first round, second round, and that championship round, and not full Russelbacks this week.
Yeah, and it's such a different tournament compared to what we saw last week. Of course, for Delta, not winning sectional last week doesn't really impede on their progress to win a regional and a semi-state title. Talking to Coach Myers yesterday, he's spent a lot of time trying to figure out the scoring and see what Belmont might need to pull the upset here today. But, I think Delta could be down to, 6, 7 guys after this first round. It's going to take 8 or 9 from an Adams Central or a Yorktown or a Belmont to even compete with potentially 5 champions for Delta.
Yeah, Delta, very top-end heavy. They're going to have a handful of guys that are going to compete for a semi-state title, let alone a regional. They're going to really compete here. So that makes it hard for teams when, Delta comes in having probably 4 or 5 guys favored at that weight class. But like we've seen, all year long, it's whatever team shows up, as many guys as they have, and they all wrestle tough. That's going to be the team standing with the regional trophy at the end of the day.
As we look through these brackets for you guys this week, as we kind of evaluate them, were there any matches that stuck out in this first round that seemed like there'd be some challenges or some good matches, or do you think the semis are going to be where most of the action takes place?
I think there's a couple of decent matches in this first round, but for the most part, it's going to be about avoiding the upsets, taking the wins that you should get. A lot of it has to come down to strength of schedule for Belmont and Adams Central and South Adams. I think there's some guys from some of the smaller schools from the Delta sectionals that have better records, but I do think that the Jay County sectional is going to be favored. We talked about it with Coach AJ on Sunday during the show. What the split's going to be, whether that's going to be 28-28, whether it's going to be 32-24, I don't know. We'll keep track of that as the day goes on. We do want to tell you that Yorktown has the most guys here with 13. Belmont comes in with 12, Adams Central with 11, South Adams with 10, and then comes Delta with 9. So certainly, the Jay County sectional teams have a strong chance of competing with Delta, but it's going to be about taking every single bonus point that you can to make up for what is potentially, like I said, 5 Delta champs.
Well, you talked about the Bradley boys being on the coaches show on Sunday night with this. Casey Bradley come up to me and said, man, he said, after I was on a show, he said, I called AJ and said, why'd you give me the heavyweights? I don't know nothing about the heavyweights. I know all the little guys. He said, you should have took the heavyweights. And he was all concerned. I was like, AJ, Casey, you did just fine. Everybody was good.
Yeah, I think you're going to want to listen the first round closely at 113, the Nathan Spears Miles Carr match. That'll be one that you're going to want to listen to and pay attention to. And then at 157, I highlighted these 2 matches. You're going to have Evan Duncan versus Isaiah Myers. I think if Isaiah Myers is healthy, he would probably be the clear favorite at that weight class. But Duncan's a big 157, only having 2 losses on the year. Isaiah's going to have his hands full if he's not 100%. And so that's going to be a match that would not be an upset based off seeds, because Isaiah took 3rd last weekend and Duncan was a runner-up. But off of semi-state rankings, Isaiah Myers would be the favorite in that match. But that could be a big upset to see the first 2 rounds of this tournament.
Definitely 2 wild cards there that you just mentioned, Miles Carr and Isaiah Meyer. Meyer with the injury. Carr with some illness this week. I'm not sure how healthy he is coming into today, and that could really affect his chances and could affect Adams Central's chances. Every one of these teams is going to look back today if they don't end up winning the regional title and say, here's one match where if we could have picked up this one match, gained some momentum here, this guy could have ended up getting 2nd or 3rd. That's going to be the difference in the team score, I think, today.
Well, and I was just talking to AJ Dahl down there, a South Adams wrestler that was a state qualifier, and he talked about the importance of getting to your move. This round, the Miles Carr, it could be like, hey, I'm down, 11-3. Can I get to my cradle? Can I get top, 2 periods in a row and maybe lock up a cradle and I get an upset? And that's all it comes down to is, can I get to what I'm good at this first round and maybe pull an upset?
So we're just about ready to go with the action here. But, Dane, for those fans listening to us on YouTube, they're getting ready to go over to 92.7 FM. Why don't you give us a quick rundown on what all is happening yet today here on WZBD?
Yeah, I'll do that while you flip the camera off there. That's my job to remind you to do it today. We do have a basketball game scheduled for after our coverage. We'll have Heritage and Bluffton. That should be a great one. ACAC boys basketball, and then we'll have a pair of girls sectional championship games today, scheduled at least because of the weather. We'll have Bluffton and Whitco, which should be a shootout on YouTube, and then we'll have Belmont and Norwell. Could be the most exciting game of the season for us in our girls basketball coverage.
With that, we are ready to go. Wrestling across our mats here on mat number 1. We have, who we got there, boys? I got away from my.
Reed Wicker taking on Ezra Lichty. And Lothridge there from Jay County in the center, and Fredinger and Webb on the far side over there in the corner. Jacob Binniger then in the hole against Taylor.
And it's always fun this first round. Everyone knows in this gymnasium, you win this first round, you're a semi-state qualifier. And so the gym is already packed here at Jay County, and everyone knows the significance of this first round.
Yeah, last night was not the night to stay up and watch Big Ten wrestling.
Sure it was.
Yeah, I was going to say it was the night to stay up.
It was, but if you need your sleep.
Yeah.
Speaking of Big Ten wrestling, this man walking towards us right here, Joseph Rubel, made it all the way to Madison, Wisconsin and back, and did not miss the start of the regional. The man can drive like none other. Ike getting the win last night for Purdue. Looks like quick fall there for Lothridge in the center. Our officials today are Lars Sack-Whitney, Kurt Crouch, Jonathan Millard, Michael Harlow, and they are supervised by Jared Curcio.
Looks like on mat 1, Reed Wicker gets the fall over Ezra Lichty in the first period.
And this is kind of the way that we've seen it before. The first round at regional actually goes quicker than the first round at sectional sometimes because there's a different demeanor in some of these boys. They know that they don't have that consolation round to catch back up on, and when you're wrestling a really superior opponent, sometimes you kind of defeat yourself mentally before you get into it.
The fun thing about this first round, it comes a lot down to weight management too. You'll see some guys that maybe are cutting a little bit more weight, that they're going to wrestle someone quality the first round, which is different at sectional. Sometimes if you're the 1 or 2 seed, you get a bye. When you're the 1 or 2 seed, you're still going to wrestle someone tough here, the first round of regional. And so watching guys manage that is always interesting to see as this tournament goes along.
Well, I've got lined up now that I'm into the 2025 brackets for the Jay County Regional, and they are actually up. There was nothing there. I was like, wait a minute. I was looking last year, so now that I'm up to date, ready to watch some wrestling.
You're good to go. A really good match over there. Zach Reno, the senior, putting his career on the line against freshman Max Adams, and that'd be a great upset and win for Max.
And Reno wrestled a good chunk of the year at 120. He's now down at 113 weight class, and he looks pretty big for a 113-pounder.
Griffin Byram from Jay County, wrestling in the middle mat, just as was a winner by fall over Braden Williams of Yorktown. And the Corbin Taylor from Monroe Central and Jacob Binniger match is about to be over as Binniger has his opponent on his back, and there's a fall. So Binniger for Belmont gets the fall quickly.
10 seconds.
I was going to say they didn't even start the clock on track wrestling.
Binniger's really come on in the last 2 weeks. He's got a great draw. And that's somebody that Belmont's looking at as a potential finalist here in the regional. Still no score over there between Reno and Adams. Reno in on a single leg between the legs right now. As Miles Carr steps onto the mat against Spears. Reno still trying to finish that single leg. 3 seconds left. Adams with the whizzer turns around and time runs out. Does a nice job there of getting to the second period scoreless.
Binniger with his win will take on the winner of Will Fredinger of Bluffton and Jackson Webb of Yorktown.
Webb got the fall there in the first period.
So that's sets up half that semi-bracket.
2-2 split there at 106 between the two sectionals. Spears with the early takedown on Carr. And as Josh was referencing, that was going to be a tough one of the tougher matches here in the first couple of weight classes.
So, boys, has a tally sheet between the Jay County sectional and Delta sectional began already?
Yeah, I'll keep it over here. It'll be good for us to monitor.
You can do your own wagering at home, but we're not allowed to. So, match in the center, Matt. Angel Perez is trailing Cade Jackson 9-2 after that escape. That match is still in the first period. And that is a 113-pound match.
And what a boost for a guy like Cade Jackson, right? You catch word that Swathwood is out. He will now be the second highest ranked wrestler in the semi-state. Also a big hit for Garrett's hopes of winning semi-state. I mean, that could effectively end their hopes.
You know, when you look at that missing weight, I mean, we don't know. I mean, was that kid out sick for part of the week of school? Right. I mean, this time of year, you talk about illnesses that take over. And if you're in top physical peak shape, wrestling's hard enough. If you're not 100%, I mean, that it throws off your whole week. Maybe it changes training patterns, and we don't know what happened between he and the scales.
I tell you what, guys, I think Zach Reno could be in trouble here by the end of this match. Max Adams is on it, and I'm not sure Reno fully understood the challenge that he faced.
Yeah, I think Max getting out of the first period 0-0 kind of favors Max. You know, the big thing you see with a lot of these matches is Cade Jackson's looking to get the fall, gets a tech fall, it looks like. You want to, if you're a favorite in a match, or, you know, you're a senior, you want to try to put your wrestler away as quick as possible. You give them a little room to breathe. You know, they get to the second, third period with a close score or no score. You know, you're flirting with you know, an upset.
As Reno's in a tough double leg, gets a 3 takedown, so he takes the opening lead there, and that match is in the second period now with about 30 seconds left to go. Got in a real nice duck under, as Reno's considerably shorter than Adams, and it makes a nice easy duck and a straight step forward.
Now here's a great opportunity for Belmont to pull off a mild upset. Ben Mills taking on 20-9 sophomore Lane Whitehead here at 120 on the center mat. Carr trails 3-1.
Remember, Mills wrestled part of the season up at 26. And so 20, now that they've made that switch, I think some of those losses of his be better. And he's in on a takedown in that Merkel situation. Nearly had a full Nelson locked up.
And on that third mat with Max Adams and Zach Reno, both guys choosing to go on their feet when they got choice. Neither guy wanting to go on bottom. And this match is going to be won on its feet. Miles Carr still doing a good job of keeping him in the match. It's 3-1 in favor of Spears of Muncie Central, but Carr's looking to scrap along here in the second period.
Mills riding in the top against Whitehead, as Whitehead steps over and is going to get the reversal on Mills. Mills with a 3-2 lead now. 40 seconds left to go in period number 1. See if Mills can work up off bottom with about 30 seconds left to go. See if he can score some points before this match is over and avoid being cradled here.
Now, Rex, you were talking about Mills wrestling 26. He did wrestle 26 a couple times, but he did make 113 for Team State. So he's a guy who, you know, had some options as to where he wanted to go, and I think 120 was best for him. Once Gabe Myers went down to 26, then kind of wrote it in stone.
Mills just about got turned there with about 4 seconds left to go and avoids giving up any back points. So they're going to go into the second period 3-2. Flip of the disc comes up green, and that gives choice to Monroe Central. Whitehead takes deferral. Mills like, I'll take neutral.
Interesting situation here on mat 3. Looks like maybe Reno is in a little bit of a concussion protocol. They've got the trainer out there kind of going through some stuff with him. The score is 3-1 in favor of Reno over Max Adams currently.
Well, he started out for the blood time, and then when he went off the edge of the mat over here, kind of come up different, and the official took some time to call the attention of the trainer. He realized that there was a little bit something going on there. And Dane, you've been around a lot of athletes. You know, your daughter had some concussion issues, and Mills just got tossed with a big over and under.
He's got a long time to survive this. He needs to roll through it.
I smelled that from here. I saw him setting it up. I was like, look out, here it comes. Minute 20 left to go here. Mills trying to bridge out of it. Mills just about come up and out of there. And he's going to get back to his base. He's going to give up the big 4 near fall. So he's going to trail this thing 9-3 after giving up the takedown to start this period.
Miles Carr here on mat 1. Trailing 6-1, gets a reversal, and he's now on top with a minute left in the second period, exactly where he wants to be.
It's just brutal. Locking people. Hey, they're 5 minutes, get mad.
So 9-4 now the score. 9-5, I should say.
And he's got
Curtis is
gonna,
he's got the bundle wrapped up. He's gonna get near fall. That'll tie the match at 9-9. 23 seconds left. Ben Mills flipping the script here.
That ref needs to get down and look at that fall. It looks close.
He must have the perfect
and Carr's
angle.
got Spears on his back.
Zach Whitney's got 2 in a pocket over there.
And Carr's got his opponent on his back for near fall with 10 seconds left. Miles Carr's at least going to take the lead if he can't get the fall here.
So it's going to be Whitehead's choice, and he's going to take down to start this period. Spike Grumel walks in and said, Rex, I've been here 5 minutes, already got in trouble.
Already got yelled at.
The problem is they kept yelling, sir, sir, and he didn't understand that term, so he wasn't paying attention to
Not
him.
often called that, huh?
So they're still running through the protocol here. And okay, what's the ruling here? How much power does this trainer have?
Well, here's the thing. I think the coaches are refuting it. I think the ref maybe actually has called Reno that he's not able to compete. I don't know. Ultimately, it's the ref's decision, and the ref's got to do what he thinks is right.
It looked like he was trying to go through the presidential fitness test there.
You know, as a former official, if the trainer says that he shouldn't go and I overrule him and something happens to that kid, that makes me liable.
Yep.
So they're going to be real cautious.
Well, we're 9-9 here in the center with Mills and Whitehead. Mills on top, trying to elevate an ankle. Whitehead hips over Mills. Mills needs to go through this. Instead, he gets turned to his back. Mills once again on his back, gives up 4 near fall. So that's a 6-point move. And now Mills has got a whole lot of work to do. He gets a reversal back.
Whitehead's dead. Whitehead doesn't have anything left.
Well, he needs a 4-point cradle and a pin here. He's going to get it.
A minute to go, long time here. But to me, it looked like Whitehead just was out of juice after trying to hold him down.
And in the Spears-Carr match,
boom!
Spears takes the lead 9-8 with 45 seconds left to go with Miles Carr on bottom, needs an escape to tie it up.
So Dane, 15-11, switches it over and then a fall. I mean, that definition of cowboy fight right there.
Yeah, it was getting pretty heated down there on the sidelines too, as the Belmont coaching staff going back and forth between a couple of mats and getting the boys ready. Having a bit of a tussle with the Monroe Central coaching staff.
Miles Carr, 20 seconds left, still on bottom, trailing 9-8.
So do you consider that a mild upset that Mills?
Well, it was certainly the biggest toss-up out of the 4 matches at 113. And
Carr
to get the fall.
Falls 1 point short, gets beat 9-8.
So Miles Carr's junior season comes to an end with 30 wins. As we said earlier, a bit of illness late in the week for him, and that was a tough task to come up against a really quality opponent. And as we heard from Coach AJ on Sunday, you know, Spears kind of had the whole team season on his shoulders because they weren't sure they were going to have a semi-state qualifier at all. You know, there's no practice on Monday if you don't have somebody wrestling at semi-state.
So Dakota Sprunger with a big lead early over Broden Zick of Muncie Central. And then Zick comes out, gets a reversal. That's going to be it's going to be 7-2 now after that reversal.
Score still on mat number 3 is 3-1 in favor of Zach Reno wrestling Max Adams. There's 50 seconds left in that bout.
Can Adams find a takedown here and pull off the big upset for the Starfires?
We're going to have a conversation as Kurt Crouch was down there, talk to him, see what the final decision was on that, and where the decision lies on that concussion protocol and whose authority really it is in the end.
27 seconds left for Adams. What's his go-to takedown, Josh?
He needs to hit a sweep single. He's going to shoot a little bit of a crossbody single double attempt, but Reno does a good job of stuffing it right there. There's 10 seconds left.
Sprunger from the Starfires picks up a fall over Broden Zick of Muncie Central on mat number 2 at 126. Brings up Beer and Gregory.
Adams going to run out of time. He loses 3-1 to Zach Reno of Westdell.
So the Starfires get one and they lose one. Down on mat number 1, it's Levi Johns with a 10-0 lead over Tremaine Bell of Muncie Central at 120. We talked about the battle between Johns and, is it Wicker at 20? Bollinger at 20. I got so many studs, I get them mixed up.
You got your Delta studs mixed up.
Got my Delta studs mixed up, but they were talking, I think your brother said that Bollinger beat Johns at the IPO earlier this year, preseason, like 4-0 or 4-1, something like that. It was close.
It seems like they've had a handful of battles the last couple of years. John's looking to write a new story this year. He looks really good that first round, but Bollinger does too as he's wrestling Titus Loesch. He's up to a 3-0 lead.
That brings up Gabe Myers on mat number 1 as he's taking on Braden Saline. And that is underway.
Guys, one thing we can point out, the crowd this morning is huge compared to last week. There are a lot of people here, and they've already been treated to a couple of big moments.
Good thing we got 3 reserve seats on the rail.
Titus gives up another takedown over there. He's down 9-2 to Aiden Bollinger, the IU-bound Bollinger.
And boys, we were texting back and forth during the Big Ten matches last night. You see more and more Big Ten guys that just former Indiana guys. You see those recognizable names. Purdue is just loaded with guys that we've seen in the state finals the past couple of years, and they put on a pretty good show against Wisconsin last night.
Yeah, and it was neat watching Silas Allred, who is a state champ. He claims Muncie, Indiana, as his hometown. Wrestled at Shenandoah. Him just looking good, a top 10 guy in the nation, looking to get an All-American status this year. It's kind of neat watching him.
Gabe Myers in on a single leg, and he's trying to go up through the middle. And I did see them call that the waterfall situation last night on Big Ten Network, and I think that they don't want to pick nationalities here, But when I was taught when I was a little guy 45 years ago, that was the Iranian series, but we can go to waterfall if we need to, just so we don't offend anyone.
I bet you the Iranians are still running it.
I bet they are. And, if you name a move after me, I'd be pretty dang proud of it myself. Gabe Myers with a 4-1 lead right now over Salim.
Bollinger gets the fall over there on the far mat.
Cale Beer with a 7-1 lead over Carter Gregory of Yorktown, as Gregory has blood on his lip or up on his forehead someplace. They got the trainer in there taking a look at him. Early team score 15 and a half for the Delta Eagles as they trail Jay County 16. Belmont with 8, Yorktown with 8. Things just now starting to open up. Gabe Myers with another takedown there as he's going to go up 7-1. Ben Bush of Yorktown on mat number 3 at 120, wrestling against Silas Wank of Jay County.
Myers doing a nice job of staying in control, not giving up anything. Has an early lead.
Wank with a reversal down there, draws closer as Bush was ahead 3-0. That's going to be a 3-2 score now as they head out of bounds. Actually goes 5-2 now as Ben Bush has the lead. Cale Beer with a 7-1 lead over Gregory. He's riding with a tight waist right on the edge of the mat. Gregory get the blood on his forehead cleaned up, and they're back into action. That match has 1:33 left to go in the second period, and now Beer is up 10-1 in that score. Has a match at 126. Myers still with a 7-1 lead and working on a single leg.
It's 3-2 on the last 120 quarterfinal. Silas Wank trying to come from behind to beat Ben Bush. Bush got the opening takedown. Wank got a reversal. You know, Josh, Cale Beer, you look at his record, 31-10, right? It's a little deceiving. I think he's better than what you would expect from an Adams Central guy with a 31-10 record.
Yeah, and we've seen a couple of his losses. He lost to Hickson Love, tough competitor from Marion. He's taken 2 losses to Dakota Sprunger. I don't know if he has what you'd call a bad loss. He's just, that weight class is tough. He also has a loss to Jordan Correct, who's the #1 guy in that 126-pound weight class in our semi-state, and that was a close match for a good 2 periods, and Correct kind of pulled away in the third. So some of those losses are deceiving. You'd have to actually see who he's wrestled and watched him to know that he's been in the mix in a lot of those losses.
And he picks up the 17-2 tech fall as he turns Gregory there. And Adams Central picks up their first win of the day with Cale Beer advancing at 126.
Myers in another single leg. He has his head trapped between the legs, and he pops his head out. Time runs out in the second period. He's going to take a 7-1 lead into period at number 3, and it goes choice to the Delta wrestler. And Salim will take the top position.
Yeah, and once again, I think Myers just went into this match wanting to control things, not wanting to be flashy, get through, especially as a freshman. Don't make any mistakes that can be pounced upon by, you know, a guy who's not necessarily Delta's best wrestler, but, I mean, when you surround yourselves with a team that good, you're going to pick up things, you know, able to pounce on mistakes. Salim trying to turn Myers with the legs in there.
Isaiah Sperlin at 126 gets a takedown on Fordick to start that match.
And there may be a good example of going back a couple weeks, that loss to Fodick at the NE8. You know, you got to have the discipline to know that there's matches that matter and then there's matches that don't. And you can't get upset by losses. We saw it, you know, with Hunter Douglas and Henry Farrote. Those two battled back and forth, and you thought, well, whoever's going to win these battles is going to be the guy who, no, actually both of them, you know, reached their goals last year without having to worry about each other. So
Silas Wink was trailing against Ben Bush down there, and now he has a double trouble locked up. He's going to pick up 4 near fall on Bush, and that match is 46 seconds left to go in the second period. Myers has been able to fight off the advances of Salim, who has been riding the legs for the past 1.5 minutes. So Myers just needs to be void being turned here for the last 22 seconds, and he's going to advance to the next round. As we look at that 126 bracket, Gabe Myers will advance here in the next 7 seconds, and he's going to take on Dakota Sprunger. As Sprunger reached that next level by a 1 minute and 39-second fall. So Gabe Myers for Belmont advances, so it'll be Myers and Sprunger in the semis at 126.
And of course, that's not just a big individual win for Belmont. You know, there was talking to Coach Myers about the math. I think he knew there was no way Belmont was going to win if Gabe Myers gives up a loss there to Salim and gives them another placer. That was one where they needed to eliminate their Delta opponent because they're going to be big underdogs here with Ethan Curtis.
Wank almost got caught in a headlock there. I think he gave up the reversal, didn't give up any back points, but that goes in the third period now. That's an 8-6 match with Wank in the lead.
The match I'm watching right now is 126 pounds Isaiah Sperlin versus Connick Fodick of Norwell. Sperlin's maybe the favorite in this match, but it is in favor of Fodick right now as it's 5-4. The winner of this match will take on Cale Beer of Adams Central.
Did you see that low single Sperlin just hit from his knees?
Yeah, and, you know, you get a lot of different contrasts in style. Sperlin's a big 126, very athletic. Maybe not the most fundamental, but he's going to go out there and scrap for 6 minutes. And he's got really good hips, so you don't want to get in these funky 50-50 positions with him.
And that match between Bush and Wank over there is 9-8 now. A minute left in the third period.
Sperlin looking to get a reversal here. And guys, after watching Big Ten Network last night, some of those guys would be in so deep, and those guys would grab a leg and start rolling. They get that scramble situation, and the match is it's just totally changed the whole way wrestling happens now.
Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of guys, you know, deep in on a shot, and you're thinking, oh, this guy's going to score 99% of the times, and the guy just rolls through with the leg or just throws him right off. When you're wrestling at that level, you know, the room for mistakes isn't a whole lot, and so guys backing out on shots makes it interesting to watch because at the high school level, that's a takedown all day.
Curtis is wrestling at San Mosier, and Mosier had a 6-1 lead and just turned Curtis to his back, working on some near fall. He's got 4 earned. And he's on the edge of the mat with 19 seconds left to go as Curtis trying to fight his way off his back. Mosher probably the class of this field here today at 132.
Yeah, he's awfully tough. Curtis almost got back to his base. 2 seconds left, 1 second left. And, you know, there's an opportunity, too. We talk about seniors doing something for the team. He could save half a point here.
Silas Wank's in a battle down there. There's 20 seconds left. He trails 9-8. Just needs to escape to tie it up. And this is something you practice all year long. You know, you got 20 seconds on the clock. Can you get an escape, tie it up, see if Silas Wank can pull it off.
He's made it to his feet, tried to hit a switch. That broke back down. I think with 8 seconds left to go, I think he's going to get ridden out here by Bush. And Bush of Yorktown is going to advance at 120 to semis.
So through 3 weight classes, Delta Sectional's got a little bit better than Jay County Sectional.
Fodick in a battle. He trails 7-6 as that match is headed for the third period now.
That's the last match at 126. There, Fodick and Sperlin.
Nope, not right now, bud. Thanks.
No soliciting.
I was going to say, somebody forgot to put a solicitation notice up here behind us.
Chocolate does sound good, but at, what is it, at 9 o'clock,
entrepreneurial spirit being passed around here.
Headsets, microphones, all this, they don't care. Looking to make a buck.
They got that Eric Mann mentality.
Hit me this afternoon when I'm going jonesing for some chocolate. I might buy one off of you, brother.
Might. Sperlin gets the takedown, makes it 11-6.
Curtis is back.
Yeah, he's still battling. against Mosier here. Once again, 13-1. Can he engineer giving up a tech fall here in the second period, Ethan Curtis, instead of giving up the fall? Save a half a point. He gets the escape, 13-2. Look at this guy. Oh, we get some new swag. Oh, I like it. Thank you, AJ.
That's not fitting Rex.
Congrats on the win.
I got mine already, but he went a size small, so you may have a new shirt. But
there we go.
Now Mosier wraps up a side cradle on Curtis. He's got Curtis stacked and stuck. Up 16-2. Sam Mosier gets the fall, and Ethan Curtis's senior year comes to an end here at 132.
Maybe when bikini season rolls around, I'll get into that one.
Yeah.
On mat number 3, Jackson Bingham is wrestling tough opponent from Yorktown. That would be a 3-2 matchup. He's wrestling Jaden Klein, a senior with a 22-10 record. Bingham is trailing in that match 3-0 as the first period is winding down.
We got a South Adams wrestler up here on mat number 1 as he gets his opening takedown. That is Will Patterson wrestling against Leo Davis of Westdale. Patterson with the opening takedown in the first 30 seconds. Now he's hit a nice tilt. Has the opponent on his back, working some near fall. He's going to pick up 3 swipes on that one. That match is at 132. And Fodick has been defeated by Sperlin. Sperlin of Winchester advances to the next round at 26.
Guys, Adams County goes 3 for 3 at 126. With Myers and Beer and Sprunger. Sperlin will join them.
Sperlin is he's a pretty stocky 32-pounder.
Yeah, AJ said.
Now on the center mat is going to be Kyler Coffey of Cowan, wrestling against Jason Landers of Jay County. As Bingham trying to avoid giving up back points here as Klein puts him to his back. Bingham's going to give up points here, but Bingham's going to come out of it, and Bingham's going to catch Klein on his back. He flipped the script on him here, and Klein's trying to bridge out as Bingham's going to pick up a reversal, and he's got 3 near fall here.
And meanwhile, Will Patterson's about to finish off a first period tech fall in his quarterfinal against Leo Davis.
I know talking to the South Adams coaches, they were excited for Will Patterson, being a sectional champ last week. But then he is very excited to hopefully get the opportunity to wrestle Sam Mosier of Delta. They didn't meet earlier this year, and Patterson's excited for that match if he can make it to the finals against the favorite Mosier.
No score. Well, there's 3 points have been scored by Jason Landers of Jay County as he takes the opening takedown on Kyler Coffey. Delta now has jumped out in the team score, 23.5 to Belmont's 22, Jay County 16, Yorktown 14. So those two starting to pull out a little bit, but there's still a lot of wrestling go here in this first round.
Yeah, we're at 132 where Mosier's win. They jump ahead.
Bingham once again bridging off his back as Klein has reversed him to his back. Klein cannot finish the deal. Time expires in period number 2.
It's a fall for Landers.
That match at 132. It's going to bring up Barnes of Bluffton and Eppard. On deck matches, Henry Farode is up on deck on mat number 1, wrestling against Ward. And Dylan Aug versus King is going to be up on mat number 3.
(13-1). Patterson didn't quite get that first period tech, but well on his way to a victory.
There he gets it with the takedown. 8 seconds into the second period, Will Patterson advances to the semi-state tournament.
So Dakota Sprunger and Will Patterson moving on so far for South Adams.
Barnes versus Tanner Eppert of Yorktown has started in mat number 2.
And we've seen Barnes the last couple weeks, me and you, Rex, and he is a very talented freshman. Looking to get a soft upset over seeds here, but he's wrestling a tough opponent from Yorktown.
The Bluffton freshman has a 29-5 record starting today, but he's wrestling against Eppert, a senior, 23-8. Eppert with a 3-point takedown takes the early lead in that match. Now Bingham trails 9-7 in his match down there. That is in the third period with about a minute to go. Takedown will tie things up for him there. Barnes trying to come out and get a reversal on Eppert here, as Eppert is down on a low single. Oh, Henry Froat's match has started down here, Dane.
Yep, already got his man on his back here.
That is Darren Ward of Daleville.
Nine to 7. Stalling called on Eppert, but Klein, I'm sorry. He comes right back with a big double leg and takes Bingham down. And that could end it there.
Dane, I see you're a nice husband. You printed your wife off a copy of the Indiana Matt version.
Trust me, she printed them off for herself and was so kind to print me off one. Nice little tilt there by Henry.
I got printer issues at home. I got new Wi-Fi and my Wi-Fi and my printer won't talk to each other. I'm having issues.
On mat 2, Parker Barnes of Bluffton gets a reversal. He's trailing in this match 3-2, but first period looks like it's going to go out, and it's going to be a 1-point match for the freshman versus senior.
Henry Froat rolls his opponent through the tilt. With 42 seconds left to go, he's going to pick up a 4 near fall on that tilt, so he's going to go up 7-0 over Ward of Daleville.
I'm going to try it again. Same move, same result. Guys, we're 5 weight classes in. Not a thing separates the 2 sectionals right now, each with 10 semi-state qualifiers.
Well, with Froat opening up early league and Dylan Ogg taking a takedown on Eli King of Monroe Central to open up that match, I think the 38-pounders are going to be Adams J County winners probably. Wow, that was a big slam.
The coach is wanting a slam, but Parker Barnes looking to try to take it to the senior of Yorktown.
Man, Lars Sack-Whitney let him drive that shoulder right into the mat. There's 2. He's hurt now.
Yeah, I wonder why.
That's on that trapped arm. That time it should have been called.
Yeah, agreed.
They have a legitimate complaint. He got slammed the first time, and the second time is exactly like it.
Yeah, the first time I couldn't tell if he let go of that trapped arm. The second time he took him down on that arm. Got to give that wrestler an opportunity to brace himself for the impact. And but Parker Barnes, a freshman, is just looking to give his best effort there.
I don't care if you trap that arm or not. You put a guy up over your head, that's going to have some force coming down as Henry Froat picks up the tech fall and he advances over Darren Ward at 132. I mean, as an official, I'd have called both those slams.
Yeah.
Belmont picks up their 5th semi-state qualifier. Puts them 1 ahead of Delta as of right now.
Dylan Ogg working on another set of near fall down there. Kurt Crouch counting him off.
The man with the most colorful hair takes the match. Wyatt Hops of Yorktown, 32-1 record for the junior. He's going to take on, looks like, it says Will Franzi, but that's Parker Nash for Bluffton.
Now Ben Sprunger come in and was asking about near fall when he stopped that near fall, and he didn't pick any up. But Eppert's going to come back and get the reversal on Barnes.
try to turn Barnes in a little bit of a leg lace.
Hops with the early takedown on Nash.
Big lead over there for Dylan Ogg. 11-1, just into the second period.
Hops looking to put Nash away here.
Barnes now with the reversal on mat 2. It's a back and forth match. Barnes trails 5-4.
Josh, you said there was a change in the brackets there. I'm only looking at track. You're looking on paper.
I'm looking at paper. I know that's Parker Nash for.
Franzi's going to wrestle Jacob Unger. Have to see who dropped out there.
Let me go to the track bracket and see. What's that at
44? Looks
44?
like it's Chase Baining
of Norwell,
who is not here today. So Norwell down a man.
So who did they bring in as his? So you got Heskett, Franzi, Mann, and Nash. Would be the 4 J County guys. So which one of those replaced Baining? Is it Nash?
Yes, Parker Nash was the alternate.
Yeah, as he draws.
Oh! Barnes just about caught Eppert on his back. That's the battle down there. 6-5's the score right now.
And there's a fall for Hops. Gets it in the first period.
That'll bring A.J. Heskett up of J County versus Brown. Dylan Ogg looking for a tech fall down there. He has a 14-2 lead right now. He's going to step through and get in there, set a near fall, and that should do it. He's wrestling against Monroe Central's Eli King. And that'll do it. Tech fall for Dylan Ogg. Another J County wrestler advances. Let's see who we got coming up. We got Loshi from South Adams wrestling against Agoni.
That's another talented freshman for Cowan, Ashton Goney. Gave Dylan Ogg, I believe, his first loss of the year.
First and only loss of the year. Goney's ranked number 1 in a four-win semi-straight, isn't he, Dane?
Yes, he is. After that win over Ogg. Nash trying to bring his man back down. He's going to get called for stalling here with a 6-5 lead. He does. Still on their feet. Still hasn't returned him. There he does. Nash still leads, 30 seconds left over Tanner Eppert from Yorktown. Eppert gets back to his feet. Barnes returns him. Talented freshman from Bluffton. Again to his feet comes Eppert. 8 seconds left. Eli Loshi up there over against Goney. 2 seconds left, and Parker Nash going to pick up a win for the J County Sectional at 138 pounds.
I think you call that a mild upset, wouldn't you?
I would say so. That's R3 over there, too.
So Ashton Goney with a 3-0 lead over Eli Loshi on mat number 3. And Grayson Sorgen will be up next on that match, wrestling at Tinsman. The center mat, we have Wyatt Mann. Has his ankle band on. He's going to take on a Delta wrestler here. In Braden Swain.
Wyatt won that match earlier this year, but it was back and forth off the start of the first period for them. Wyatt ends up getting the fall, so he's going to want to continue with that matchup versus Swain and get another fall to be a semi-state qualifier.
Oh my golly, people, are you ready for this?
I don't know.
Guess who else missed weight today?
Me.
Aiden Costello from Hobart.
No way.
Wowzers.
Number 1 ranked wrestler?
Well, he was number 1, and I don't know if he still is, but
Maybe
he was
3.
at one point this year. And that's a huge one for Gavin Davis, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Costello ranked 4th, and that's one less guy in the way on potentially on the state stand for Gavin Davis. Wowzers. That might be worth sharing.
Goni takes Eli Loesch of South Adams to his back. Loesch rolls through, but the score is 5-0 in favor of Goni. Takes Eli Loesch again over to his back, and the first period is going to run out. White man on mat number 2 is currently ahead. 30 seconds left in the first period. The score is 3-0 over Braden Swain of Delta.
Yeah, they have Palat from Maryville ranked number 1.
And there was probably a head-to-head between Costello and Plott at Al Smith.
Costello's loss came to Roudabush and Smith.
Okay, so
they did not wrestle up there.
Roudabush and Pellet was the finals at Al Smith. Eli Loesch looking to come out the back door to get a reversal on Ashton Goni. Goni's a little high. Eli hips over. Goni stays in control.
A.J. Heskett working on a headlock down. He's got a 6-3 lead and an illegal headlock at this time. So it just goes from one headlock to another.
And that one looks tight.
Our buddy Dane thought that was noteworthy to walk down and tell Mr. Davis.
Now, Eli Loesch gets the reversal. That match score is 12-2, still favoring Goni of Cowan.
You know what they say, bad news travels fast. I walked over there to tell Tad Davis, and Brian Baker's listening to us.
There's a fall down here. Heskett gets a fall. Goni runs out of time. Nope, had an illegal headlock. Nope, tech fall. So Ashton Goni advances.
That'll set up a very fun semifinals match between Henry Froat of Belmont and Ashton Goni.
They have not seen each other yet this year.
And talking to the Belmont coaches about that matchup this week, they like the idea of Froat and Goni meeting this week with a potential rematch next week. They feel that Froat is better the second time around against nearly all of his opponents, and that it is going to be to their advantage to see him once, even if they do suffer a loss, because they feel like next week's going to be a potential where, you know, Goni, Froat, and Og could all still be alive by the time we get past the ticket round.
Prison Shorjan gets a takedown on mat number 3 to open things up against his Monroe Central opponent. As Luke Draban also gets a takedown on mat number 1 at 150. As he is aggressive.
Wyatt was finishing off a takedown there and nearly got put to his back. I don't know how he didn't. He actually doesn't give up any points.
His neck's going to be sore tomorrow, I know.
So he leads at 7-2 going into the third period.
And I remember, you know, coaching, it's always frustrating guys in this round. You want to pick up a fall or a tech fall and get off the mat, but you want to pick up a win. And so when you got a score like 7-2, Wyatt man, going in the third period, you don't have to do anything crazy. You just have to advance and win this match. So slow the match down, get to what you know best.
And don't put your head to your knee and get caught in a side cradle.
Yeah, Swain's got a cradle locked up right now.
Oh, and he's got the leg split cradle too. That's a tough one to get out of. But Mann's going to be able to fight out of it. When you stand up, don't put your head to your knee. Rule number 1.
You know, with the 7-2 score, you don't even have to really stand up.
No.
You know, just Just wrestle smart and advance.
Sorgen's looking to give up a reversal here as he
does give up that reversal.
Where's he scoring 4? He just awarded 4 points to somebody.
That match scores 5-6 in favor of Shortigan.
I think Shorty got turned there, got caught on his back.
Goes from 6-1 to 6-5. 30 seconds left. Tinsman on the ride.
Shorty just 2 losses on the season, 29-2. And he stands up and puts his head to his knee. But he does not get caught in a headlock. He's going to get the reversal here. We're in the middleweights here, 150, 144, and 150 across the mats. Luke Draban has a 3-0 lead over Isaiah Hudson of Yorktown.
White man still is in control, 8-2, as there's 15 seconds left on the clock. All Wyatt's got to do is avoid going feet to back here. He'll be a semi-state qualifier for South Adams.
A lot of coaching going on over there as Mann gives up the takedown, but it's too late. Just saying, a lot of coaching going on for Will Franzi from Coach Myers. A lot of words of encouragement to his seniors saying, hey, this is it. This is your chance. This is your chance to pull off a big upset.
He's going to be wrestling Unger from Cowan. Sorgen starting to open up his lead now. 11-5 on mat number 3 down there at 150. Franz is in a 144 match here against Jacob Unger, the 10th grader. 13-4 on the season. Franzi, the senior, 23-3, and that match is ready to go right now. Franzi trying to work out of a collar tie. Little tap and go. We've seen Franzi give up takedowns and then get reversals and pins from cradles. He's got a pretty good cradle. I don't think that should be your philosophy, this give up, takedown, reversal, cradle. But it's the end of the match that counts. No score as they go out of bounds with 1:27 left to go. Shorgen still with a 11-6 lead now on mat number 3 as he gives up the escape to Tinsman. Franzi in on a nice single leg. Goes to try and pick that thing up. Can't finish the deal. Back in on another shot underneath. Needs to hit a sucker drag out of there. So he's worked their way to the edge of the match. Sorgen has his opponent on his back, working on a fall. 12 seconds left to go in that second period. Sorgen working his way up, bundling that arm over the top. He's going to pick up 4. Doesn't get the fall. Gonna make the score 18-6 now. Shot by Unger, countered there by Franzi. Franzi lowers his level, fakes a shot. 27 seconds left to go in that first period with no score. Sorgen's in with a big takedown, and that 3 takedown for Sorgen's gonna finish the deal. 21-6 is the score. As another Jay County wrestler advances to the next round. Franzi nearly was taken down on the edge of the mat, but Franzi saw where the line was at, stepped offside as Coach Casey Bradley wants to come over and talk. And Casey, I don't think you have much argument here.
Yeah, Franzi's doing a good job of wrestling a very methodical match, you know. Not trying to overextend himself and get in some weird positions. He's just wrestling smart. If he can take this out of the first period, tied up 0-0, it's a big confidence boost.
Last 5 seconds of this first period will be wrestled with no score on the clock. Draban has a 11-1 lead with a minute to go in his third period.
Certainly, I would think Franzi would want the match to stay as close as possible deep into the bout to outlast Unger.
South Adams has Braxton Huff up wrestling against Zeke Witter.
Quick cradle there by Dryban. He gets the fall over Hudson.
And I'm going off memory, that would be a soft upset, right? A 3/2.
Yep.
So Jay County sneaks one in there. Looks like Sam Wolpert's going to take the mat for Belmont. He'll be wrestling as opponent from Westdale.
Franzi trying to come out and get a leg, go for a reversal here. Got a single with his head on the outside. Trying to fight off that ankle pick. Up to his feet. Dives out.
Oh, about.
Oh, he's going to get a 1, almost a 2. He's still in bounds here.
Oh, he should have.
Gets
with
a
the
1.
Position that he had there, he should have tried to bring him back in and finish that, but at least he gets the 1.
That's the opening points in that match. As Wolpert puts his ankle band on, is he going to be wrestling against the boys of Westdale? 21-7 and 18-7. Similar records for those two. I think Sam may have a strength of schedule advantage there.
There you go, finish that.
Will Franzi on a nice sweep single. He's got his head inside, looking to pull that leg out. Unger does a good job of stuffing it for a moment. Franzi now looking to come out the back door, maybe a waterfall position.
The longer you sit on that leg, the less chances of finishing it you have.
Had Unger on his hip there for a moment. 20 seconds left, and we're going to get a stalemate. Wolpert has the opening takedown. He's got the legs in. He's got his opponent raked over. Just on the verge of getting near fall here in front of us, down below.
Franzi fighting off a double leg here by Unger. 2 seconds left. He's not going to finish that. Green's choice. So Unger says, I'm going to take down. Franzi says, I'll let you go down. I'll throw a cradle on you.
I think so too.
Braxton Huff of South Adams trails 3-0 against Zeke Witter of
it slips
Delta.
off. They went for the cradle, Franzi did right away, and it slipped right off, and Unger's got Franzi turned. Franzi needs to get back to his belly.
Gives up too near.
Now a big hole to climb out of here. Needs to get back to his feet, I think.
He nearly had a reversal in that second period. See if he can pull off a reversal here. As they're close to the center of the mat. Wolper with a 3-0 lead in his match down here.
Franzi still with plenty of time. Now trying to hit a switch.
Don't reach over the back though.
This is a big one right now for later on in the day for everybody listening.
Jay County's climbed out to a 32-31.5 lead over Delta. Belmont with 29.5. Wolpert's trying to fight off his hip and not give up a reversal here. He's got a long time to scramble out of this situation. 35 seconds left to go in Franzi's match, and he's going to get the escape.
Take down a winner right here.
Sam Wolpert with another takedown. And on a single is Franzi. Switches to a double. 15 seconds left. Trying to pull Unger in. He's on the edge of the mat. He's going to have to reshoot. 5 seconds left. And Belmont going to drop one here at 144 pounds. Will Franzi loses 4-2 to Jacob Unger.
And that was the match he was in. He was in the whole time.
Tough loss there for the Braves. Meanwhile, over here in front of us, Sam Wolpert leads 7-0. Big hug by Tim Myers and Will Franzi there, recognizing that his time is up.
Wolpert now with a 7-0 lead over Du Bois. Braxton Huff is in a blood timeout down there against Witter, trails 3-0.
Whoa. Jackson Bradley gets the opening takedown, but then gives up a reversal. Jackson Bradley might have the most credentials in this gymnasium right now for wrestlers currently participating.
And he's wrestling against Austin Roth of Union City. And I think Ross forgot to look and see the rankings before he started this match. Not going to back down as Bradley stands up, trying to get away. Bradley, the #1 ranked 157-pounder in a Fort Wayne semi-state.
Now in the Huff-Witter match on mat 3, Huff gets to escape. It's now 3-1. Still trails to Witter of Delta.
Wolpert's going to get 4 near fall and then falls off the top of the leg ride and gives up a 2 reversal, so he has 11-2 lead with 20 seconds left to go in the second period. Bradley with a takedown there. He is now up 7-2 over Austin Roth. So Dane, on the front of that program down there, does it have a schedule of what they're going to do today?
Well, I think that has changed as well as the incoming weather has made them push everything as fast as possible. It's the same thing that they've done with swim. They're not going to wait around for 1 o'clock to come to get to the swim finals. They'll start immediately after the diving's over next door.
Well, they originally had scheduled 11:30 for lunch break and then at 12 o'clock face-off. So we'll see if they maintain that.
Should have got yourself a chocolate bar if you're hungry.
Yeah, no breaks today. Jackson Bradley trying to finish off Roth now.
The meatball medley they had last week, yeah, I hope they bring that back again. Bradley with the fall.
Sam.
Yeah, finishes a nice double leg, takes his opponent down to his back, gets near fall, and is going to win by tech fall. So Wolpert is a semi-state qualifier for the Belmont Braves.
Let's bring up Mav Dubois in the center mat now. He's going to be wrestling against a Yorktown opponent. Tell you what, down there, Witter looks a little winded, man. He's got the hands on top of the head, trying to get some air in his lungs. Huff has hung around here. This is second period still. It's a 7-1 match. As Mav Dubois quickly in on a takedown on Brody Whitman. Gets the 3. Works up into a lace ride.
And Huff doing a good job for South Adams. Huff comes in with a 15-8 record. This is a 4 versus 1 matchup. Huff took 4th at the Jay County sectional. Witter was the champ in the other sectional, and so Huff hanging tough. The score 7-2.
Nice job of trying to avoid being taken down by Huff.
Belmont with a brief lead here after Wolpert's win. Delta will jump back into the lead if Witter holds on to the lead there in the last 2 minutes of the third period.
We know that Adams Central will probably pick up some points here with Dubois. He's favored over Whitman. Belmont still has some studs coming up here at 65 and 90 in heavyweight.
Talking to Coach Myers, you know, he said 8 was a number they were going to have to achieve to be competitive. 9 would have been ideal to challenge Delta. So you pick up those 3 wins against the with the 3 studs that you just mentioned. That would put Belmont right at 8.
Stebbins, the only stud that Delta have up top, and he definitely falls into that category. You don't have to be big, strong, and powerful looking to be a stud, do you, Josh?
Nope.
Long, lanky.
No, as I'm looking at some of the wrestlers on the mat, it does help.
Yeah, Delta just with Witter and Stebbins and then Jackson Hawk, the 215-pounder left. Hawk will wrestle Jake Boots in the 1 versus 4. So, you know, Belmont, if they can win those 3 matches where they're favored with their champs, they'll have 2 more guys in the next 2 rounds to try to offset the top-heavy Delta Eagles.
I went on and was looking at that possible matchup in the finals at 190 between Palacios and Ullum. That I think that can be a war, as those 2 guys both ranked really high, and 1 and 2 in our Fort Wayne semi-state. No, 2 and 3 as Connequa has.
Hey Rex, is this familiar? You know, those things usually work better when you plug them in.
Yeah.
While you guys call this round, I'm going to go check out the hospitality room, maybe bring us back a couple of waters and a few calories as we move forward.
Huff's doing a good job here. We're trailing in the 3rd period, 30 seconds left. It's 7-2. I'm not sure Huff can pull this one off, but this is definitely a mental victory, something to build on for next year.
Good looking. It's a good looking freshman for South Adams coming in here. Been in a lot of good matches this year. As Daleville's Jackson Timmons trails Cody Cox of Norwell down there, and Cox is trying to avoid giving up the defensive fall there. As Dane mentioned, Belmont jumps out to a brief lead, 29.5 to Yorktown's 28. As Dubois has his opponent on his back. Whitman trying to bridge out, but Dubois is moving in for the kill. Changes off to a regular half Nelson.
Now on mat 3, we have Duncan of Winchester versus Isaiah Myers, South Adams. Like I said earlier, Isaiah Myers not coming in 100% healthy. He's going to have his hands full this first round with a really big 157 in Duncan.
And I imagine Meyer spent most of his week just training and conditioning, trying to keep his weight down and not doing a lot of physical wrestling to save on that back. And he gives up the opening takedown here, or about to give up the opening takedown to Evan Duncan of Winchester. Duncan 31-2. Myers did not give up the takedown. They're in a scramble here. At 165 now we have Byerly wrestling on the center mat for Adams Central. There's still no takedown down there, is there?
No takedown either.
They have scrambled. Both men were in really deep 2 different times, but Lars Sack-Whitney has not given up any points at this point in time. Max Byerly is wrestling against Noah Moglen of Cowan. Be a pretty good matchup there. Moglen is a senior, 28-9. Byerly is a junior, 27-12. 2 different body types. Moglen's pretty strong, and Byerly is one of those long, lanky 65-pounders.
They go out of bounds in the Isaiah Myers-Duncan match. No score. 40 seconds left in that first period.
Like Meyer trying to stretch that back out a little bit when he come back to the center too.
And it's weird how this tournament works. You know, don't necessarily get to see who you're going to see the next round. Tough match for Byerly in pulling Modlin from Cowan. Tough wrestler. We saw him earlier this year. I know Cowan's coach said he put a lot of work in the offseason, so it's going to be a tough match for Byerly.
Moglen's in on a single leg, and Byerly hits a Farote to try and pull him off of that. When you have that single leg picked up, he dropped down trying to brace against that leg. Byerly just basically did it to get him off his leg, and it worked as they go out of bounds. As Meyer trying not to give up a takedown here, is still in a scramble and runs out of time, saved by the bell. So those two go 0-0 after 2 minutes. Choice goes to Duncan. Duncan takes the bottom position. Cody Cox down here at 157, working on a tech fall. He's up 11-0 right now over his opponent from Daleville. Byerly still 0-0 with Moglen. Myers doing a good job of riding there until as his opponent high legs over the top, catches Meyer on his back. So Duncan's going to pick up a 2 reversal. And 3 near fall. So Meyer gives up 5 there. So a young man from Winchester has opened up a lead here. Cody Cox with the tech fall. Finishes that match off. Brings up another South Adams wrestler down there. Is that Plattner?
That's Nathan Plattner wrestling DeBose of Westell. I don't know how that sectional worked out. I think, the guy that Byerly has in the center mat is maybe a little bit tougher than DeBose, and Byerly being a runner-up and Plattner finishing 3rd. Just kind of how the tournament works.
I had one already. Had my one for the day, Josh.
It doesn't hurt to have a second donut.
So Duncan has the lead, and Myers is taking injury time here. Which Loshi is that coaching that's over in there?
That is Titus.
Titus?
No, I shouldn't have said Titus. I'm going to get made fun of for this one. It is Silas.
Silas.
Loshi.
They're all Dane's cousins, so it doesn't matter, right?
Now Nathan Plattner gets the opening takedown. This would be a mild upset in seeds, as this would be a 3-2. Nathan took 3rd at the sectional last week in Jay County. Wrestling a Westell wrestler, was a runner-up for the Delta sectional.
So Meyer has stopped his injury time. Gonna get a little shoe tie in there. Help extend that. So Meyer takes the down position. Meyer stands up to his feet. Duncan trying to return him here. Warning for stalling against Duncan. Byerly has given up the escape to Moglen. Now Moglen's in trying to get a takedown, and Byerly's trying to chin rip him over, and out of bounds they go. It's going to remain 1-0 here with Byerly trailing in Moglen. That match is 26 seconds left to go in the 2nd period. I'm assuming that Moglen had his choice took down, and Byerly will have his choice in the 3rd period. .15 seconds left to go in that 2nd period. They're on their feet neutral. Moglen's in on a shot. Out of bounds they go. They'll come back to center. First period ends for Plattner as he has a 3-0 lead over the boys.
Jose Myers from South Adams showing a lot of grit. He trails in this match 5-0. There's 25 seconds left in the 2nd period.
The Winchester coach comes over, wants to have a conversation with Lars Sakwitny. Stebbins from Delta on deck on mat number 1. Gavin Davis of Belmont on deck on mat number 3. Now Byerly has his escape, so they're up neutral. At the same time, Isaiah Meyer gets an escape and gets on the board. He trails 5-1 in his match. That match is 10 seconds left to go in the second period. Byerly's trying to fight off a takedown here, and he gets warned for stalling. Byerly's trying to move him, change him up, and somehow Moglen got off balance as he's falling out of bounds, gets warned for stalling. I think that was stumbling, not stalling, don't you, Josh?
Yeah. But there hasn't been enough action in here. You know, it's a 1-1 match.
I think the official's setting himself up for, there it is, boom, just like that. And Tony Curry didn't argue the stalling call. He got after his wrestler and said, dude, you just got warned for stalling. You can't let a guy drive you out of bounds like that. So that point makes it a 2-1 lead now for Moglen. Byerly in on a little duck under to a single leg shot.
That guy there in the center not messing around, calling stalling. It's the difference in the match right now. Byerly trails 2-1. And Modlin gets around behind. They're still on their feet. No takedown yet. Byerly with the whizzer fights it off. 54 seconds left. This has been a good one, Josh.
Yeah.
Byerly on the attack. Modlin backing up. Now Modlin goes forward right at the edge of the mat. That's one way to avoid getting called for stalling. Some real good 157 matches here. Right off the whistle, Byerly shoots and misses. And Modlin comes around and scores a takedown, and that could be it. And he turns Byerly now, getting 4 near fall. And that makes it 9-1. What was a very close match is now a major decision.
Well, and the crazy thing I was telling Rex, you know, you've got Nathan Plattner, who Byerly has defeated twice. He's currently up on his opponent, 6-4. And, you know, just kind of how this tournament works.
And Plattner there holding on to things.
Got a little dicey there for a second, didn't it?
Yes, it did. Meyer with a caution on the restart. Was looking to score on a tilt there. Byerly with a duck under attempt. Fought off by Modlin. Modlin backs up out. Stalling's not going to make a difference here. It's 9-3, and Byerly, I think, knows that his time's up. 7 seconds left. Meyer gives up the escape on the far mat. He trails now 6-1. Headlock attempted by Byerly. Modlin not going to give it up. And Byerly in desperation goes to his back. Noah Modlin picks up the win for the Cowan Blackhawks.
I think Coach Casey Bradley has some weights in that backpack, just working on some strength training, carrying that backpack all day.
It could be. Evan Duncan finishes off Isaiah Meyer, and he'll advance at 157.
That brings up Davis on mat number 3 down there as that clock winds down with the last 3 seconds left.
And with 30 seconds left, a headlock attempt by the Westell opponent, Nathan Plattner, shakes that one off. He's currently ahead 9-5. There's 15 seconds left in that match. Nathan can hold on. He will be a semi-state qualifier.
And Meyer in a lot of pain here. So actually 2 seconds left on the clock.
Sawyer says, let's just call this a day.
Yep, and it'll be a medical forfeit for Evan Duncan.
So here we have Jeremiah Ullum. That's the first time I've seen him this year, and I tell you what, he looks bigger in pictures.
You want to hear? You were talking about Jaron Frogger going from Southern Wells going from 144 to 132. I don't know if Ullum had wrestled up at 190, but he was definitely up there at the start of the season. Now wrestling at 165, and he looks like a big 165.
Well, we got 2 big 165-pounders today because I think Gavin Davis is one of the, as big as 65-pounders you're going to find in the state.
What a great win by Plattner.
Yeah, yeah. You know, some of those goals you set, you know, you want to be a conference champ, and he maybe had fell short of that. But he's going to punch his ticket at that weight class, and that's a huge building block for the junior to continue on his season.
Gavin Davis puts his ankle band on, and he's going to wrestle against the wrestler from Daleville in Aiden Ramirez. That match is now underway on mat number 3. Hullum with a 12-4 lead in the center mat against Owen Reynolds of Norwell. Davis quickly for the takedown, locks up a Turk, has his opponent on his back. Davis not going to waste much time here. Picks up a 4 near fall. Going to cut his opponent loose. Headgear has to be readjusted. Ullum turns his opponent. Working on a tech fall, and that will end that one, I think. Davis on a quick takedown. Takes his opponent to his back.
Cape Stebbins gets the fall. Delta picks up their 6th win. Gavin Davis trying to make it 6 for Belmont. South Adams with 4, Adams Central with 4, Jay County with 4.
Delta had a half-point lead at 37.5 to 37 before that match. Ullum with the tech fall, he wins over Owens. That brings up Landon Rich of Belmont, as he's going to be wrestling against Hendrickson of Winchester.
Here's a chance where, you know, Rich could make a big impact on the season.
Davis finishes things off with a fall.
Rich definitely looks undersized, doesn't he?
Yeah.
You can tell he's wrestling up a weight class.
You know, you remember last week, Rich getting that headlock there to win that 3rd and 4th match. You know, he shows that he can scrap with these guys.
Brings up Matt Heiser on mat number 3. That match at 175 as Landon Rich gives up the opening takedown to Hendrickson.
West Somerset and Heiser and Rich now 3 county schools on 3 different mats. West going to wrap it up quickly here, I think.
We make our way through this first round here. Come to the end of this first round, we'll try and sneak some commercials in here.
There it is, the fall. West Somerset does it real quick. Only needed about 45 seconds there.
Landon Rich trying to fight out of a cradle that Hendrickson has locked up on him.
No score between Heiser and Sego. Yorktown with just 4 wins so far today. The sectional champs. Heiser in on a nice single leg. He's going to use a little bit of maturity there to take Sego down.
Heiser wearing the double shoulder braces again this week, making their opponents guess on which one hurts most. Heiser has his opponent on his back. Going to give some near fall, doesn't want to give up the reversal, so he comes up, gives him escape. Xavier Hill of Union City wrestling on mat number 1 against Clayton Holder of Winchester. Rich trails 3-0 with 2 seconds left to go. Almost gave up near fall, but he runs out of time.
Now, I've been watching Winchester, and Winchester, you know, there's a fire in their team today, and, you know, this year they look tougher than some of the Winchester teams we've seen in the past.
And just like that, Clayton Holder from Winchester gets a reversal on the fall and takes out Hill, the junior from Union City. ends his season.
That's a third semi-state qualifier for Winchester.
Takedown given up by Rich to Hendrickson, who has a 6-0 lead now. Rich gets a reversal. Has a half Nelson in. Rich went from his almost near fall position. Now Rich is trying to work on a cradle here. He's got a pretty good one. That's going to be some blood time. Heiser with a 7-1 lead over Sago on mat number 3, and he's going to give up the escape, make it 7-2. Heiser in on a double leg as he's trying to pick Sago up, take him back down inbounds. Heiser has a single leg picked up on the edge of the mat. Almost goes to his back there. Sago of Yorktown working on a takedown, and he gets a takedown on Heiser. Hendrickson stands up, and Rich tries to take him to the mat, and Hendrickson is going to try and get a kind of a Peterson situation here on Rich, and he's going to get the reversal. And he's going to get near fall here as Rich gets caught on his back. Minute left to go in that second period as Rich got a long way to bridge here on the edge of the mat, and there's the fall. Landon Rich's junior season has come to an end by fall to Wesley Hendrickson, the junior from Winchester. And that brings up the X-Man, Xavier Palacios. He's going to be wrestling Johnson against of Westdale, I believe.
Rich definitely gave him a shot, you know. Put himself in a couple of positions where he could score. On that mat return, I think he got really worried about getting called for locked hands and ended up coming sort of back on himself and onto his hip and onto his butt.
Mr. Brett Johnson, the freshman from Muncie Central, 10-25, has found himself in a bad situation as he's drawn Xavier Palacios, as Palacios quickly on a knee pull single. Gets the takedown, throws in a crossface. Surprise, surprise, has his opponent on his back. Palacios has him down. There's a quick fall.
And Johnson probably got plenty of information from Muncie Central assistant coach Cole Mendez, former wrestling partner with the X-Man. I saw Cole over there when I was trying to get you guys' donuts. He said they were really, really happy about Spears. Wasn't feeling very well all week, and they were worried he wasn't even going to wrestle. But they have extended their season for another week, and Cole is loving being a part of A.J. Bradley's staff. He's a student at Ball State.
Brings up Ryan Falbush at 215. He's wrestling against Powers. That match is now underway. Heiser's match is getting a little bit close down there. It's 9-6 with Heiser in a lead over Sago.
I like watching AJ just walk around this tournament. He's excited for all wrestlers. He wants his wrestlers to advance, but he's just a good ambassador for the sport. You know, cheering on some Jay County kids, waving to some other guys. He's just excited to be here.
Agreed, and I think he's also considering moving back down to the youth ranks to help his son go through the sport. And, you know, those guys that are willing to bounce back and forth and do what's best for programs and coaching staffs. And the, you know, willingness to mentor a young guy like Cole Mendez.
Coach A.J. Bradley, a big friend of the High School Wrestling Weekly, and he has the distinguished honor this year, Dane. He was the first order of swag placed on the catalog website for High School Wrestling Weekly, and I delivered his products to him today, and he was as happy as a lark.
Heiser takes Sago to his back. Heiser's in control of this match on the score 13-6, but he's got his opponent stuck in a tight pinning combination. He's going to get the fall. Heiser is a semi-state qualifier for Adams Central Jets.
Falbush just gets hit by a throw by Powers, but Power has not taken him down to the mat yet. Falbush is able to get out of there, and a nice double leg there by Powers finishes the deal. Fallbush gives up a 1 count on the back, but he gets off his back. Crouch is not going to award any near fall points there. Trayvon Freeze of Bluffton trails Dallas Godby from Westdale. 12-2 is the score right now. That match is a 190.
Fallbush needs to get an escape here in this period and get back to his feet. Another senior putting his career on the line.
So we look, Holder from Winchester was a winner by fall over Xavier Hill, so that match will put him against Xavier Palacios from Belmont. He listed the X-Man's fall as 17 seconds. They're on the top half of the bracket. A.J. Myers at Jay County and Dygard are ready to go down here in the bottom half of the bracket, and Freeze and Godby is the other bracket there on the bottom at 190.
Guys, right now, Belmont with 7 semi-state qualifiers, Delta with 6, Adams Central and South Adams with 5, Yorktown, Jay County, and Winchester all with 4.
So Fallbush starts period number 2 on their feet. He trails 3-0.
Looks like Jay County's going to get another one. A.J. Myers has got his opponent stuck there in 1 minute and 6 seconds. He's going to advance on to the semi-state tournament.
Powers from Westdale with a nice duck under to a go behind. Gets a takedown on Fallbush, goes up 6-0 now. Freeze trails Godby 15-3 down here on mat number 1. Fallbush trying to work on a headlock here. He's got the head but no arm. Hard to headlock a Westdale guy. Those guys are long known for headlocks. Their best headlocker was Bobby Johnson. Back about the time you guys were born, Bobby Johnson headlocked everyone in the state. Fallbush just got the lucky break. Kurt Crouch called a full Nelson, but from this angle, the kid's arm was not underneath Fallbush's other arm. He had half on one side, went up, put his hand on top, and Kurt thought his arm was underneath there. It was not a full Nelson. So Fallbush was the recipient of a 1-point technical violation that may or may not have happened. Ethan Funk of Adams Central is up at 2:15 on mat number 1. He's wrestling against Isaac Sperlin of Winchester. As Funk's in on a nice fireman's carry.
Oh.
Knocked him out.
Oh, boy.
He was out instantly.
He is moving, but yeah.
he was ragdolled in about the second he went down. That fireman's carry, his head went right to the mat.
And it's tough to watch, but, Funk hit that fireman's carry just perfect.
Textbook.
And, it's not what you want to see as a competitor. All the guys put their toe on the line, they get the respect. But Funk just with a nice fireman's there.
And it's one of those things when you get hit in a fireman's carry like that, he's got your arm trapped and he goes right over the top, and I think the top of his head just come down right down on the mat. Nothing nefarious about it. Just, they talk about basketball plays. Well, that was a wrestling move that ended in that. And I think the trainer's doing a good job looking at his neck. I don't think anything's wrong with his neck. I think he's got his bell rung a little bit. Fallbush in on a fireman's carry of his own. Has not been able to convert. Gives up another takedown there. He goes down 13-1. Fallbush tries to step into a headlock. Trainer's doing a good job of checking out the range of motion on his arms and everything. Nothing was called illegal, so Ethan Funk will be the winner of this match, as his opponent has more than used his injury time right now, as Fallbush gets turned to his back.
Go through it.
He's trying to come up and out of there with 42 seconds left to go. Fallbush is not Yeah.
Just enough leverage on that elbow, didn't he?
Thought he was going to come off his back.
Fawbush couldn't turn the corner. He's beat now.
This near fall is going to finish it off. 26 seconds left to go if the fall doesn't occur. There's the fall. Ryan Fawbush's senior season has come to an end. Fawbush forced up to 215 with Palacios being at 190. Wrestled undersized all season. I think his dad said he weighs in about 85 or 86 most nights.
Yeah, and with that, there's only one senior left for the Belmont Braves. That's Gavin Davis. He'll be carrying the banner for the class of 2025 for Belmont.
Gavin Rumpel takes a mat on mat number 2 against Matthew Alberson of Winchester. Alberson comes in with a record of 23 and is at 23-9. He's going against Gavin Rumpel's record of 20-18.
That's why I went with the 17-inch screen, Josh.
The crazy thing is Rumpel, he's 2 matches over 500, but he has been in so many matches. He's looking to upset his seed here and show that he belongs at the semi-state tournament.
He's wrestling a full-sized heavyweight. Nice little bear hug to a trip by Alberson. And Alberson picks up a cradle. Locks up Rumpel, and cradle throws him out of bounds. So Ethan Funk has his hand raised. He's a winner by medical default. Wrestling on mat number 1 is Jay County's Bryce Coy, wrestling against Wyatt Roach of Yorktown. As don't see Grady Baker in the on-deck spot. There's a quick fall by Alberson as Rumpel ends his junior season.
Another win by Winchester. They pick up their 5th semi-state qualifier. Missed out on a chance at 215 to pick up 6 with that injury. This will be a good one here at 285. Coach Bradley talked about it on Sunday night.
They're in the concussion protocol on mat number 1. I think that's the symbol, isn't it? Fist on the forehead. And that there is no time limit on that. And they let the trainer do his work. This guy's getting his workout today.
He is. He just came off that mat. Helping out Sperlin of Winchester and runs over to mat 1.
So Cortez White, the senior, much taller than Alan Ortiz. A pair of 30-win heavyweights here.
It's hard to think that I look at the Delta sectional, how this heavyweight from Muncie Central got to this point. He's wrestling a runner-up from the Jay County sectional. It's a big, tall heavyweight.
I was standing down there on a mat earlier, and I thought, what weight does that kid wrestle? I mean, he was really tall, but, in street clothes, it's hard to tell what weight guys are.
Of course, as we talked about last week, Ortiz, such a good regular season, worked his way all the way into the top 10 of the state rankings. I think it was more a matter of Grady Baker being a little bit undervalued than Ortiz being incredibly overvalued.
Yeah, I didn't see that as an upset that last week. Some people may have on numbers, but we've seen Grady Baker's stock increase since his freshman year, and he's turned into a pretty quality heavyweight, and we look for big things out of him. Grady Baker is on deck on mat number 3. He's going to be wrestling against Lamb.
Coach Eric Myers really enjoying the concussion protocol here for Bryce Coy.
I was watching that. Some of the things
they ask you might not be able to do when you're.
It's like you're in the second period or in the third period of a match, and they're asking you to stand on one foot and hop, and it's like, look,
exactly.
I just wrestled 4 or 5 minutes. I'm already exhausted to do that.
I got some 8th and 9th graders who couldn't lift their left foot because they can't remember which one's left and which one's right.
Dane, my favorite concussion protocol story is from one of your favorite students, Manny Brewer, playing football, and he said, Dad, some of those kids fail concussion protocol on the computer because they're stupid. It has nothing to do with concussion. He said they're failing the test because they can't answer the questions right.
Well, and sometimes the trainer says, look to your left, and you're like, my left, your left. You get kind of confused. You're exhausted.
As Ron White said, he said, I'm not going to take a field sobriety test because that's an agility test, and I'm not that agile.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to let the maybe Jay County wrestler compete on.
I didn't see the action that happened.
I didn't either. But he looks to be with it, passing all their physical requirements, and now they're just having a little bit of a conversation.
I think Zaccarino was on the borderline earlier today.
Yeah, they looked like they were considering not letting him go.
But like you said earlier, that ref's out there just to protect the wrestlers.
Yep.
And, ultimately that's what they want to do. We've seen that more today than probably I've seen all season.
And it's their home trainer, too.
Yeah.
So, it's somebody that cares about the kid and wants to make sure that he does the right thing. That gentleman, we've seen him a lot here covering Jay County events.
The young official with the jacket on, that's the supervisor today. And Kurt Krause introduced him to me. I lost his name, but he is very in tune, as this is the second match that he's had to be involved in today.
Bryce Coy looking like he can do some push-ups. He repped out about 5 or 6, moving around now. Looks to be.
I would have failed that one.
Yeah.
Now I got another injury on the far side.
Yeah, a couple times we've seen him ask the wrestlers to do some push-ups, and these guys are in shape. They're repping out 5 or 6 pretty quick.
If I fall asleep on my stomach, I do 1 push-up a day.
Yep.
It's just to get up in the morning.
Corbin Buck suffering an injury over there against Carson Powell. The match in the middle is 1-0. Ortiz got his escape.
That's the only one that was wrestling that wasn't in injury time. Coy seems to be okay. He's in on a single leg on his opponent, Wyatt Roach. That match is at 2:15. I'm going to queue up with some commercials here, and as soon as these last heavyweight matches are done, we'll play a round of commercials. Not sure how much time they're going to take before they come back here, but we know that we will be needing to take a short break here. Have to wait for Grady Baker's match, as South Adams has no heavyweights and Gavin Rumpel has been defeated already. We'll wait for Baker's match. Ortiz with a nice double leg. Had that man from Muncie South up in the air, didn't he?
Yep.
There's a fall on mat number 3. It's your winner, Powell from Norwell. That'll bring up Grady Baker. He's wrestling a young man from Westdale, who looks like a way undersized heavyweight. Looks like an undersized 90-pounder.
Yeah.
He was eating breakfast on the way here, I know it.
Yeah, and for Grady, it's just another, like we said as coaches, just another business trip. You're just here to get your work done, get on, get off, punch your ticket to semi-state. This match here on mat number 2 is tied up 1-1. Muncie Central wrestler looking to upset Ortiz of Jay County.
Bryce Coy from Jay County, after that injury time, has been defeated by fall. As Baker is underway, he's wrestling against Cortez White. I'm sorry, no, he's wrestling against Owen Lamb of Westdale. Cortez White is the Muncie Central wrestler that is wrestling against Ortiz, and that match is knotted up at 1-1. Baker, a nice little throw by to a go behind. Gets a quick takedown on Lamb. Throws him across his body. Hits him with a crossface. Turns that into a bundle. His opponent's just trying to avoid being turned, and Baker just takes that leg over with him. Gets him to his back. Baker's trying to ease in on that top shoulder there. Baker changes off to a half Nelson. Better position. Grady comes off the leg. Works it in. Should be enough to get the deal finished off here.
First overtime match of the day on mat 2. Ortiz looks to be going into overtime against Cortez White of Muncie Central.
Grady Baker with the fall in a minute 10. No, I'm sorry, in a minute 15.
Oh boy.
White gets the takedown. There it is.
Wow, that's a big win. And if we've seen anything in the last couple of years with A.J. Bradley at Muncie Central, he's had some great heavyweights and 215s and knows how to coach them. And Alan Ortiz, the number 8 ranked wrestler in the state, is eliminated in overtime. That's your first real big upset of the day.
Yeah.
And with that, I'll take this opportunity to sneak some commercials in. Back with more wrestling and round 2 right after this on WZBD YouTube channel.
Miller Land Surveying is one of Northeast Indiana's premier full-service land surveying firms. From lot and boundary surveys to large topographical, commercial, and industrial surveys, Miller Land Surveying can help you with all of your surveying needs. With a seasoned staff, the latest technology, and a drive for perfection, rest assured your project will be done professionally and efficiently completed every time. MLS is proud to support today's broadcast and encourages everyone to get out and support local athletes.
Brandon here for Kelly's Decatur Auto Mall. 3 dealerships right here in Decatur. Tom Kelly Chevrolet, Tom Kelly Ford, and Tom Kelly Chrysler Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. With a large new car inventory to meet your needs and wants. We also stock over 100 pre-owned vehicles in a variety of price ranges. All the big city incentives right here in Decatur. We have been here for over 70 years. Free car washes for as long as you own your Tom Kelly vehicle. We also just updated our car wash here in Decatur. Stop in and see us soon. And drive Kelly and drive with confidence.
Our goal is to help you maintain your family's oral health. Hi, this is Dr. David Baker, a native of Decatur, graduate of Belmont High School, Purdue University, and Indiana University School of Dentistry, married to Mary Kate with 3 children. I am happy to be at Geneva Dental Clinic, 447 Line Street. We are accepting new patients and offering convenient office hours, accept major credit cards, and have a friendly, professional staff. Geneva Dental Clinic. Enjoy a lifetime of smiles.
Why lose out to pain? Visit Dr. Carla Grody at Grody Chiropractic, 320 West Monroe Street, Decatur. She's a specialist in the utilization of proven non-force techniques to treat injuries of all kinds requiring professional chiropractic care. Call 724-2510 for an appointment with Dr. Carla Grody. Open Monday through Thursday, closed Friday and Saturday. Grody Chiropractic, 320 West Monroe Street, Decatur.
DeVos Johnson Zwick Baker in Ainsworth is now DeVos Baker Ainsworth and Razzo. While the name is different, our dedication to serving Adams County and surrounding areas remains the same as when L.C. DeVos began his practice nearly 150 years ago. Our name celebrates the future of our office while honoring the legacy and dedication to clients displayed by our founding member and the 3 generations of DeVos attorneys that followed him. Call Tim Baker, Scott Ainsworth, Luke Ainsworth, or Ann Razzo to experience the same dedicated and knowledgeable service in meeting your legal needs.
DDD Maintenance and Repair, owned and operated by Shane Reynolds, has your local professionals for heavy-duty truck and diesel engine repair. DDD Maintenance and Repair also offers full-service sand and glass blasting for your surface restoration projects. Whether it's getting your heavy-duty truck and diesel engine running like new or sandblasting your project to look like new, we have a blast renewing the past. Give Shane and the guys a call at 260-223-5442. That's DDD Maintenance and Repair.
Welcome back to Jay County High School as the final heavyweight match has just finished, and they have the 106-pounders lined up as Jacob Benninger is out in the center of mat number 1, ready to go. And did Matt come by and say something to you, Dane?
Yeah, Adams Central's boys basketball game this afternoon has already been postponed, and it sounds like I just got word that they have decided to postpone the rest of the swim meet until Monday. So your swim finals will be on Monday instead of this afternoon. So I think the weather forecast is continuing to worsen for us and for everybody involved here. I have a feeling this is going to turn into let's get this thing over as fast as we can. Put the meatballs back in the crock pot, and
they have a doggy bag to go. Let's load up some meatballs.
I don't know. There's a lot of food sitting out there, Rex.
You can't let food go to waste, as Dennis the Menace once said.
Here we go.
We're underway. It's Jacob Benninger wrestling out in the center. Matt, and he's wrestling the young wrestler from Delton as soon as my track wrestling tells me.
Belmont with a big team lead here with 8 semi-state qualifiers, more than anybody else.
That is Jackson Webb of Yorktown on that mat number 1, and he's wrestling Benninger. Benninger's in on a nice single leg. Benninger's trying to go up through the middle, finish waterfall here. As Reed Wicker is wrestling against Lothridge of Jay County, and Wicker quickly has a takedown on Lothridge. He's got a cradle locked up, and he's got him over on his back. There's the fall. So Wicker is your winner as Webb gets in a real nice low single leg on Benninger, gets the takedown. Griffin Byram wrestling against Zach Reno on mat number 3 down there. Reno barely made it through his concussion protocol through that first round and advances, but wrestling against Byram of Jay County.
For some context on this Webb and Benninger match, you had the match at the old junior high, and Webb was all over Benninger, nearly a tech fall, 17-3. See if Benninger can close that gap at all. Once again, Belmont with 8 semi-state qualifiers. Delta and Adams Central with 6. So Adams Central actually had a lead on Delta after that first round. Belmont's lead over Adams Central was 15.5 points. But that's quickly been erased here, and Delta with an opportunity to win another match here before Belmont's even finished their first bout.
The junior from Delta, Cade Jackson, gets a takedown on Nathan Spears from Muncie Central. Gets a 4 near fall, so he's out to a 7-0 lead.
A couple of other notes. Good showing by Yorktown, South Adams, Jay County, and Winchester. They all have 5, while Cowan came in with 4. Also want to give a shout out. Got a text here from Deanna Myers, the former athletic trainer at Belmont. She says Jay County's trainer is Spencer Tonner. Great guy, she says, and somebody who really takes his job seriously and does great work. So
did they finally let Deanna retire?
Shout out to Spencer Tonner for his work today here at Jay County High School.
I'd like to thank our sponsors, Wrestling Boosters, and Rebecca Cochran, CPA at 165 North 2nd Street in Decatur, Johnson's Auto Sales on the corner of 13th and Adams Street, and our super fan, Lenny Razzo, along with Ahead of the Curb Driving Academy.
Give a shout out to everybody listening now on 92.7 FM. Listening here to the semifinals. Belmont trying to hold off Adams Central and Delta for a regional title this morning and afternoon. There's only one school in Indiana history who has more regional titles than the Belmont Braves. And that would be Evansville Mater Dei. Belmont's missed out the last 2 years on winning regional. They won 3 in a row, though, from 20, 21, and 22. A lot of wrestling fans here in the building, Rex. A lot of people that we love to see throughout the year, and they all gather together here at Jay County to see who's going to make it to semi-state. And I got a feeling a pretty high percentage of the people present here will be present at the Coliseum next week on Saturday. They're already asking for finalist sheets to be picked up. I think that meatball sandwich may be in a to-go bag for you, Rex.
A to-go order?
So Benninger survives the second period. He trails 7-0. He's still got a chance. Sean Farrote telling him you got one You got one more chance. You got one more period. Looks like another fall for Delta here on the near mat. As Cade Jackson takes his man straight to his back and gets the fall instead of the tech. They pick up an extra half point. So Delta picks up your first 2 finalists here. Benninger trying to lift an ankle on Webb after getting taken down, trails 10-0. Another one of the Delta studs on the mat now. Sam Mosier against Jason Landers. We still going strong over there, boss?
Yeah, I had a couple commercials that I need to drag in here.
I got you.
I forgot there's page 2 on this sheet.
Yeah, there is page 2.
We got too many sponsors, Dane.
A lot of support, and it'll be even bigger next week for semi-state as we got several sponsors jumping on for our big mega cast next week. That ticket round is so much fun to call. And we'll have 4 mats instead of 3. Big headlock here by Mosier. He throws Landers to his back. Benninger still hanging in, trying to reach for a head right now. And another fall by Delta's Sam Mosier. They make it 3 finalists and 3 bouts. And that lead for Belmont has disappeared. And that'll bring up Will Patterson. Patterson, a little bit under the radar, I feel like, on a lot of people's regional picks. Benninger ready after a brief break there. Benninger trying to sit out and switch. 15 seconds left. Needs something big here. Of course, a loss in this round doesn't mean that you're done. Simply drop into the 3rd and 4th place match. And it'll be a 10-0 final. Jackson Webb from Yorktown reaches the final at 106. He'll take on Reed Wicker in a rematch. Griffin Byram gets the win for Jay County. So Delta's already seen 3 of their 6 guys in this round win. They'll have an opportunity for a 4th here with Aiden Bollinger. Josh, when he starts pushing buttons over there, does it worry you? It worries me sometimes.
He knows what he's doing somewhat. Patterson gets the opening takedown here in the first period. A minute left. He's ahead 3-0.
Takedown for Levi Johns against Ben Bush. Looking forward to Dakota Sprunger and Gabe Myers up next. We were talking about Coach AJ Bradley. He's got a text from him. We got 2 guys out. I am so pumped. Like you said, just that positive energy that he brings. He is the right person for what is a really tough job in coaching at Muncie Central. Levi Johns gets a fall over there, double wing.
Even if he didn't get 2 guys out, I would bet, all my money he's going to be cheering on some guys from local schools, guys that his guys know. He's going to be at the semi-state, state tournament, whether he has wrestlers or not. He's just a good guy for the sport.
Mills on his back here against Bollinger. Delta racking up those bonus points. Belmont going to be playing catch up in this round. And Bollinger gets a fall, so make it 4 falls for Delta in this semifinal round.
They run out of horses down low at about 26-32.
Now they haven't, on track wrestling, they have that Cade Jackson won by tech fall, but the official called it a pin. So I don't know if he changed his mind or if that got put in the book wrong.
Duke Myers Jr. is up on mat number 3 down there.
Taking on Dakota Sprunger. In a scramble right now. Sprunger trying to finish off a takedown. Sprunger elevates the legs. Keeps Myers from being in that sit-out position. Cale Beer and Isaiah Sperlin in the center mat. Sperlin about to get the opening takedown. If he can work his way up. Sperlin still with time. Sperlin trying to bring him back in. Ooh. That was an athletic move.
Sperlin's like, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to throw you over my head like that.
Played a little game of flag football there. Handed him his flag. Myers gets to his feet, breaks away from Sprunger. 3-1, 30 seconds left in the first. Patterson with a 3-0 lead in the second. And we got
Should be a full Nelson call. About 10 seconds had it locked in. Will Patterson goes up 4-0.
I panicked there for a minute, Dane. I didn't think I had our buddy Landon Gintz commercial in the lineup, but we do. I got him dialed in.
I can send any of them that you're missing.
I got them all.
Okay.
I don't want Landon to text me and say, hey, dude, I didn't hear my commercial. But you were down the line. When you have Adams Central, Belmont, and South Adams sets of commercials, you got to make sure you incorporate them all for the tournament series.
Landon, a big supporter of what we do on WZBD. Make sure that if you need a tent rental or a bounce house for your upcoming spring and graduation parties, that you give him a call.
During the off season, I just like to stop by this place and just shoot the breeze with him on Saturday morning. That's it. That's one of my stops.
Wow. Beer steps over Sperlin there. Doesn't score with it, but does get an escape.
Gabe Myers working on a chicken wing and a far wrist down there on Sprunger. Trying to turn him. Has not been able to turn him yet. Myers trails that 3-1 down there.
Got another penalty point here on mat number 1, Will Patterson. It's putting another full Nelson. He's ahead 5-0 with 50 seconds left in the second period.
So Myers gives up an escape and a takedown to Sprunger. He now trails 7-1. Sperlin has a 3-1 lead over Beer in the center mat as he's riding in the top. Beer's riding in the top position. Period number 2.
Now, I've mentioned Coach Myers' conversation yesterday, trying to do the math on how to beat Delta. He kind of had in his mind with his 8 guys, which he got through. He said, we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. He said, and that could be enough to beat Delta. So kind of give you an idea of what Belmont's expectations are minimum to be in the hunt. That would mean 4 wins out of 8 in this round.
Well, it's hard to beat Delta down low. A little bit easier to build them up top.
Definitely going to be playing catch up in these next 2 rounds. No doubt about that.
There won't be many head-to-heads in the finals, I don't think.
And then you think about next week as well. It's a whole new set of mathematical equations.
On mat number 2, Sperlin from Winchester is currently leading 5-1 over Cale Beer of Adams Central. There's a minute left in that second period.
Sprunger was in tough on a double leg on Myers, and Myers high-legged over, thought he had a takedown and went right to his back, and then they scrambled off of there, and stalemate's called. No points given up either way.
Guys, we're tallying wins between the two sectionals, right? 30-26, Jay County squeaks by. They only lose, 113 was the only weight class where Jay County didn't get two guys through. How about the discrepancy down at Jennings County? You ready for this? Jennings County 51, Jefferson 5 on wins.
That's crazy.
That is a weak sectional.
Myers in on a takedown attempt, and Springer's going to try and work his way around, hook the leg. Springer's going to step behind, hook the leg, and Springer's going to get the takedown on Myers. It's going to put him up 10-1 now. Myers stands up to his feet, tries to break away. Abnormally long time, a warning for stalling against Sprunger. The match gets a little bit closer on mat number 2 now, as Cale Beer trails 5-3.
And on mat 1, Patterson gets a takedown in the third with 1:20 left. He's ahead 8-0.
Gabe Myers is going to be defeated by Dakota Sprunger. Final score, and this is going to be 10-2 as Sprunger advances to the finals.
So Sprunger and Patterson give South Adams 2 finalists. Patterson can hold on here to his 8-1 lead.
Beer and Sperlin, minute to go in this match. In a scramble. Sperlin's kind of on his back, but he's in a high bridge. No control. Adams Central wants back points, but there's no control. Crouch is just going to let him wrestle.
In college, that's maybe, a takedown and back. But in high school, there's no danger call.
I was going to say the danger call comes into effect.
Beer does get the takedown. He's ahead now 6-5 over Sperlin of Winchester. Sperlin in kind of a funky position, comes out the back door. He's going to look to try to get the reversal. Beer's holding onto a leg on a roll through.
Oh, an escape. No, nothing, sorry. It was never finished. And
Beer dives in, gets a takedown with 3 seconds left.
Wow. 2 or 3 seconds left, and Cale Beer picks up the last second takedown and wins 6-5. Patterson takes care of things over there, 11-4. And on the far side, Hops and Mann in the battle of the hair. Hops has Mann turned. There's the fall. Wyatt Hops advances to the final at 144. That brings us to 138 here. Dylan Ogg and Parker Barnes. ACAC rematch. At 144, Jacob Unger from Cowan knocked off Will Franzi earlier in the day, taking on AJ Heskett. And at 150, it'll be Brayson Shorgen and Luke Dryban from Norwell.
Now, is that another Adams Central guy up on mat number 3 down there?
Yep, Brayson over there on the far mat.
Now, Dane, I don't know if you guys talked about it earlier this morning. Do you have an inside loop on the semi-state brackets, or?
I do not.
You do not.
That'd keep me up at night if I had that kind of information.
That's going to be an interesting one as the day goes on. Everyone's seeing what other regionals, how the outcomes finish out. You could be a champ, but you get still a nasty draw at the semi-state level.
I thought as Dylan Ogg finishes off a takedown, I thought Tim Myers had some really nice things to say this week about looking forward and thinking about the next draw and the next tournament. There's some really, really good thoughts to the Belmont boys, at least during practice this week, about when it's Monday, focusing on Monday and, thinking about what you're going to do in practice and how you're going to get better. And sometimes I think some of these boys get so fired up about who their draw is going to be and who they think they can't beat that sometimes they psych themselves out of certain matches. Of course, for us as broadcasters, great to talk about. I have no idea. I don't even remember last year when the brackets came out. Was it late Saturday night?
Late Saturday night, early Sunday.
Of course, we hope to be at basketball tonight. We'll see if the weather allows it.
And Tim's 100% right, because it becomes down to more of a time of the season when you're trying to encourage your kids and just make sure they believe they can do it.
Shorty gets a fall over dry band on mat number 3 down there. And Unger and Heskett are in a scramble down here.
Well, and one of the points that Tim was trying to make, too, was enjoy it. The season's over in 10 days, for, I guess, 14 days. But, there's only so many days left in the season, and if you wish Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday away to get to next Saturday, then you've missed the part that not only does this get you to the Coliseum, but also gives you 5 more days of practice with your teammates.
Yeah, and I always used to tell guys when I was coaching, you get upset about a loss, and I said, look, everyone in this tournament is probably going to take a loss unless you're the state champ. He finishes the final tournament undefeated. So, don't get so upset about a loss or get worked up. Just survive and advance and wrestle your best.
Cody Cox went right after Jackson Bradley, and he's in a low single leg. He was in real good shape to get a takedown there, and Bradley stood him on his head. And now Bradley's going to scramble out of that. But I'll tell you what, Cox was in tough on that slow single. Cox is a 2-loss senior here. Bradley is 26-0, and this is a great semi-match here.
Yeah, and Bradley was started the season off at 144. He's now up at 157, which you don't see that too often at the end of the season, to go up a couple weight classes.
And still have a number 1 ranking in his Fort Wayne semi-state.
Dylan Ogg with a 3-0 lead still with that opening takedown in the first period.
Henry Road is up on deck right behind Ogg on mat number 1.
A nice look at both of those 138 semis here. That's one of the most competitive weight classes in this tournament. And certainly the one, I think, that's the deepest as far as potential. I would say almost potential state medalists, not just potential state qualifiers.
Yeah, there was 3 of the top 5 in the Fort Wayne semi-state in this regional.
There's going to be guys who are not thinking about, I want to make it. I want to win that weight class because I got a real shot.
Heads up. Jackson Bradley's taking injury time down there.
There's the fall for A.J. Heskett. So Jay County gets their second finalist.
Bradley must have tweaked a knee. That's going to bring up Sam Wolpert in the center mat.
Wolpert has Zeke Witter from Delta. So here's an opportunity for Belmont to gain ground instead of lose ground.
Still no score in that Bradley Cox match.
Of course, as we mentioned on Sunday, Witter and Wolpert did not meet in the dual meet between these two schools.
Wolpert with a height advantage. Hits a nice little duck under slide by single. Man. A little Olay move there. Wolpert hit that duck under sweep single from like way downtown. He's going to cut him loose and go for another one. If you guys were watching that Purdue guy that wrestled right in front of Ike last night, that dude was so long, he was shooting singles from like 6-7 feet away and was getting in tough on him.
Those guys are so quick and agile.
Is that Norris? I think at Norris.
Yep,
that Norris.
And the crazy thing is, Norris for Purdue had a 7-7 record.
Yeah.
You know, he's a 500 wrestler in college, and he's going up against a top 25 guy.
I thought he had that match won, too.
I
it
did
was
too.
close. Gave up a lead late.
Wolpert working on another takedown now in the center of the mat. Dylan Ogg in comfortable position here, up 7-0 against Barnes.
Wolpert does a little front headlock series and just sneaks behind him. That's literally all he did. He didn't shuck him or just sucker drag him. He just kind of went behind him. Took his arms away, and Wolpert with a 6-1 lead over Witter. Bradley and Cody Cox knotted up at 0-0 down there on mat number 3. And Cox starts period number 2 in the top position. Official says bad start on my part. Dylan Ogg still with a 7-0 lead and 11-0 lead now on Parker Barnes. Jackson Bradley with an escape. First points in that match. Bradley back in on a nice single leg, head on the outside. Cody Cox tries to drape over the top. And Jackson Bradley goes out the back door. Didn't even get to the waterfall position. Gets the takedown, so he now goes up 4-0. Dylan Ogg with a tech fall. 15-0 ends his match. Now to bring up Henry Froat and Ashton Goney. That's going to be a match.
Yep. Belmont finally able to get in position here to score some points. They haven't scored since they started this round. Delta's already won 4 matches. Adams Central's won 3. Jay County, Yorktown, South Adams, they all have 2 finalists. Now Belmont going to get to score.
Wolpert now with a 9-1 lead in that center match. Henry's in a nice single leg there on Goney. That's such a good match. Nobody wants to call it. Doesn't want to watch it.
I know. I guess I'm probably a little bit nervous. He's in on his single leg right now, trying to work up to a double. Now he's got his head in between Goney, gets into that waterfall position as I see Wolpert get awarded 3 more points. They're facing opposite directions. Froat definitely in a better position right now. He tries to turn into Goney, and he's got the legs kind of split there, putting a lot of pressure on him.
Just stick him there.
If he can lock that up into a cradle, there's 3, and he's going to put him on his back here, I think, if he can get that leg out.
That's a tight cradle.
Especially with that leg split cradle.
And Henry Froat in a position here to score some big points for Belmont. Whether he finishes the fall or not.
Can you just stay in that position for 2 periods?
Yeah, it's it's going to be a big lead. He needs to finish him off, though, and not give him even a chance to score against him.
Here's 30 seconds to pin him. That's tight right there. Goney's got his chest back to the mat.
Wolpert up 15-3 on Witter.
So is that one of those things where Goney can beat Ogg and Ogg can beat Froat and Froat can beat Goney?
You don't know.
Look, this could be, you know, if I'm picking these 3 guys to qualify for the state tournament. You know, 3 from 1 regional is crazy. I think they all have the capability to do that.
Goney tried to get a reverse and he runs out of time.
7-0.
Now here's the key. Don't coast.
Yep.
Keep going hard.
Yeah, I see that too often. You get a little bit of a lead. Now, you don't have to be super aggressive. You've got to lead. Be smart, but don't coast. There's a big difference in being smart and coasting. You know, do what's got him to this point. He's up 7-0. And he does that right away. He gets back in on a shot 5 seconds into the second period.
Come up and cradle him again right there.
Steps over him, tries to at least. Wolpert has a 16-3 lead, by the way, as we're over here watching Goni and Farote. They're on their feet, 90 seconds left. Sam needs to finish this one off and get out of there. And he does. 19-3, Sam Wolpert reaches the final.
2.
Belmont gets their first finalist.
Oh.
If you would have yelled 3, he might have got it. But
Goni did a great job of using the edge of the mat to get his hips back out. Wolpert with a tech. Jackson Bradley still only has a 4-1 lead over Cody Cox down there. And I'm sorry.
Nice. Farote in a position to score again. He does.
Casey Bradley's made several trips over to their sideline. I think he's kind of
that bag of bricks on his back.
He's trying to help his son get some extra time on that injury he took earlier.
So Farote is all over Goni right now with another takedown. He's going to try a tilt on the edge of the mat.
Keep your foot in.
And they go out of bounds. His butt was out of bounds. Foot came back in. And if that would have been in the middle of the mat, this match would be 14-0.
So this is where you look at those guys that are really good, have a really good record, see how they come back from a big deficit. Do they just break camp, or do they come fighting storming back? They're dangerous there. It's like a wounded dog.
Evan Duncan and Matt Dubois in a scramble right now.
So Jackson Bradley is a 4-1 winner over Cody Cox. That was a good battle down there. Cox didn't go away easily.
25 seconds left here for Henry. You're listening to High School Wrestling here on WZBD. Give a shout out to Steve Gagel working the board back in the studio. Saw Steve this morning, a big smile on his face. Farote gets the turn on the tilt.
Come on, Lars.
Woo, Lars didn't like it.
I think there was a 2 count there.
Lars forgot to take his hand out of his pocket. Like to give a shout out for our boosters in Rebecca Cochran, CP at 165 North 2nd Street, Johnson's Auto Sales on the corner of 13th and Adams Indicator, and superfan Lenny Razzo.
Lenny down there amongst the people.
Gavin Davis standing by the mat on deck against Plattner on Henry's match here. As they start the third period, Henry in the bottom with a 10-0 lead over Goni, the number 1 ranked Fort Wayne semi-state wrestler.
Hard return to the mat there by Goni. Dubois has the opening takedown against Duncan. Over there at 157. Now Goni with the legs in, trying to turn Farote.
He's awful high. Awful high.
Leg pops out. He's underneath on a half Nelson from the right side, under the arm of the left with the wrist.
Noah Moglin and Jeremiah Allman up on mat number 3 down there.
Minute and 5 seconds left, and Farote about to get turned here. Not necessarily in a position to get pinned, but Goni could work from there. Certainly wrenching on Farote's shoulder.
Daleville, the Cowan coach, is almost in the circle with him.
Now trying to run a power half here. 45 seconds left.
When does it go from coaching to assistants?
Lars tells him to sit down.
Sit down there. Sit down there.
.28 seconds left. Farote still being ridden, but he's got a 10-0 lead.
Under 20.
Reversal for Dubois early in the second period. The Belmont coaching staff now focusing on Gavin Davis. Goni pushing ahead pretty hard. Out of frustration, I think. Stalling call on Farote. But with 2 seconds left, that's where, oh, that's a big right-handed hook on the crossface. And Goni got away with one there.
Now, Dane, you think he shuts him out at the beginning of the day before that match starts?
No, I don't think so. Great win by Farote.
It just workmanlike, just nonchalant.
You know, and a lot of it, Goni's a freshman. Frote having a year of being in this tournament kind of knows what to expect, and he comes right off the bat and scores big points in the first period, and that was pretty much the deciding factor.
And Farote's calmness always gains him something in matches.
Even getting punched in the mouth at the end.
Yeah,
Just
and you know
gets
what?
up,
He's going to say, you know what? I'll take that. If that's the price I have to pay to pick up a win here, I'll take it because I know that I out-wrestled you.
And that could easily be a semifinals match next week at semi-state.
Davis with a takedown on a far side half, and that's pinned.
35 seconds is all Gavin needed there.
That'll bring up the X-Man right behind him.
Olam is hurt. Oh, Modlin went right after Olam. Olam was waving his hands, waving his arms, saying stop. The whistle blew, and Modlin just kept going. And he's going to get hit with
that's a stinger on that shoulder. That shoulder, he took a bad stinger.
Yeah, Modlin hit with a penalty point.
Now, I watched Olam at the ECIC tournament here at Jay County about a month ago, and he had both shoulders taped up. So maybe it's just a reoccurring injury, something just got popped. But I saw him in that tournament, and he was heavily favoring both shoulders. Kind of tough to see here at the regional tournament.
Well, if that had been the Super Bowl, they would have hit him with the late 15-yard penalty there, as Modlin could have easily let up on that one.
The X-Man trying to not give up a takedown here.
They just confirmed what we kind of already knew, that they are not going to stop. No lunch break, no meatball sandwich for Rex.
Palacios gets a takedown, goes right into that cross-face cradle, takes his man to his back, has one leg in bounds. Dane doing his duty work, double duty here. Palacios' cradle is too loose. He's going to go out of bounds with it. And Lars Sakwitney says, give him 4. 7-0's the score now. So you think that Olam is on recovery time down there for an illegal?
He is. They gave him well, he was hurt, and they blew the whistle. He was looking at Modlin saying, stop, stop, stop. And Kurt blew the whistle, and he took him darn near to the bleachers.
So technically, if he was hurt and Kurt started to call it timeout and Olam didn't stop and he hits him, that's just unsportsmanlike for pushing him out of bounds. That's not related to the the injury default.
Yeah, your interpretation there makes sense to me.
Now the crazy thing is this one, I could probably check it, was probably a semifinals match last week at the Delta sectional. I believe Olam came away with a pin in that one.
Yeah, Olam leads it 11-4.
Palacios with a bottom side cradle, bottom leg side cradle, turns that into a Turk.
So a lot of time left in that semi over there at 165.
Olam's back to action here.
And Modlin is pushing hard on Olam.
And that arm is just hanging.
Yep. The right arm of Olam is not doing much.
He's got 2 full periods to go here. I mean, do you just injury default and go back down in the consoles and take 4th and roll the dice into the semi-state?
Well, they certainly wouldn't be the first person to try that. Adams Central with their 4th finalist. And Olam is hurt again, I think. Struggling to get back up.
It's hard to get up with one arm, at least
yes,
it is for me.
I can't remember if it was the South Adams Cowan duel or which duel it was, but you guys talked to Casey Bradley, and he had said that Modlin put in a lot of work in his barn off the offseason. He was excited to see what he's done this year. He looks
Somerset
to be fighting tough.
Scores a takedown there. And nearly got near fall against Wes Hendrickson. And Wes has shown so much improvement this year. Palacios again with the cradle, rocking back. Gets a little loose, scores with it.
Palacios wrestling against Clayton Holder, a senior from Winchester.
Once again, after this broadcast, we'll have high school basketball for you.
That's a nice trip, wasn't it?
Yeah, Olam gave him a little bit of payback there, I think. And said, that was one of those do you know who I am type moves. Palacios gets a fall.
Uh-oh, that's going to cost him probably. Standing over him, screaming. Kurt Crouch is looking at him and saying, we don't need that.
Well, he has a little bit of a right to be upset, but yeah, not appropriate. He says, don't raise that arm, he says.
He did take a point.
On his back now.
He took a team point for that.
Well, Kurt gave it. He raised green. I don't know if he meant to do that.
West Somerset gives up 4 near fall on the center mat. He's trailing this now 8-3.
I don't think the Muncie Central coaches would get much out of that because, or Muncie Central.
Monroe Central.
Kurt used to coach there.
Yeah.
It's like. Kurt says, we're going to take a point for that.
So Wyatt Roach throws Jake Boots to his back. Somerset trails 8-3.
So, Dane, you think I need to cue some commercials up? We're going to be able to sneak a few in here?
Yeah, you better. Looks like we got a Matt Heiser not even going to mess with Cabe Stebbins. And that hurts Belmont's chances, of course, as Heiser hands Delta an extra 2 points. Wyatt Roach advances at 2:15. Oh, lock up a cradle here. West Somerset is going to bring it back on Hendrickson right off the bat on the second period. Could Somerset score a fall with this? He's certainly going to make it a 1-point match.
Doesn't have the crossface locked up in the cradle. It's pretty loose.
Pretty loose.
Got like that false side cradle.
There he gets off to the side with it, but that makes it harder to bring him back.
Needs to watch his head. Somerset gets 4 there. Match score is now 7-8. Still in favor of Hendrickson of Winchester. Somerset locks up another cradle. He's hip to hip, both of them on their feet. Somerset looks to pull it back and breaks his lock, and there's a reversal. He's now trailing this one 7-10.
Ethan Vunk's going to have to wrestle more than 10 seconds in this match here. His last one ended in an injured default. Somerset looked like he got hurt when he broke that lock. He just stopped wrestling. That match has really turned now.
There's your fall. Wes Hendrickson at 175 gives Winchester their first win of this round.
Ethan Funk in on a single leg there. About to give up a takedown to Luke Powers.
You know, and you'll see that at the semi-state level, you know, once you get your state qualifiers, and you kind of see it sometimes in this level. Some guys have their goals of making it to semi-state. And when you win that first round, you know, as a coach, you got to tell them, like, hey, let's not just settle for, we already met our goals, but let's improve on it. Let's try to help our seeding and win this semifinals round.
You know, he was in that match and then just all of a sudden, like, turned the switch off. Muncie Central
Cortez
gets
White.
a reversal.
How did he not get near fall?
I think they were on the gym floor.
Looks like he's got a family member Facebook living it, you know, right down on Matt's side.
AJ Myers up wrestling against Dallas Godby from Westdale, and that is on mat number 2. Funk trails after giving up the opening takedown to Powers of Westdale.
Oh, can he score a cradle from there? White? No, because Albertson had an ankle underneath there.
Grady Baker is up next to wrestle Powell of Norwell, and that is on mat number 2 after the AJ Meyer and Godby match.
So, guys, Belmont is going to carry their lead into the final round. Of course, How big their lead is going to be depends on Grady Baker's next match. But Belmont in the driver's seat here. Delta may have potentially one more finalist, but if Grady Baker wins, they will each have 5 in the finals. Belmont with 2 extra guys down in the consolations.
It's a 7-0 match with Cortez White leading that match over Alberson of Winchester.
And for Baker against Powell, you know, Powell has just so much size, and he's still pretty athletic for as big as he is. And, you know, those kinds of guys, you can't just muscle around. You really have to beat with technique and smart wrestling. And Powell didn't reach semi-state on size alone either. So now Alberson turns into White.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Long way to go.
Cortez White needs to get off his back here to defend his 7-0 lead. It would be 7-4 if he can get off of it. He's going to try to roll through the other way.
They'll move Grady Baker's match over to mat number 3 probably.
White, I don't know. Maybe he can hold this off.
We're still tied 0-0, A.J. Myers and Dallas Godby.
Once again, no break after this. We're going straight into the finals. They're going to get everybody out of here and tell everybody to go home. They've already sent the swim teams home. Cortez White gets out of it. I don't know, guys. If Grady Baker wins the semifinal, which one of them would you rather him see?
I'd take Grady in both of them. Maybe Cortez White.
Not as experienced wrestler, I think, but he's a lot taller, harder to wrestle. A.J. Myers gets escaped, puts the first points on the board there, and Cortez White throws, and he's done. He just stopped bridging. Well, he's bridging with arches back, but his feet are off the mat.
There it is.
As the dust settles and the cowboy fight ends, Cortez White is your winner.
3rd place last week and in the finals this week.
It's got to make one of the Bradley twins happy. And they are moving Grady Baker's match down to mat number 1. I'm certain that Grady was watching that match pretty carefully. Ethan Funk trying to get a reversal down here. He trails. Now he's tied things up, 3-3. That match is in the 3rd period now.
They've got a tough coaching decision, with it tied up. Do you want to try to ride out for a minute and a half, or do you want to, save your energy, let him stand back up, get an escape, get a takedown? He's going to need some points here in the 3rd to advance and not go to overtime.
I think Funk has a better chance of taking him down on his feet than turning him. That's his choice too. Grady Baker shakes hands with Powell, and we're ready to go.
Can Belmont match Delta's number of finalists at 5? That is the question. How big will that lead be? A win here for Baker would give Belmont a good 10-point lead. Like I said, Belmont with more opportunities to score in the final round than Delta.
A couple of dancing bears trying to snap each other's head down on mat number 1 between Baker and Powell.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Powell this year.
30 seconds left. Funk's trailing 4-3, trying to fight off a shot.
He gives it up. Luke Powell With 15 seconds left to go, right in top position. Looks like he's going to advance to the finals over Funk at 2:15. A.J. Myers gives up a 2-point reversal. Myers has an 8-4 lead in that match over Godby. Baker drives Powell out of bounds.
Now A.J. Myers does get hit with the stall call. Point is awarded to Godby. Now it's a takedown, would tie it up for Godby. A.J. Myers got 35 seconds to try to hold on to this lead.
Baker throws Powell out of bounds. And Eric Myers told the referee, he said, hey, can you make sure you tell him he just lost a stalling point when he come back to center and official? I'll tell him. Powell and Baker still no score after 30, with a minute 30 gone in this period. Baker been the aggressor. Coach Coons trying to coerce a stalling warning out of the official. Under 20 seconds in that first period.
Myers picks up the win for Jay County. Patriots put 3 in the final.
Two seconds winds down. No score in the first period between Powell and Baker. Important flip of the disc. Red, it's Baker's choice. So I'll take down. When you're heavyweight, Dane, you always take down after that first one. If you're a little guy, you usually defer. But no, if you're one of those guys, you know your chances of going sudden victory are about 83%.
We're going to take a 15-minute break here after the conclusion of this match to get things set for the finals. That'll give us an opportunity to give you a rundown of who's where and get some ads in, so stick with us. We'll stay with you the entire time.
It's a warning for stalling because Powell did not let Baker's ankle come back down. Baker takes the down position. This is the final match here in this round with Baker and Powell. Powell's head was way off the center line. Official let him start that way anyway. Baker stands up. Powell picks up a single leg, takes Baker down. Baker gets back to his base. Baker powers his way up. Going to work his way up to a big man stand up. Powell picks up that single leg once again. Baker steps into a whizzer. Now Baker gets that leg down, gets the opening point. He leads this thing 1-0.
Coon's doing a good job of, kind of working the ref. I think he's going to get another stall call out, which would be huge.
If Nick Coons does anything, it is working the ref. Powell comes in. Baker is an underhook, tries to snap him down, throw him by. Powell loses his mouth guard. I don't know, Josh. You call the upset of the tournament with Goni going down. Basically, it was 10-0 by Farote. That was a huge match.
That might be the upset. Another one would be that Cortez White from Muncie Central knocking off number 8 ranked. It's just crazy. You get to this point in the tournament. Everyone's good. Everyone's got something they're good at, and so huge win by Farote. And I want to see that rematch of him and Og in the finals. It's been close every time.
Yep.
It's always come down to one move, one situation, who comes out on top of it. I'm hoping for him in the finals.
Baker picks up another point. Must have been for a stalling. As Powell had been warned. Now Powell's in a double leg shot. Baker, great sprawl for the big guy. Snaps down. Really good at that front headlock series. Just trying to change direction on Powell. Shucks him. Still doesn't get around in time. He's got 16 seconds left to go. Baker snaps it down side cradle. Baker's driving on his own double leg. And now Powell up in a sprawl position. And you went from thinking you maybe get one here, and now you don't want to give one up. Baker was in good position to score, and it comes up empty-handed, but he's got a 2-0 lead as they go into the third period here. Powell's choice. Powell says, where am I going to go?
Yeah, if they get in that situation again, I'd like to see Baker, rather than going up around the head, just stay on the legs. If you can control a guy's legs, you're going to control where you can go. So just stay on the legs, drive through, and he would have had a takedown there.
And we've seen Baker really tough on top against heavyweights. As Powell takes down, Baker does a good job of really breaking guys down. He's got a real nice cross face to a bundle. I mean, if he gets a guy broken down to his base, he's got a real good chance of turning him off that bundle. And just running a tight waist, trying to break him. Oh, and Powell goes to his back. He went to turn in, and he hit a switch, and Baker pulled his arm out, and he just went right to his back. Baker's doing a good job of riding him here. Baker give up an escape, but no reversals here. Baker's sprawled out on him. Powell's over on his hip, trying to hang on. And Baker runs a half Nelson and a wrist roll on this side. Baker breaks him down to the side. He almost throws him right to his back, and Grady jumps across to the side. Said, I'm content. Here, eat a cross face.
Baker does a good job on top. He doesn't get too high. Doesn't let that heavyweight roll happen. Keeps one arm on the waist and one arm working a wrist or a spiral ride. Just makes it tough for his opponent.
And Powell's trying to hit a switch with his arm over the back, and Baker just about bear hugged him down to his back. You go from watching college last night to watching riding time, and then you see this and thinking, oh, Baker's going to pick up a point for riding time. But not in high school. There's another point for stalling as Powell on the bottom gets his second point, tries to roll Baker. And that was his opportunity as Baker gets thrown off, but he comes back, recovers well. Down to 26 seconds left, and Baker doing a good job of just keeping his weight on him, keeping the pressure down. And Grady Baker's going to wind up with a matchup against a big, tall Cortez from Muncie Central in the finals. Calls a stalemate. Odd call. I could see you stalling on top, but not a stalemate.
If I'm Baker, I might even just take an optional start. Push him away. You got 13 seconds, no stall calls. You don't want to get a roll to your back.
As Powell tries to sit out, turn in, throws a switch over the back. Grady Baker going to wind things down here. So Grady Baker goes into the finals against Cortez White. With that, we're going to send us for commercials. Back with more wrestling here on WZBD YouTube channel.
Adams Sports Medicine provides certified athletic trainers at many high school athletic events. These trainers specialize in injury prevention. Dr. Robert Kinney is board certified in physical medicine and rehabilitation as well as sports medicine, while Dr. David Coates is board certified in orthopedic surgery. Both Adams Medical Group physicians will be there to provide non-surgical and surgical care. Visit adamshospital.org or call 1-833-724-DOCS to schedule an appointment. For almost 30 years, Slusher's Jewelry in Van Wert has been a trusted name for high quality and beautiful jewelry, custom designs, and repairs. Family-owned Slusher's Jewelry wants to be your personal jeweler. So visit their store across from Wendy's in Van Wert, on Facebook, or check out their website, slushersjewelry.com, to view their vast online collection of quality jewelry. Slusher's Jewelry in Van Wert, your hometown family-owned jeweler since 1995.
When it comes to excavating, the name to know is Luganville Excavating. Luganville Excavating can do total site development, dig your basement or pond, put in your septic system, even grade and install your driveway. Call today at 849-0251 or like them on Facebook. Luganville Excavating has 40 years of experience, gives free estimates, and guarantees all of their work. When it comes to the dirty work, Luganville Excavating will get her done. Give Brent a call today.
This is Dustin Cressman of Bixler Insurance. Some commercials make it tempting to buy cheap insurance. Is price really the only thing that's important to you? Bixler Insurance believes cost is important, but asset protection and quality claim service are what you're really paying for. We partner with great companies like Buckeye Insurance Group, striving to have high standards of expertise and professionalism to serve our communities. Give yourself peace of mind. Contact Bixler Insurance today to build a plan that protects your family, farm, or business.
9 miles from Monmouth and 9 miles from Fort Wayne, situated on 27 just south of 469, sits 9 Mile Restaurant, your home for great meals since 1837. Providing home-cooked meals to travelers between Decatur and Fort Wayne for over 180 years, 9 Mile has stood the test of time as an institution on the southern edge of Allen County. With seating on the family side, the bar side, and outdoors, there's always a reason to stop and have a meal. 9 Mile also has a full-service bar and a professional service that can cater your next event or party. The next time you're on your way to or from Fort Wayne, stop in. If you've gone the distance, welcome to 9 Mile.
Hey athletes, are you looking to take your game to the next level? Look no further than Indiana Physical Therapy. Our expert team of sports performance specialists and personalized training programs will have you running circles around the competition. Injured or hurt on the field? Come see us. Our team of physical therapists are dedicated to helping you get back up to speed. With over 19 locations across Indiana, we can get you better, faster. Visit IndianaPT.com to schedule your appointment today.
Indiana Physical Therapy, people go to get better.
Do you need repairs done on your farm or grain handling equipment? Maybe you need steps or a railing made, livestock gates, or your wife's favorite chair worked on. Ironclad Metalworks is who you need. They specialize in agribusiness welding and fabricating and have the skills you need to get the job done correctly. From existing equipment repairs to new fabrications, no project is too big or too small. They can do it all. Do you have an idea but can't seem to bring it to life? Stop by and let them help make your ideas a reality. Ironclad Metalworks, located at 620 Burn Street in Bern, or call 525-0471. Weigand Construction in Fort Wayne is committed to providing quality, value-based construction services, and that commitment begins with our employees. We strive to anticipate and exceed clients' expectations, honor our commitments, and provide for the communities in which we live. If this sounds like the place where you'd like to work, visit our website at Weigand Construction to see our open positions and fill out an application. We want you on our team. Weigand Construction. Trust, well built.
Welcome back to Jay County High School. Rex Burr along with Dane Filling as we are running through a little bit of a break here as they're trying to line things up. Dane, and do we want to run through brackets and see what all we have for the finals?
Yeah, let's go ahead and bring you the final results here. Wrestling for first place at 106 pounds will be Reed Wicker of Delta and Jackson Webb of Yorktown. Jacob Binniger from Belmont wrestling for third and fourth.
At 113, it's Griffin Byram of Jay County versus Jackson of Delta, and it's Reno and Spears for 3-4.
Yeah, that was the one weight class where the local sectional, Jay County sectional, only picked up one win. At 120 pounds, it'll be Aiden Bollinger and Levi Johns, two of the very best in this regional, wrestling for the title. Ben Mills will be wrestling for third place.
At 126, it's Sprunger of South Adams and Beer of AC with a rematch. Back in the finals, and it's Gabe Myers wrestling against Sperlin of Winchester for 3-4.
At 132 pounds, it'll be Sam Mosier from Delta, Will Patterson of South Adams wrestling for the title.
At 138, and Josh and I talked about this, could have been the biggest upset of the tournament, at least on paper. Henry Froat takes out Ashton Goney 10-1 with a 1 point given right up at the end of the match, but that was a 10-0 victory for Froat as he matches up against Ogg for another rematch here at 138.
At 144 pounds, the finals will be Wyatt Hops and A.J. Heskett. Wyatt Mann of South Adams wrestling for third and fourth against Jacob Unger of Cowan.
At 150, as the Adams County guys in against Grayson Shorten and Sam Wolpert once again in the finals this week at 150. Draban and Wooder from Delta for 3-4.
157 pounds, Jackson Bradley of Cowan will wrestle Mav Duboff from Adams Central. Cody Cox wrestling Evan Duncan for third and fourth.
At 165, it's Gavin Davis versus Ullum in the finals. Ullum had a lot of injury time and is really injured. That shoulder comes back and gets the fall over Mogden, and it's Mogden and Plattner in the consos.
At 175, Cape Stebbins received a forfeit in the semis. He'll wrestle Wes Hendrickson of Winchester. Meanwhile, Wes Somerset and Matt Heiser will maybe wrestle for third and fourth. I don't know what the plan is there. That was a pretty heated bout between the two of them, and we'll see what happens there for third and fourth at 175.
At 190, it's the X-Man, Xavier Palacios, taking on A.J. Myers once again in the finals this week from Jay County, and it's Holder of Winchester versus Godby of Westdale for 3-4.
At 215, Luke Powers of Westdale, Wyatt Roach of Yorktown wrestling in the championship, Jake Boots of Bluffton, and Ethan Funk with a rematch at third and fourth.
At 285, it was Cortez White with a comeback fall over Alberson of Winchester, and he will take on Baker, who gets a 3-0 win over Powell from Norwell. Alberson and Powell wrestle for 3-4. With that, let's play a round of commercials, and we'll come back with the startup of the finals. You listen to High School Wrestling right here on WZBD.
Throwing a party? Call Adams County Tent and Party Rental to make it a very special occasion. Adams County Tent and Party Rental has delivery on tents, tables, chairs, linens, and bounce houses for weddings, birthday parties, graduations, retirement luncheons, and business meetings. No event is too big or too small for Adams County Tent and Party Rental. Call Landon at 223-2040 or like them on Facebook. Looking for summer work? Give Adams County Tent and Party Rental a call today.
Hi, this is Tina with Innovative Concepts Audio Video. Looking for a cinematic experience at home? We have you covered with the largest screen TVs. Imagine watching your favorite movies, games, and shows on a stunning ultra high-definition display. Why buy here? The best brands, competitive pricing, and expert staff to help you find the perfect home fit. Visit Innovative Concepts at 1421 Manchester Street in Decatur and elevate your entertainment experience today. Innovative Concepts, we bring technology to you.
Does your heating system need a good end-of-the-season tune-up from Masters Heating and Cooling? Now is the time to tune up your heating and cooling system. At Masters, we have technicians that can service most makes and models of furnaces and heat pumps at low-cost seasonal special pricing. Contact Masters Heating and Cooling at 1045 South 11th Street in Decatur. On the web at mastersheatcool.com to schedule your preventative maintenance checkup now.
We select our insurance companies the same way you do, very carefully. When you work with us, you can count on receiving fast, courteous, and professional service and quality protection through Auto Owners Insurance. For a no-problem approach for your life, home, car, and business insurance needs, ask us about the No Problem Company, Auto Owners Insurance.
See Toby, Mark, Kyle, or Barb at Graber Insurance with offices on Highway 27 North in Bern and 623 West Monroe Street in Decatur.
Krukeberg Auction and Realty is dedicated to providing you with a grand auction experience. Their stellar team has over 100 years of combined involvement in listing and sales. Licensed in Indiana and Ohio, they specialize in auctioning homes, personal property, land, farms, equipment, antiques, and business liquidations. Call Krukeberg Auction and Realty at 724-7402 or stop by 1030 South 13th Street in Decatur and make Krukeberg Auction and Realty your first choice for a grand auction and realty experience.
Tired of waiting for a doctor's referral to start physical therapy? At Indiana Physical Therapy, you don't need a prescription. You have the power to choose where you go for expert care. Our experienced therapists will help you get back to doing what you love. With over 19 locations, getting the care you need has never been easier. Take the first step towards a healthier, more active lifestyle. Visit IndianaPT.com to schedule your appointment today.
Indiana Physical Therapy, where people go to get better.
Hi, this is Sarah with Anytime Fitness Decatur. Have you ever felt intimidated by the thought of joining a gym? The good news is our coaches have the heart to help you set goals, create a plan, and work together to achieve the results you're after. So stop in and chat with one of our personal trainers. Tara, Hank, Lexi, Megan, Monica, Jana, or myself, and see how Anytime Fitness Decatur can be a great fit for you too.
At Jackson Associates Financial Services in Portland, we are committed to maintaining the highest standards of integrity and professionalism in our relationship with you, our client. We endeavor to know and understand your financial situation and provide you with only the highest quality information, services, and products to help you reach your goals. Give Troy a call for the latest rates on CDs and learn about the advantages in today's financial climate to invest in your hard-earned dollar. That's Jackson Associates in Portland.
Welcome back to Jay County High School. Rex Burrow along with Dane Filling as their kids are kind of relaxing down there. And we sent Josh down to get some food, and Dane ate out of his lunch bucket.
Still working on it. We got 5 finalists from Delta, 5 finalists from Belmont. Belmont came into that round with a 15.5-point lead, and they exit that round with a 12.5-point lead. So they only lose 3 points to Delta in that semifinal round, and you're running out of opportunities to score if you're Delta, because don't forget, they only have 6 guys left. So, tossing out bonus points, you're looking at a maximum for them of 5 finalists scoring 4 points. That's 20 points. And a third placer, that's 22 points. So with that in mind, Belmont only needs to score about 10, 11, 12 points here to really wrap this thing up. And if you're talking about, potential wins from Gavin Davis, who's probably the favorite, Xavier Palacios, probably the favorite, Grady Baker, probably the favorite.
Yep.
Those 3 wins alone would be enough for Belmont to win it. So that's where we sit right now. 4 finalists for Adams Central. They sit in third with 83 points. Jay County with a 1-point lead over Yorktown for 4th. Those 2 teams both have 3 in the finals. And then after that, it's South Adams in 6th with 52 and a half.
So, Dane, you want me to play some smooth jazz and get a quick lunch break here in the next 5 minutes?
That's fine with me.
And
Those back in the studio, Steve Gagel's still working there. We can have him run through some news items, and we'll be back here in roughly 5 to 10 minutes. Welcome back here to Jay County High School as we are about to get underway here for the final round. Dane Filling here while Josh and Rex are on their lunch break. They are about to start the face-offs, so we'll give an opportunity for Steve back at the studio to get us dialed back in. We'll play a round of messages here, and when we come back, we'll have the regional championships. You're listening to High School Wrestling here on WZBD.
Bad hair day? Bad day at the office? Bad day behind the wheel? Hey, stuff happens, even to the best of us. At least your car insurance rate doesn't have to take a hit. Get Erie Rate Lock from Erie Insurance. Gives you a great rate that stays put until you change a car, driver, or your address. Plus, seriously good service. Now that's something to smile about.
Your Erie agent in Decatur is John Kins. Get a quote at 728-8888 or visit kinsinsurance.com.
Erie Rate Lock does not guarantee continued insurance coverage and is not available in all states.
Who wants a complete smile? Or maybe it's just time for a dental cleaning and exam. Visit Dr. Laura Kugelhahn and her gentle, knowledgeable, and caring staff at Complete Smiles, located at 1133 North Main Street in Bluffton, Indiana. Dr. Kugelhahn would like to help you maintain your dental health or transform your smile. Complete Smiles is there to help you. Dr. Kugelhahn is currently accepting new patients. Call 824-3100 today to schedule an appointment.
Renowned around the Midwest for his skills and his creative abilities, Nate Bowers and the team at Bowers Paint Studio in Decatur work with a wide range of clients, from collision repair to custom paint jobs for classic cars and motorcycles. Located on Monroe Street on the west side of Decatur, Bowers is your place for body work too, whether it's getting your ride back on the road or finally getting that classic car, the paint job you've always wanted. Stop by or give Nate a call to put the best in the business to work for you.
Finding a reliable, affordable, and professional electrician is difficult these days, but in Adams County, there's a name you can trust, and it's Phil Blakey of Blakey Electric. Serving Decatur and the surrounding communities, Blakey Electric does residential and commercial electrical work, both inside and outside. Give Phil a call today at 724-8049 and tell him about the work you need done on your remodel, new building project, or any other electrical project. Leave it to the experts at Blakey Electric, 724-8049, to take care of all of your electrical needs.
Timmy Takedown Tree Service on US 224, 3 miles east of Decatur, has firewood for sale. $30 a scoop, $75 for a 6-foot bed, $85 for an 8-foot bed. Timmy Takedown Tree Service can give you a free estimate on removing storm-damaged trees, grinding stumps, or trimming trees. Call 728-9120 and talk with Jake to set up an appointment. Timmy Takedown Tree Service has been in the area's best and most trusted tree service for 50 years. Stop out or call today. When you need building materials, you need Arnold Lumber, 425 Winchester Street in Decatur, featuring lumber in a wide choice of sizes, plus doors, windows, roofing, and more. Whether it's a complete new home or remodeling, a new deck or deck repair, a new kitchen or a kitchen update, whether it's an erected or materials-only garage or pole barn package featuring quality metal, free professional designs and estimates. Arnold Lumber provides it all. Open 7 to 5 Monday through Thursday till 4:30 on Friday and 11:30 on Saturday.
Your home is special. It reflects your sense of community. It's your pride and hard work. It's special. Hi, this is Tina from Innovative Concepts, where we have the expertise to design and install cutting-edge sound, lighting, and security to your special place. Stop in at 1421 Manchester Street in Decatur, or give us a call to learn how we can help make your home glow in the evening. Innovative Concepts Audio Video. We bring technology to you.
Bad hair day? Bad day at the office? Bad day behind the wheel? Hey, stuff happens, even to the best of us. At least your car insurance rate doesn't have to take a hit. Get Erie Rate Lock from Erie Insurance. Gives you a great rate that stays put until you change a car, driver, or your address. Plus, seriously good service. Now that's something to smile about.
Your Erie agent in Decatur is John Kins. Get a quote at 728-8888 or visit kinsinsurance.com.
Erie Rate Lock does not guarantee continued insurance coverage and is not available in all states.
Who wants?
Welcome back here to Jay County High School. We are almost through the introductions here. And my broadcast partner, Rex Brewer, has returned to the friendly confines up here provided to us by the Jay County Athletic Department.
Make sure I didn't overdose on beat balls and sloppy Joe.
A very stressful Jay County Athletic Department today. They're going to try to get everybody out of here so they're not responsible for a soul before this ice storm hits. We're still hoping to have some basketball for you later on in the day. You'll have to tune in and follow the Facebook page for updates.
I was next to Jason Arnold in the lunchroom, and he said he's supposed to have a basketball game against Parkway, and he said he thinks that'll get canceled tonight too. So,
a couple of afternoon games, couple of evening games on the schedule. Rex, for your reference there, I played your number 1 through 6.
Cool.
So start with whoever's after Kintz there. Speaking of Kintz Insurance, I just saw Dan walk in.
Other fine sponsors we'd like to thank are our boosters. Superfan Lenny Razzo, who is also here. Rebecca Cochran, CPA at 165 North 2nd Street. Johnson's Auto Sales on the corner of 13th and Adams Street, where they always get a fine quality used car for a good price.
So, Rex, as we wrap up these, why don't we play one more round of commercials and be ready to go with those 106 finals and Jacob Binniger right after this.
Hi, this is Jennifer from Manly Meats. Did you know that Manly's offers Wednesday is Senior Citizen Discount Day, Thursday afternoon offers our Hot Off the Grill specials, and every day is Military Discount Day. Savings and enjoyment on the finest cuts of meat is a great reason to shop at Manly Meats. Just 5 minutes east of Monroe off Highway 124. See you soon. Hi, this is Jennifer from Manly Meats. Did you know that Manly's offers specials throughout the week? On Monday and Tuesday, we have our 10% discount on convenient prepackaged frozen beef and pork. Wednesday is Senior Citizen Discount Day. Thursday afternoon offers our Hot Off the Grill specials, and every day is Military Discount Day. Savings and enjoyment on the finest cuts of meat is a great reason to shop at Manly Meats. Just 5 minutes east of Monroe off Highway 124. See you soon.
Welcome back to Jay County High School, and we are underway. The 106-pounders are battling already. Look up, and they are ready to go. They are not wasting any time here. In the center mat, at 106 pounds, the Delta wrestler, one of their studs, Reed Wicker, starts against Jackson Webb. And he gets a takedown and a 3 near fall, and a bloody nose stops that match. As Jacob Binniger is wrestling against Corbin Lothridge from Jay County, down on mat number 3. And Dane, did they wrestle in the finals last week? Or was that they wrestled in the semis?
That's a good question. Let me pull it up because...
Or did they not even wrestle? They come up opposite sides of the bracket.
I got it here for you. Just hold on.
There's no score in that match. Binniger's in on a nice low single leg, and Lothridge able to turn the key and
these two
pull it
wrestled
out.
in the finals. This is a rematch of the finals. Binniger with a 10-1 win.
Binniger with a takedown goes up 3-0. A nice little front headlock and a sucker drag out. As Lothridge tries to switch over the back, and Binniger catches him on his back, and the coach is standing my way, and I can't see what's going on. But Binniger's going to pick up some near fall here. And what's the count going to be? And Lars Sack-Whitney says 4. And Eric Myers says, wait a minute, I need to talk to you about something, Lars.
What do you think he's going to say to him?
Lars going to say, I didn't see nothing. He thinks he had locked hands before he took him to his back. And Kurt Kraut says, nope, we're going to stay there. 7-0 is the score. Vinegar with the early lead. Center mat is Wicker and Webb. Wicker with a 7-1 lead. Vinegar and Lothridge start period number 2 on their feet. Lothridge looking headlock, and Vinegar hits a little throw by, drops down to a single leg, and converts that single leg, gets the takedown. So Vinegar with another takedown. He's going to go up 10-0 now. Vinegar loses his red ankle band. Vinegar's trying to lock up a tight waist here. A chicken wing. Throws on a crossface, jumps off side to side. Set out attempted by Lothridge. Vinegar catches that arm. Minute 13 left to go here in period number 2. Lothridge tries to hit a switch with his arm over the back again. Just about goes with back once again. And Vinegar catches a chicken wing. And try and use that arm to tilt him over. He has the tilt locked up with a tight waist and the arm, and he comes out over the top of it. Lothridge does not give up any back points. But Vinegar is trying to fight that arm over and go sight spin with it. As Dane said, Belmont out to the lead, 107.5 to 95 of the Delta Eagles. Adams Central with 83. Jay County with 66. Rounding out the top 4. Vinegar trying to get a tilt. Doesn't want to give up a defensive fall here. Lars started it. He thought about counting. Thought about don't get you many points there. Vinegar still riding in top position with a hammer lock with his hand dead in the middle of the back of Lothridge.
And one thing we haven't talked about, Rex, is this lead for Belmont. It is very likely that it is going to disappear. Delta is going to take the lead. It's just the way that the weights work out.
It's if Delta studs down low can score more points than Belmont studs up top, and can the Belmont studs up top hold them off? Because, you know, we saw Ullum with that shoulder injury. Does he even wrestle Davis? Does he default to Davis and it'd give Belmont the points? Vinegar hits a nice little roll, turns out, gets a reversal on Lothridge. He's up 10-0 right now. Vinegar gets some bonus points for the Braves right here.
He got him last week with that major decision. And, of course, we're keeping an eye here real close on Wicker and whether he can get the fall or whether he's going to settle for a tech fall. Another near fall against Webb would put you in that position. Vinegar needs to be careful over there.
Lothridge thinking headlock. Vinegar gets his hips back, avoids being turned with that. Minute 19 left to go in that consolation match for third and fourth.
Rex, I see our talented photographer down there on the floor. If you tried to sit on that little stool, you'd never get up.
Vinegar, look out for your defensive fall. Oh.
We're in a bad position to see it. Yeah, get out of that. You don't want anything to do with that. Not up 12-0.
If I'm going to bring a stool, Dane, it's going to be taller than 6 inches.
Stalling on Webb underneath. Belmont hoping that Webb can give up the tech and not the pin. How about a cradle here with 10 seconds left that runs out of time? That would end it. If Wicker's smart, he's not going to even try it. He's going to wait until he's got a full 2 minutes.
Vinegar with 25 seconds left to go to pick up another 3 points. If he get a near fall here, he could get a tech. He runs Lothridge out of bounds. Quick whisper in his ear from Coach Myers. Vinegar aggressive, ready to get in position. Coach Myers says, hey, we could use some extra points here. Major's good, but go for the tech if you can get it.
And Rex, just a heads up here as this runs out, we've got no local wrestlers at 1:13, so that'll be an opportunity for us to play around the messages so we don't miss any big ones later on.
As they say in a farm, let's make some hay. Back with more wrestling here on WZBD.
Brandon here for Kelly's Decatur Auto Mall. 3 dealerships right here in Decatur. Tom Kelly Chevrolet, Tom Kelly Ford, and Tom Kelly Chrysler Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. With a large new car inventory to meet your needs and wants. We also stock over 100 pre-owned vehicles in a variety of price ranges. All the big city incentives right here in Decatur. We have been here for over 70 years. Free car washes for as long as you own your Tom Kelly vehicle. We also just updated our car wash here in Decatur. Stop in and see us soon. And drive Kelly and drive with confidence.
Soul Pig Barbecue on 2nd Street in Decatur, across from the courthouse, features traditional and not so traditional barbecue, brisket, smoked meats, pulled pork, wings, burgers, soul food, steaks, fish, seafood, and a full bar service. Bring the spouse and the young ones to Soul Pig and enjoy the family side or dine on the bar side. Large portions ensure no one will go home hungry after a Soul Pig meal. Follow Soul Pig on Facebook for the daily, weekend, and entertainment specials.
For many parents, getting speech therapy for the little one is a stressful task. Many parents aren't quite sure what their child needs or how they can manage the time it takes to get the right treatment. At Three Roads Therapy, they offer in-home pediatric speech therapy services for residents of Adams and Wells counties. They serve children and their families with individualized treatment plans using evidence-based practices. In-home speech therapy with Three Roads offers not only convenience for your busy life, but also an affordable and appropriate treatment plan for your child. Visit Three Roads Therapy LLC on Facebook and find out how Chelsea and Lauren can help you help your child with their communication needs.
Welcome back to Jay County High School. Rexborough along with Dane Filling. As you see, the championship match has not yet ended. There's 30 seconds left to go in that. As Wicker out to a big lead, 15-2. As Dane said, there are no local area wrestlers at 1:13. So we're going to take this opportunity to keep playing commercials and be back with more wrestling here from Jay County High School on WZBD YouTube channel.
At Three Rivers Federal Credit Union, we're focused on empowering you to achieve financial wellness by offering the resources and support you need every step of the way. We're equally committed to bettering lives in our region through volunteerism, community funding and partnerships, college scholarships, and more. We give back to the people, places, and ideas that matter most to you. Learn more at threeriversfcu.org. Three Rivers is federally insured by the NCUA.
Our goal is to help you maintain your family's oral health. Hi, this is Dr. David Baker, a native of Decatur, graduate of Belmont High School, Purdue University, and Indiana University School of Dentistry, married to Mary Kate with 3 children. I am happy to be at Geneva Dental Clinic, 447 Line Street. We are accepting new patients and offering convenient office hours, accept major credit cards, and have a friendly, professional staff. Geneva Dental Clinic. Enjoy a lifetime of smiles.
Miller Land Surveying is one of Northeast Indiana's premier full-service land surveying firms. From lot and boundary surveys to large topographical, commercial, and industrial surveys, Miller Land Surveying can help you with all of your surveying needs. With a seasoned staff, the latest technology, and a drive for perfection, rest assured your project will be done professionally and efficiently completed every time. MLS is proud to support today's broadcast and encourages everyone to get out and support local athletes.
DeVos Johnson's Wick Baker and Ainsworth is now DeVos Baker Ainsworth and Razzo. While the name is different, our dedication to serving Adams County and surrounding areas remains the same as when L.C. DeVos began his practice nearly 150 years ago. Our name celebrates the future of our office while honoring the legacy and dedication to clients displayed by our founding member and the 3 generations of DeVos attorneys that followed him. Call Tim Baker, Scott Ainsworth, Luke Ainsworth, or Ann Razzo to experience the same dedicated and knowledgeable service in meeting your legal needs.
DDD Maintenance and Repair, owned and operated by Shane Reynolds, has your local professionals for heavy-duty truck and diesel engine repair. DDD Maintenance and Repair also offers full-service sand and glass blasting for your surface restoration projects. Whether it's getting your heavy-duty truck and diesel engine running like new or sandblasting your project to look like new, we have a blast renewing the past. Give Shane and the guys a call at 260-223-5442. That's DDD Maintenance and Repair.
Why lose out to pain? Visit Dr. Carla Grody at Grody Chiropractic, 320 West Monroe Street, Decatur. She's a specialist in the utilization of proven non-force techniques to treat injuries of all kinds requiring professional chiropractic care. Call 724-2510 for an appointment with Dr. Carla Grody. Open Monday through Thursday, closed Friday and Saturday. Grody Chiropractic, 320 West Monroe Street, Decatur. Clean water is everybody's business. The City of Decatur thanks you for all you do to keep our streams and rivers clean, but we can do more. Remember, never dump anything down a storm drain. When you wash your car at home, grease and grime run down the drive and into the storm sewer. Instead, wash your car over grass or save yourself some work and take your car to a commercial car wash. Protecting water quality requires all of us to do our part to prevent stormwater pollution. Get more ideas on the web at decaturin.org.
Welcome back to Jay County High School as the 113-pound match has been delayed with an injury time for the Delta wrestler, and now he's taken some blood time, so that match is extended out a little bit as right now the lead is with Cade Jackson. 6-2 is the score over Griffin Byram, and Westdale's Zach Reno and Nathan Spears are tied at 2-2. And Reno just got a couple of near fall counts over here on a tilt.
So Belmont with an 11.5-point lead. Delta with Jackson on the mat. 4 wrestlers to go after them.
Our 119-pound, our 120-pound match is going to be Bollinger and Johns of Delta and Bluffton, and that'll be Mills of Bluffton, Belmont and Bush up on mat number 3 for the consolation match.
Josh, you have a good lunch?
I did. You know, I waited in line, letting all the coaches and workers go through, and that was a bad move on my part. I got put at the end and got the scraps.
Leftovers.
So I'm thankful that they fed us here. Another good meal, and glad to be watching wrestling with a full belly.
You got to store up those calories for next Saturday because you got to go like 16 hours without eating.
Yeah, it's a pack of lunch on that one. You know, I didn't want to be that guy. There's only 3 meatballs left, so I just took 2 of them. I didn't want to take the last meatball. So
we get another break here as Cade Jackson needs attending to by the training staff. Nathan Spears with that big win over Miles Carr in the first round, trying to avoid 4th place. Well, you guys keep track of Jackson there. I might take a peek over at our other 3 regionals just to see how things are going.
Well, you take a peek. I'm going to sneak a couple more commercials in here because they're taking long injury time. Back with more wrestling here in the finals from Jay County High School.
Join the team at Smith Brothers of Bern, where they pride themselves on providing their employees with a family atmosphere. Smith Brothers is currently hiring with a Monday through Friday work week in an air-conditioned environment. Employees are not required to wear uniforms and can listen to music while they work. Starting wages are $17.50 to $21 an hour at the end of their first year with a yearly bonus incentive and a competitive benefit package. Apply online at smithbrothersfurniture.com or in person at Smith Brothers, 356 Monroe Street in Bern.
Don Myers Plumbing and Heating in Bern is your American Standard home comfort dealer. American Standard has been in business for more than 100 years and welcomes Don Myers Plumbing and Heating of Bern as one of their independent dealers. Don Myers Plumbing and Heating and American Standard will provide your home or business with energy-efficient heating and cooling equipment, saving you money. Don Myers Plumbing, Heating and Cooling at the east edge of Bern on Adams County Road 000, your American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Hey, do you know when and where we can recycle in Adams County?
Well, I know you can recycle from 8 to 4 weekdays and Saturday 8 to noon at the transfer station next to Golden Meadows.
Okay, where else?
In Decatur, behind D&D Marathon on the east side of town on Thursdays, Mondays at Simon Manufacturing 27 South in Bern, and in Monroe on the 3rd Tuesday at the fairgrounds. Plus, you can always get the latest info at adamscountyswmd.com.
Thanks.
Pampered Coach is a family-owned, community-minded business dedicated to providing the best sales and service for all your trucking and trailer needs. Pampered Coach on 930 at the edge of New Haven specializes in day cabs and sleepers. They also have a wide selection of new and used trailers. The guys at Pampered Coach offer a full-service department for both trucks and trailers to go along with their outstanding sales department. Visit pctrucks.net or visit Pampered Coach in person on 930 in New Haven.
When faced with the difficult task of making arrangements for your loved one, many emotions and questions arise. What would they want me to do if they were here? Where is the money coming from? How much should I spend? Do they want burial or cremation? The staff at Haggard, Hershey, and Zelt Funeral Home can help you navigate these tough questions. Make your wishes known and allow us to make sure that your wishes are carried out. Call Ryan Hershey or Eric Zelt at 260-724-7167 to schedule an appointment today.
Welcome back to Jay County High School. I'd like to thank our Haggard Hershey Zelt guys to sponsor the Haggard Hershey Zelt High School Wrestling Weekly. And Dane has to point out that our buddy A.J. Bradley has donned his HHSZZ HSWW shirt for the season. He's going to win a 3.0.
I like it. And if his last remaining wrestler weren't wrestling Grady Baker in the finals, I'd put on my Muncie Central shirt, but I don't want to be ridden out of town on a rail. So a couple updates here. North Miami absolutely demolishing the field over at Peru. They doubled up second place Mechaniqua at the Goshen Regional. I would say easily the weakest regional of the four that feed into the Fort Wayne Semi-State. Northridge with a slight lead over Angola and East Noble. And Homestead with a giant lead over New Haven at the Carroll Regional. We talked a lot about that heavyweight bracket. And any prediction there, Rex, on Isaiah Kuhlman and Braden Lothamer?
I don't know. I mean, that was the upset last week, right? Didn't Evans beat?
Yes, it was Evans who beat Kuhlman. So Kuhlman comes through 32 seconds. He eliminates Braden Lothamer. And another ranked heavyweight goes down in the Fort Wayne Semi-State. So survive and advance for sure. New Haven doing really well in the lower weights, of course. Not so hot in the upper weights. McGrant did make it out for New Haven. And Homestead with a cool 46-point lead over Homestead. And, of course, Garrett with that big hit. Now they've lost essentially their two best wrestlers in the last 2 weeks. They are no longer a player on the semi-state stage.
Griffin Byram trails Cade Jackson 13-6 in a center mat. 17 seconds left to go on that as Ben Mills is all poised and ready to wrestle against Ben Bush of Yorktown. And I believe that Mills wrestled Bush in that dual meet at the Annex, and I think Mills was a victor in that match.
Yeah, we'll look that one up here real quick for you. So Jackson holds on to the major decision, but I think still a win for the Braves because it's not a fall. Ben Bush defeated Ben Mills 8-5.
Okay, I knew it was a battle. They went back and forth.
8-5, So of course Belmont doesn't score any points there in that round. They didn't have a 13-pounder today. Jackson picks up 5 points, and the lead is down to 6.5. As we said, we fully expect the lead to disappear and go to Delta, but Belmont's got the hammers at the end to make it very interesting.
Josh, this could be the match of the tournament right here between Bollinger with just 2 losses in the season and Johns with 1 loss in the season. You know, Bollinger's losses, I think, came to Carnahan and best wrestlers in the state, and I don't know who defeated Johns, but a couple of high-quality guys here at 120.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Bollinger on this one, maybe by major. Johns is tough, don't get me wrong, but when you're talking about tough wrestlers at this weight class, Bollinger's got to come up as one of the tougher ones.
And I think your brother told me before this match started today that they wrestled in the IPO, and I think Bollinger beat him close decision. Opening takedown goes to Bollinger. Still no score in Mills's match with just 11 seconds left to go as Bush in on a nice tough double leg, and Mills with a nice whizzer, and he gets the takedown with 4 seconds left to go. He kind of whizzered in, then shrugged him by, and Mills with a takedown with like 4 seconds left, and a great use of the clock there by Mills. Choice goes to green, and Ben Bush says, I will take down. This is the battle of the bends here. Three ones the score after a scramble on their feet. They back up neutral in the center mat. Mills starts period number 2 in the top position against Bush. Mills jacks up that ankle, locks it up, and Bush tries to hit an inside switch. Mills got the legs in. He's going to sneak out, try and sneak out the back here. Bush going to high leg over, and Mills is going to give up the reversal. And Bush goes right into a chicken wing. Now a leg. Got both boots in. That's one thing you run into Delaware County. Them guys are old Muncie guys. They're leggers, and they have been for 50 years, and they will ride you and turn you and just wear you out on top. Mills is able to get the legs straightened back out, so he doesn't have the legs in now, trying to crawl out. Period number 1 in the Bollinger-Johns match is going to end with a 6-1 score. Deferred by Bollinger. Choice goes to Johns. Johns says, I will take down once again. Things are heating up here. Josh, you got to take off the sweatshirt.
That's when you know it's getting big. You won't have that problem next week.
I took my sweatshirt off 10 seconds after I got here today, and it has not been back on. I don't know how it can be so cold outside and so hot in here.
Well, there is a good crowd. Once again, there's still more people here now than there were at any point last week. Another takedown by Bollinger. He leads it now 9-2.
Mills leads his match 3-2, and he's trying to scramble it out, get a reversal down there, I believe.
Bollinger in his overtime loss to Gavin Lewis at the Carnahan is ranked 4th in the state. Johns is ranked 11th. His loss is to Ezra 5 from Alexandria. Josh and I got a good look at him at Team State in January.
That's the one Alexandria guy that they have that's ranked.
That was 10-8.
Yeah, because when I saw Johns at the ECIC tournament, he had a win over Ezra Phi.
Yeah, they've split, it looks like.
So that's a tough opponent for Alexander Monroe. But like I said, Bollinger's just maybe just a notch above.
As Bush charges into Mills, and Mills drops down for a double leg. Now he's relegated to a single leg with his head on the outside. Bush is trying to crank him down to the mat in the bundle. Ooh, the cow catcher.
That was a lot of strength Mills just used to stay off of his back there.
Gives up the takedown. It's going to make the score 5-4 with Bush in the lead. Minute 27 left to go in that third period there. Bush still riding a leg. Mills trying to come up to his feet. It's like Bush is trying to run a banana splits there. You know, they always tell you, if the guy's got the legs in, don't reach up and grab his head. Sometimes that guy hangs that head that low, and you crank that thing really hard and straighten that leg out. You can pop that leg out the back and catch him and pull him off the top and get those guys think they're good leggers on top. You can catch them sometimes.
Mills gets what he needs. He's going to get a fresh restart, as they call a stalemate there. He's going back to take referee's position with 53 seconds left on the clock, trailing by 1 point.
It's a bad starting position. Kid had the elbow covered. Bush throws the boots in. Mills with 42 seconds left to score here. Bush trying to pull him back onto his lap. Mills got that leg hooked up, and he's got it pulled out. He's going to come up between the legs and see if he can finish here. He's going waterfall. Changes out, reaches back. 27 seconds left to go here. Just catch him on his back and pin him there. Get the defensive fall, Ben.
They're running out of time to decide which way he wants to go.
Got 15 seconds left to go here.
He's going to give up his ankles. He's pinned. He's pinned.
He's still up on that side. And it's going to run out of time. Mill's going to take fourth here. Close battle at the end. He's going to lose 5-4. 45 seconds left to go in that championship match here. I'm going to sneak a couple commercials in here. Back with more wrestling and finals here on WZBD.
Get a great deal on select Kubota equipment. The BX Series is the #1 selling subcompact tractor in the U.S. The versatile lineup is built to help you make the most of your land. Right now, bring home select Kubota equipment for 0 down, 0% APR for 84 months, or save up to $600. Now through February 16th. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
Visit Off-Roader Equipment Sales, US 27 in Bern, Indiana, State Route 364 in Minster, Ohio, or online at offroaderequip.com.
Winter might seem like a strange time to get a coolant flush, but coolant is one of the most important fluids in your vehicle. Without the proper ratio of water to coolant, winter temperatures could cause it to freeze, causing damage to your engine. Hi, I'm Matt Brown, manager of Best One in Monroe. We recommend a coolant flush every 2 years or 30,000 miles. And right now at Best One in Monroe, we are offering $15 off our flush service. Give us a call or visit us at bestoneofmonroe.com for details. Best One, selling tires, serving people.
Welcome back to Jay County High School. And as Aiden Bollinger is your champion here at 120 pounds, and Dane, you didn't do your work. You could have tried to talk him into come back and live with his grandma and grandpa, and he could have wrestled for Belmont. That would have been perfectly legal, wouldn't it? Duke Myers Jr. is wrestling on mat number 3 down there, and he gets the takedown and gives up the escape as he's wrestling against the young man from Winchester. That is Sperlin. Championship match is between Dakota Sprunger and Cale Beer. South Adams versus South Adams. And Sprunger's in good position to get the takedown. He does get the takedown. Keeps the leg of Beer hooked. Sperlin's in on a takedown on Myers, and he gets a takedown. So I watched the Myers match, and you guys look at that championship match.
Yeah, that Belmont lead down to 1.5 points now. 111.5 to 110. Sprunger with the opening takedown. Leads at 3-0 halfway through this second period. Is this the 4th edition of this, Josh? Between these two?
Yeah, they met in the team duels, and Cale Beer came away with that win. I believe it was a 5-4, 6-4, 6-5. It was a 1-point match. And then Dakota's had his number ever since, winning the conference title over Cale Beer and then beating him at sectional. Every time it seems like Dakota maybe gets a little bit more of a gap spread out between them, but I've still picked this weight class out of our regional to get 3 guys to the state tournament. So, you know, ultimately you guys just don't want to draw. These guys don't want to draw. The Hickson Love and Jordan Correct regional, you've got 2 of the top 3 guys going to face off in that regional. So,
of course, you've also got Sean Harris in there too from New Haven. He's the other guy way up there in the rankings, and certainly we've seen enough of him to know how good he is at Leo last year and New Haven this year.
Sperlin has tied things up 4-4, and he's in a real nice double leg near on the edge of the mat. And he gets 3 as he keeps 1 foot in bounds, and he gets a takedown on Myers. So Sperlin is going to go up 7-4 now. Somebody's got some blood.
Dakota Sprunger takes his 3-0 lead going to the second. Adam Central's got choice. Cale Beer defers. Dakota Sprunger looks like he's going to choose down to start the second period. He's ahead 3-0.
Sperlin lost one of his contact lenses.
Don't forget to join us for all-day Super Bowl coverage tomorrow.
Who you got, Rex?
I think the guys in the red shirts and the black and white shirts are going to win. Dane wore his official shirt today, his striped, black and white striped shirt, in honor of those. I saw
some protest.
I saw a video of guys going through, and he's looking at referee shirts. And he said, "I'm trying to pick me up a new Kansas City jersey." But Westwood won. WZBD cover it, and Dane and I have actually listened to that. They have a really good broadcast. Start early, like at 2 o'clock, I think.
Westwood One's NFL coverage is really top notch.
You know, and when you get into March Madness here in another month or so, They're Westwood 1 March Madness. I mean, I'd almost as soon turn the TV off and listen to the radio.
Well, they jump back and forth really, really well, too, to give you the last few moments of each game. Beer now, gets called for potentially dangerous. He had that left arm out to the side and was ready to run it on Sprunger, and they called it illegal. And they give a point.
So Myers gets an escape. He trails 7-5 now.
No point. He changed his mind. He thought, wait a minute, that's not the rule.
He just meant to put one hand behind his head instead of two.
I'm not sure how you can award a penalty point and then convince yourself that it was a wrong call.
He talked himself out of it. Myers in on a good takedown here, and he's going to get it. Oh! Works his way up.
There's the three.
I think Coach Coons coached him into that one.
Nick's been in Kurt's ear a couple times today.
It's going to flip the script back to 8-5 and 8-7 now to Myers. Talked to Cale Beer's dad in between rounds and told him that's a good win, and he said they don't all have to be pretty.
35 seconds left here in the second. Beer on the ride on Sprunger. Hasn't turned him yet. Once again, pulls that left arm out across his body and tries to run around the front of Sprunger.
Them Gumby shoulders.
Sprunger peels off a half Nelson from the right-hand side.
Myers starts period number 3 in the top position, and Sperlin sits out, turns in. Myers almost catches him in a chin drop. Myers going to give him the 1 point and tie things up. They're going to wrestle from their feet for the takedown.
Second period runs out here. It will be Beer's choice. Tony says.
This is a change from last week. Cale Beer in the third period had choice and chose not to go down, chose to go neutral. This time around, he looks like he's going to choose down, try to get the escape. Maybe a reversal and then ride tough on top, get some near full.
Beer gets straight to his feet. Leans back, turns in, get locked hands on Sprunger. And Beer about to break loose. Sprunger trying to hold on to the leg. Still holding on to a leg.
With no guys in our local area at 132.
No, we got Will Patterson in the finals
Patterson,
at 132.
I'm sorry. I was looking at last names, didn't
I
recognize
know, I'm telling you.
Will's getting slept on.
But by everybody.
Yeah.
I really do think that, there's excitement about 26. Everybody's talking about 38 for the last couple of weeks. And Patterson just slowly, ho-hum, working his way through this tournament. We were talking about that in the last round, part of our coverage.
I was talking to some people at the during the break about Goni versus Og. They said that they wrestled like one of the last matches of the day, and it was a takedown in the edge of the match, controversial 1 point takedown for the match between Og and Goni. So maybe they think that Goni may have been a little bit overrated, but that's people's opinions. But Henry Froat walked right through him, basically 10-0. Gives him a
Beer tried to turn in to Sprunger and get to his feet. It's still 3-1. Sprunger with the lead.
Myers on a low single leg, and Myers going to get the takedown with 17 seconds left to go.
Beer still out facing Sprunger. Sprunger now circles back around. Beer's got his headgear in front of his eyes. Sprunger recovers.
Gabe Myers going to hang on for an 11-8 win to take third place here at 126 today.
Valuable points there for the Braves. They hadn't scored in the last 3 weights.
20 seconds left in this championship bout. Dakota Sprunger's got a 3-1 lead, trying to hold on. Cale Beer with a little bit of a Granby attempt. Dakota does a good job following. It looks like he's going to hold on with 5 seconds left. Dakota Sprunger won't have to see another champ, hopefully until
ticket round?
No, before the semifinals. Being a champ, he won't have to see another champ. That's always big. Cale Beer will battle back. Like I said, I've got 3 guys from this weight, hopefully punching their ticket at the state tournament.
So we move to 132 and see if Will Patterson can do the Braves a favor. and pull off the upset here against Mosier.
That's a tall task, boys.
It is. And, Will's been in some tough matches, but, Will's going to give you 100% energy. And, if Will's going to try to maybe catch him in a throw or something, getting in a funky position, and that's kind of where he capitalizes. He's got that running back, quick burst of speed and energy, and that's where he might be able to negate some of Sam Mosier's technique.
And you know what? He wouldn't be the first Starfighter to take down Sam Mosier this year. Do you remember who it was? Eli Loshi took him down in the duel. Do you remember that one?
I do remember that, yeah. Yeah, that was a scrappy match from Eli, and Will just does that. He takes him down 30 seconds into this first period.
Landers of Jay County gets a reversal. That makes that score 3-2 down there in a console match. With 10 seconds left to go. Period number 1. Patterson cuts Mosier loose, gives him an escape. 3-1's the score now. Landers and Klein go into the second period at 3-2. Klein in the lead. Klein takes neutral. Mosier the takedown right to the back.
Oh, man. And Delta retakes the lead for the first time since early this morning.
And now we're going to make some hay on some commercials. Back with more wrestling here on WZBD YouTube.
Do you need repairs done on your farm or grain handling equipment? Maybe you need steps or a railing made, livestock gates, or your wife's favorite chair worked on. Ironclad Metalworks is who you need. They specialize in agribusiness welding and fabricating and have the skills you need to get the job done correctly. From existing equipment repairs to new fabrications, no project is too big or too small. They can do it all. Do you have an idea but can't seem to bring it to life? Stop by and let them help make your ideas a reality. Ironclad Metalworks, located at 620 Burn Street in Bern, or call 525-0471. For over 30 years, Decatur Family Dentistry has been more than just a dental practice. It's a place where you're treated like family. Dr. Ronald Hammond built this practice on the foundations of trust, care, and integrity, and now they're proud to continue that legacy and serve even more patients with the addition of Dr. Forrest Fullenkamp, a Decatur native, and Dr. Julie Fullenkamp. Whether it's a routine cleaning, a smile makeover, or dentures, Decatur Family Dentistry has got you covered, offering comprehensive care for all ages. Experience the exceptional care you deserve. Call today at 724-8410.
For almost 30 years, Slusher's Jewelry in Van Wert has been a trusted name for high quality and beautiful jewelry, custom designs, and repairs. Family-owned Slusher's Jewelry wants to be your personal jeweler, so visit their store across from Wendy's in Van Wert, on Facebook, or check out their website, slushersjewelry.com, to view their vast online collection of quality jewelry. Slusher's Jewelry in Van Wert, your hometown family-owned jeweler since 1995.
When it comes to excavating, the name to know is Luganville Excavating. Luganville Excavating can do total site development, dig your basement or pond, put in your septic system, even grade and install your driveway. Call today at 849-0251 or like them on Facebook. Luganville Excavating has 40 years of experience, gives free estimates, and guarantees all of their work. When it comes to the dirty work, Luganville Excavating will get her done. Give Brent a call today.
This is Dustin Cressman of Bixler Insurance. Some commercials make it tempting to buy cheap insurance. Is price really the only thing that's important to you? Bixler Insurance believes cost is important, but asset protection and quality claim service are what you're really paying for. We partner with great companies like Buckeye Insurance Group, striving to have high standards of expertise and professionalism to serve our communities. Give yourself peace of mind. Contact Bixler Insurance today to build a plan that protects your family, farm, or business.
9 miles from Monmouth and 9 miles from Fort Wayne, situated on 27 just south of 469, sits 9 Mile Restaurant, your home for great meals since 1837. Providing home-cooked meals to travelers between Decatur and Fort Wayne for over 180 years, 9 Mile has stood the test of time as an institution on the southern edge of Allen County. With seating on the family side, the bar side, and outdoors, there's always a reason to stop and have a meal. 9 Mile also has a full-service bar and a professional service that can cater your next event or party. The next time you're on your way to or from Fort Wayne, stop in. If you've gone the distance, welcome to 9 Mile.
Hey athletes, are you looking to take your game to the next level? Look no further than Indiana Physical Therapy. Our expert team of sports performance specialists and personalized training programs will have you running circles around the competition. Injured or hurt on the field? Come see us. Our team of physical therapists are dedicated to helping you get back up to speed. With over 19 locations across Indiana, we can get you better, faster. Visit IndianaPT.com to schedule your appointment today.
Indiana Physical Therapy, and people go to get better.
Adams Sports Medicine provides certified athletic trainers at many high school athletic events. These trainers specialize in injury prevention. Dr. Robert Kinney is board certified in physical medicine and rehabilitation as well as sports medicine, while Dr. David Coates is board certified in orthopedic surgery. Both Adams Medical Group physicians will be there to provide non-surgical and surgical care. Visit adamshospital.org or call 1-833-724-DOCS to schedule an appointment.
Welcome back to Jay County High School. As a consolation match down there for third and fourth place at 132 pounds is still underway. As Henry Froat and Dylan Aug are pacing with ankle bands on, ready to go for the championship match at 38. As Jason Landers and Jaden Klein, they're still knotted up. They were knotted up at 3-2, and now that match is 16-4. So maybe I ought to refresh track here, huh? What do you think? A little bit of an update there. 16-4 as Jason Landers from Jay County has the big lead with 7 seconds left to go. And that'll bring up probably one of the best matchups that we're going to see here in the finals. We thought it was going to be a big matchup with Goni against one of these guys, but Goni relegated to third and fourth place, and it's Aug and Farote in the championship, and it'll be Barnes and Goni for third, fourth.
Got the battle of the sophomores on the middle mat and the battle of the freshmen for third and fourth.
And I think Dane made the statement during that Farote match. It's like, that's the difference between a freshman and a sophomore, maybe. Get it.
Yeah, away we go. Henry wearing his state singlet. Dylan wearing the red singlet with the gray pinstripes. We'll keep an eye on Goni over there. See if first takedown wins here. It's Aug who's in on the first shot. Deep on his single leg. Farote holding on to an ankle if he can. Aug elevates him. Farote still holding on to an ankle. Aug trying to turn the corner. Farote still with that leg. Ankle bands are off. Aug reaching between the legs now, has some leverage on Farote, and Farote rolls through. Now they're facing each other. Need to watch the leg. It's underneath Farote, and Kurt says, let's start over.
You know, 5, 6, 7 years ago, you don't see that move by those two guys. They don't do that 5 years ago.
No, that holding on to the ankle thing is something that has changed.
They just start gator rolling, and it changes the whole situation. Goni with the opening takedown on Barnes.
There was a lot of confidence there from Farote to essentially expose his back there for a moment as he rolled through that to get back to his belly.
I'd like to see Farote, be on the attack here. Last couple times they've wrestled, he's kind of, he's been in the match, but he's let Aug get to his shots, and we got a chance to pull an upset or beat a guy that's beat you. I'd want to be on the offensive, rather kind of on your heels a little bit more.
Now it's Farote in on a single leg. He elevates Aug. Aug up in the air, face down, holding on to Farote's ankles. Farote trying to turn and face Aug. He lays Aug on his shoulder.
I think you need to put that guy on his head and give him that
Farote
point
on his
where
hip.
Almost gets him, expose his back, and that makes him change that
10
angle.
seconds left. Henry trying to get his arm back to turn and face. 5 seconds left. Aug holding onto an ankle. He loses the ankle. And Farote with 1 second. I tell you what, Aug held onto his toes. Aug had a hold of his toes. And I think that was the difference.
John Rubel called it 3.
If I'm an official, I might be giving that a takedown because Farote was behind him for, more than reaction time.
And that leg had no control bearing.
Yeah, so.
No, he could have easily given up the takedown, reached back, and grabbed the toes again. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I just think even if he has control of that leg, Frote's behind him and he's in control of the situation.
Takedown not awarded, so we go scoreless, and it'll be Ogg with his choice.
I think Frote just needed to finish a little bit quicker there.
Yeah.
He chooses down. The last second switch by Frote on which side he was coming into does no good. Ogg gets his escape 10 seconds in. Hard return to the mat by Goni there against Barnes. And Goni's dangerous, man.
Yeah, he's up 14-0.
Back on their feet now here in the second period.
Goni's going to get attacked. He just got a swipe there. Goni's going to be your third place winner. And this is another weight class, Josh, where I think all three of these guys could qualify for the state finals.
Yeah, I'd pick all three too.
But don't discount Barnes either. A little throw by there by Ogg. He's in on a double leg now against Frote. And 3 points awarded. Frote now needs to decide whether he wants to belly out or whether he wants to pursue that leg. He's going to belly out now. Halfway through this bout. So 4-0 the score now. And it's Dylan Ogg in the driver's seat. Belmont has lost the team lead.
116 to 114.5 with Delta on top. Central back with 83 in third place, so this is a two-horse race right now.
30 seconds left. Ogg still on the ride. Frote not showing any signs of finding an escape here. He's going to have his choice in the third, and I'd have to think that it's going to be neutral.
Or maybe go on top and try and tilt him.
Unless he goes on top and tries those tilts. But Ogg with the solid ride here. He takes a 4-0 lead now into the third.
After that, I don't think I want to go down.
Nope, he's going to go neutral. Henry knows a takedown here means he's still in the match.
A takedown, then get to your tilts.
Then you only need a 2-point tilt. Frote being a little bit more aggressive now. Shot by Ogg, though. In on a single. Dumps Frote to his hip. Frote lifts that leg over the top of him. He's going to try to belly out. They're facing opposite ways now. Frote going to come out the back and gets a takedown.
And they're in that same position. He's got.
And once again, and now it's Ogg who grabs a hold of an ankle.
See, but they awarded the takedown there, and in the first period, he was in that same position.
And he's going to give him one escape there.
Potentially dangerous on the knees, what stopped that.
So 5-3 there. Essentially, Ogg was on his way to a reversal, and instead they award him the escape on the potentially dangerous. So Frote now has a chance to, at worst, take this match to overtime with one more takedown. With a ride, he could win it. It's 5-3. Poke in the eye gets a whistle. 1:05 left. They step back on the line. Kurt Crouch gets him back underway. 144's waiting in the wings.
Now he needs to, somewhere in the 45 to 30 seconds, he needs to have a good shot attempt. Once you get down to the last 20 seconds, Ogg can kind of stall out and, kind of play a little bit more defensive.
Especially with a 2-point lead instead of a 1-point lead.
In that scramble situation, you might need 20 seconds to finish the scramble with that because they've both been in the same situation twice now.
Front headlock series now by Ogg. Frote underneath on the edge of the mat. Now under 30 seconds to go.
Oh.
They go out of bounds.
Henry with a nice little duck under, come up in a good position out of bounds.
Right off the whistle, it's Frote going forward. Shot by Ogg. 20 seconds left. Frote needs a reshoot. They separate. Oh, and a little throw by there by Ogg, and he scores the takedown. And that'll win it for Dylan.
See, that's what you get that guy coming toward the pressure and just a little throw by, and he just olays right past you.
So 8-3. Dylan Oggs, your regional champion at 138 pounds for Adams Central. And Rex with Wyatt Mann wrestling for third and fourth. Let's play a round of messages and catch the end of his bout right after this.
We select our insurance companies the same way you do, very carefully. When you work with us, you can count on receiving fast, courteous, and professional service and quality protection through Auto Owners Insurance. For a no-problem approach for your life, home, car, and business insurance needs, ask us about the No Problem Company, Auto Owners Insurance.
See Toby, Mark, Kyle, or Barb at Graber Insurance with offices on Highway 27 North in Bern and 623 West Monroe Street in Decatur.
Hi, this is Tina with Innovative Concepts Audio Video. Looking for a cinematic experience at home? We have you covered with the largest screen TVs. Imagine watching your favorite movies, games, and shows on a stunning ultra high definition display. Why buy here? The best brands, competitive pricing, and expert staff to help you find the perfect home fit. Visit Innovative Concepts at 1421 Manchester Street in Decatur and elevate your entertainment experience today. Innovative Concepts, we bring technology to you.
Does your heating system need a good end-of-the-season tune-up from Masters Heating and Cooling? Now is the time to tune up your heating and cooling system. At Masters, we have technicians that can service most makes and models of furnaces and heat pumps at low-cost seasonal special pricing. Contact Masters Heating and Cooling at 1045 South 11th Street in Decatur. On the web at mastersheatcool.com to schedule your preventative maintenance checkup now.
Hi, this is Sarah with Anytime Fitness Decatur. Have you ever felt intimidated by the thought of joining a gym? The good news is our coaches have the heart to help you set goals, create a plan, and work together to achieve the results you're after. So stop in and chat with one of our personal trainers. Tara, Hank, Lexi, Megan, Monica, Jana, or myself, and see how Anytime Fitness Decatur can be a great fit for you too.
Krukeberg Auction and Realty is dedicated to providing you with a grand auction experience. Their stellar team has over 100 years of combined involvement in listing and sales. Licensed in Indiana and Ohio, they specialize in auctioning homes, personal property, land, farms, equipment, antiques, and business liquidations. Call Krukeberg Auction and Realty at 724-7402 or stop by 1030 South 13th Street in Decatur and make Krukeberg Auction and Realty your first choice for a grand auction and realty experience.
Tired of waiting for a doctor's referral to start physical therapy? At Indiana Physical Therapy, you don't need a prescription. You have the power to choose where you go for expert care. Our experienced therapists will help you get back to doing what you love. With over 19 locations, getting the care you need has never been easier. Take the first step towards a healthier, more active lifestyle. Visit IndianaPT.com to schedule your appointment today.
Indiana Physical Therapy, where people go to get better.
Welcome back to Jay County High School. Rex Burr along with Josh Gaskell and Dane Filling. And Josh, when I was playing basketball in 4th and 5th grade, I was wrestling and I was going back and forth, and I would help on the basketball team when they needed me. And my best friend's dad was the basketball coach, and I came back and I played one game, and after the game he goes, Rex, you don't have to come back. You can go to wrestling. And he tried to make me sound like, you just work on your wrestling.
Yeah, well, I could tell he did a good decision. You try to shoot that pop bottle into the trash can and
from 3 feet.
Yeah, you missed.
I rimmed it out. It hit.
Yeah.
I got rim. I didn't airball it.
Big takedown around the ankles there for Wyatt Mann, and he takes the lead 4-2. Midway through the bout there for 3rd and 4th place at 144. In the finals, it's Wyatt Hops with a 9-1 lead over A.J. Heskett. No Delta or Belmont wrestlers at this weight. Belmont has a finalist at 150 in Sam Wolpert. Zeke Witter from Delta is wrestling for 3rd. So we have the potential to be tied after 150. Or Belmont could be in the lead, or Delta could be in the lead.
We've seen that Shorjan and Wolpert match up plenty of times this year, and it goes back and forth. It gets closer each time, and Shorjan's been on top most of the time, but you don't know. Maybe the tournament time is when they change that. Wolpert's really looked tough today.
Yeah, and so little of what we've seen from Sam Wolpert in his high school career has been him at full strength. and really full go, not just physically but mentally, as far as trusting his body, not being worried about injuries.
And Hops is going to seal the deal here with another set of near fall if he doesn't get the pin, and he does. Tech Fall, final 17-1. Hops your winner over Heskett at 44, and I'll tell you what, that kid is cruising.
Yep. And last year I remember watching him. He wrestled Colt Bullenbacher in the finals of the same tournament, the regional tournament. And Colt Bullenbacher of South Adams came away with a last-second takedown. Hops looks to be wanting to punch his ticket to the state tournament. And he's doing a good job starting with the regional championship.
Wyatt Mann needing some blood time here in the third and fourth place match.
There's how much time's left on the clock when they're not in blood time, you know? It's hard to tell.
We'll start in the third period.
Just to start?
Yep.
So we do have time to sneak a set of commercials in here. Let's
They're about to restart here now.
It's 2 minutes left to go. I can get 2 minutes of commercials in here. We're back with more wrestling here on WZBD.
Wygant Construction in Fort Wayne is committed to providing quality, value-based construction services, and that commitment begins with our employees. We strive to anticipate and exceed clients' expectations, honor our commitments, and provide for the communities in which we live. If this sounds like the place where you'd like to work, visit our website at Wygant Construction to see our open positions and fill out an application. We want you on our team. Wygant Construction. Trust, well built. At Jackson Associates Financial Services in Portland, we are committed to maintaining the highest standards of integrity and professionalism in our relationship with you, our client. We endeavor to know and understand your financial situation and provide you with only the highest quality information, services, and products to help you reach your goals. Give Troy a call for the latest rates on CDs and learn about the advantages in today's financial climate to invest in your hard-earned dollar. That's Jackson Associates in Portland.
Throwing a party? Call Adams County Tent and Party Rental to make it a very special occasion. Adams County Tent and Party Rental has delivery on tents, tables, chairs, linens, and bounce houses for weddings, birthday parties, graduations, retirement luncheons, and business meetings. No event is too big or too small for Adams County Tent and Party Rental. Call Landon at 223-2040 or like them on Facebook. Looking for summer work? Give Adams County Tent and Party Rental a call today.
Welcome back to Jay County High School. Rexboro along with Josh Gaskell and Dane Filling. As we have a minute 19 left to go in the third and fourth place match down there between Mann and Unger of Cowan. Mann currently with a 5-3 lead. He's in a nice single leg, but he's been broken down to his hip, and Unger's going to hook the leg on that side. Just about ready to give up takedown here, but Mann's doing a good job of hanging on that leg. Brick gets a stalemate out of it. And
looks like we're going to have more blood time.
So Dane, we look at that 116 to 114 and a half team score.
Yeah. Belmont with 4 matches left. Delta with just 2. That's where we sit right now. I feel like I'm on an airplane right now. Pressure going in and out of my ears.
We're good. Actually, I've lost. There we go. They do some blood cleanup down there. Sawyer Miller with the bottle and the rag.
I need to inform him that's the assistant coach's job. That's why you have 2 or 3 assistant coaches that clean up the blood. You talk to your wrestler. So a minute left in this match. Wyatt Mann is ahead, 5-3. No stall calls on either wrestler. So Wyatt Mann doesn't have to do anything crazy, just hold position and not forfeit a takedown. Shot attempt there by Unger. Wyatt does a good job stuffing it, switches off from front headlock to a inside single. Mann looking to pull that leg out and finish it. There's 20 seconds on the clock. A good whizzer attempt by Unger, breaks Mann down for a second. Unger now in the front headlock position, man holding onto a single leg. And we've got 6 seconds left on the clock. Man's trying to hold on for the win. And it looks like Man's going to advance with a third place finish today here at Regional. Wyatt Mann.
Great job by Wyatt to continue his journey here in the state tournament.
I'm going to bring up our rematch in the finals at 150. Once again, we've seen between Wolpert and Shorty. Talked to Sam Wolpert's dad last week after sectional. He said, yeah, we think Sam's actually back to healthier. Not 100%, but he's healthier than he has been most of the season. And this one's underway. 150-pounders. Consolation match is Draband of Norwell and Witter, the senior from Delta. The Shortgen's in on a nice single leg. Wolpert has a whizzer locked up pretty tight as they're on the edge of the mat. Wolpert hits a little crossface and sends him out of bounds.
This one will have the two fan bases fired up. Now Shorten in on a single leg. Wolpert reaches across, and now he gets behind Brayson. Shorten reaching back. What does Sam need to do here? It looked like 3. It was on his knees.
Still got that chin rip in there pretty tight.
Yeah, I don't know. That was 3 in my book.
And the chin rip works for Shorten, and he gets around on top.
And that's why you don't call it as a referee.
Yeah, but here, I don't know. Give 3-3. I'm not sure.
I think Sam should have just bear hugged him and held on to it and forced the call to make him take the call for the chin rip.
We like it.
You're looking good. You're looking good, brother.
But that's what we've seen several times in this matchup. You know, who wins those 50-50 positions?
Shortgen's got a cradle locked up on the edge of the mat trying to take Wolpert back inbounds. Thing is, these guys are both really long. Wolpert's trying to keep that leg locked up and tie things up, and Shorten's going to get him back to his back. Wolpert's trying to bridge out, but Shorten's going to get some near fall here. He's going to get a full 4 out of it. You know, these matches look like sometimes they're one-sided, but, you know, if Wolpert gets that takedown, it's different. And it's just enough that, you know, Shorty gets over the top, and he's out 7-0 right now.
Zeke Witter trails over there in the third place match against Dryban.
So if Dryban wins this and Wolpert is defeated, they stay even, right?
Yep, and that would leave Delta with just 6 points left to score.
And they're favored in that match. And Belmont is favored in their 3.
Yeah, once again, Belmont has been counting all day on winning titles with Davis and Palacios and Baker. And if those 3 things happen, there's nothing Delta can do right now.
Sorgen gets the escape, 8-0. Wolpert in quickly on a low single leg. Shorty trying to reach over the top. Gut wrench. Wolpert's just going to scramble out here. Shorty comes up on top with the points. Just like that, Sam was in tough, then loses the takedown.
Sam's headgear pops off as he tries to adjust it.
It was on so tight he threw it so far. He told the official, I didn't mean to throw that. It just come off.
Another takedown by Dryband.
So it looks like the team lead is going to stay static after this match. Shorty's got a nice cradle locked up on Wolpert. Wolpert has the hands locked. Had a hand lock break. You know, Dane, you're right. The crowd is still pretty thick, even though the weather hasn't scared anybody away here.
Stay tuned to WZBD over the next couple of days for these winter storms. One of them coming on Wednesday, it sounds like.
Wolper gets stacked up and caught. Jordan with the fall. With that, allow me to play a couple commercials and we come back for our championship at 157.
Timmy Takedown Tree Service on US 224, 3 miles east of Decatur, has firewood for sale. $30 a scoop, $75 for a 6-foot bed, $85 for an 8-foot bed. Timmy Takedown Tree Service can give you a free estimate on removing storm-damaged trees, grinding stumps, or trimming trees. Call 728-9120 and talk with Jake to set up an appointment. Timmy Takedown Tree Service has been in the area's best and most trusted tree service for 50 years. Stop out or call today.
Who wants a complete smile? Or maybe it's just time for a dental cleaning and exam. Visit Dr. Laura Kugelhahn and her gentle, knowledgeable, and caring staff at Complete Smiles, located at 1133 North Main Street in Bluffton, Indiana. Dr. Kugelhahn would like to help you maintain your dental health or transform your smile. Complete Smiles is there to help you. Dr. Kugelhahn is currently accepting new patients. Call 824-3100 today to schedule an appointment.
Renowned around the Midwest for his skills and his creative abilities, Nate Bowers and the team at Bowers Paint Studio in Decatur work with a wide range of clients, from collision repair to custom paint jobs for classic cars and motorcycles. Located on Monroe Street on the west side of Decatur, Bowers is your place for body work too, whether it's getting your ride back on the road or finally getting that classic car, the paint job you've always wanted. Stop by or give Nate a call to put the best in the business to work for you.
Finding a reliable, affordable, and professional electrician is difficult these days, but in Adams County, there's a name you can trust, and it's Phil Blakey of Blakey Electric. Serving Decatur and the surrounding communities, Blakey Electric does residential and commercial electrical work, both inside and outside. Give Phil a call today at 724-8049 and tell him about the work you need done on your remodel, new building project, or any other electrical project. Leave it to the experts at Blakey Electric, 724-8049, to take care of all of your electrical needs.
Welcome back to Jay County High School as we have a little convo going on the side here about what has to happen in these final matches between Delta and Belmont. No head-to-heads, and the both teams are favored in the matches that they have yet to wrestle. And what'd you say, Dane?
Well, unless Witter comes back and wins here, he trails 10-0 with 90 seconds left. As long as Witter loses, Belmont just needs to win. No bonus points needed. Just need to win 2 out of the 3 at 65-90 and heavyweight. So wins by Davis and Palacios would allow Baker to wrestle pressure-free, no matter what Stebbins does. Almost writing off Stebbins as a pin winner in the finals at 175, of course. That still needs wrestled as well.
And then you decide if Olam's hurt bad enough that he doesn't want to wrestle Davis and wants to take a second place into the
let's start scanning the gym for him. That might be a good indicator of what is to come. Let's see some Monroe Central coaches over here to our left.
There's a minute 22 left to go in that console match at 150. Tell you what, guys, I think this is going to be a good match at 57 between Bradley and Mav Dubois, because Bradley was tested that last round by Cox. Cox really put it to him and took some injury time, and then the match was pretty close, and then Bradley blew it open toward the end. But in the first 2 periods, that match was pretty close.
Yeah, I believe they wrestled earlier this year at the AC Invite. Bradley did come away with that one, I believe, by tech fall. But, you know, after you wrestle a full day, that's kind of hard for a wrestler to see a top-level competition after you've already got 4 matches in. So I look to see a different Maverick Dubois than the first time they wrestled.
You know, they got Bradley ranked #1 in a Fort Wayne semi-state for a reason. There's a lot of good guys in that Fort Wayne semi-state at 57, and they've got him sitting atop the leaderboard there.
Did finally spy Jeremiah Olam. He's over here to our left. Not doing the same workout regimen that Gavin Davis is. Some instruction going on, so I would say Unless they're debating, I don't know. Could be. It's all about the goals that you set for yourself and how you want to go about achieving those goals. Dry band takes third.
What I know talking to some of the coaches, you know, you can only control what you can control. But as the other regionals are going on right now, a lot of these coaches have in mind, you know, if I win this match, who will likely see? If I lose this match, who are we going to see? Can we live with this? You know, especially when the injury default may be coming into play. You want to do right by your wrestler and make sure they get the opportunity to improve their seed. But that's going to be a tough task against Gavin Davis.
Dubois tried to jump the gun there and got hit for a caution right off the bat, and he gets shucked by, but he hangs onto a leg. Doesn't give up the takedown yet as Bradley's in that front headlock situation as they come out neutral to their feet. And that is a stinger on Bradley's elbow. They call it the funny bone for some reason, but when you hit there, it's not funny at all.
It is not humorous.
Nice play on words there, Dane. Oh, nice shot by Bradley on a double leg, and Dubois is trying to slow him down a little bit. They get in that scramble situation.
I just saw Jensen Boyd go over to Jeremiah Olam and give him a high five and said, let's go. Delta wanting Olam to give Gavin Davis everything he's got.
Where is Mr. Boyd here? Has he got a big mechanical brace on his arm?
Big old mechanical brace on his arm.
Bradley now takes Dubois over in a little bit of a cross wrist tilt. He's got a wing in. Dubois does a good job of belling it out. Bradley goes right back to it. He's got at least a 2 count. And then there's a potentially dangerous called. And he actually gave him a 3 count, so the score is 6-0 in favor of Jackson Bradley of Cowan over Maverick Dubois of Adams Central.
In our console match down there for 3-4, Dryban has a 10-0 lead over Witter from Delta. So Dryban can help the Braves out there. Once again, Delta 116 to the Braves 114.5 as they stayed neutral after that match there at 150.
Bradley's now got a tight cradle locked up, looking to take Maverick over. As he takes him over, it gets a little sloppy and he breaks his lock. Maverick Dubois doing a good job of holding onto a leg, getting Bradley on his hips. Maverick's trying to come out on the back door. He does, and he's going to get the reversal as the buzzer sounds. The score is 6-2, still favoring of Jackson Bradley of Cowan.
Dryban with another 2 down there. Oh, that's Cox. I'm sorry. Had to refresh track there. Give me the right weight class. Cody Cox with a 2-0 lead over Evan Duncan of Winchester.
Maverick is having a little bit of a conversation with Tony on what they should choose. Looked like Maverick wanted to choose top. You know, it's kind of tough when the other guy defers. You have to show your hand right away if you want to go on top. Maverick chooses down, gets his escape. The score is now 6-3, still favoring Jackson Bradley of Cowan. And Bradley looks big for a 57-pounder. I couldn't imagine him at 144 pounds.
Yeah. Well, maybe he wasn't as big at 44.
Weight-wise, he wasn't, correct.
Dubois was trying to finish where he was before earlier. He got that takedown at the end of that last period. He's in good shape here to finish this here. Bradley concedes the takedown. It's going to tie it up at 6 now. Dubois still in it. We're tied up at 6-6 with Bradley on the bottom. not doing a whole lot. And I did ask his dad, Casey, I said, you got some bricks in there to work in your weight training? He said, yeah, you like to keep it on there, burn some extra pounds. Cody Cox still hanging on to a 2-point lead down there in his match, but they're flipping and a flopping. 2-1's the score now. Cox still with the lead over Duncan. Bradley, go ahead.
First time these two met, it was 19-3. So shows you how much Dubaw's gotten into this match.
When I believe right before they met, you know, you had one of the Hagewood boys from Prairie Heights, which is another, you know, tough competitor at the 157-pound weight class. So wrestling two tough matches in a day, you know, will take a lot out of you.
We've got Hagwood number 2 and Bradley number 1 in a 4-1 semi-state.
Well, that's kind of where that, you know, comes in. Who do you draw? You know, if the loser of this match has a 1 in 3 chance of drawing Hagewood from Prairie Heights, and so you want to take care of the work here on the mat as Bradley gets a takedown there to make it 10-6.
Gavin Davis getting ready to go down there, drinking out of the big water jug. He's jumping up and down, and Olam still has jacket on, standing flat-footed. We'll see if he's going to give it a run or not.
Hasn't shown much movement in his arms and his shoulders in his warm-up.
He's not selling it, is he?
Kind of protecting that one arm.
And I think Gavin Davis is one of those guys you want to be 100% when you wrestle those guys, because they're like the Energizer Bunny.
Now with a minute and a half left, Maverick Dubois is trailing 10-6. He's on the ride looking for a turn on top. He throws a leg in on the right side of Bradley. And is looking to try to take him over the power half as Bradley scoops that leg out on bottom and is trying to sit Maverick to a hip. There's a minute and 15 seconds left. Maverick Dubois is now a little too high, and he readjusts as Bradley bellies out. He's got to make up 4 points here in a minute. Tie this thing up.
Hard to do on good wrestlers. They know what good position. They know what they can give up, what they can't.
Stalling now on Bradley. Still a bit of a window here for Dubois.
Dubois puts a double wrist roll and try to put it on his hip and take off running. He could pick up another stalling here and make it 10-7. Bradley stands up and turns in as Dubois in on the leg still in control in the bottom position. 18 seconds left to go. No change.
Now, if I'm him, you can try to go for a cradle here. That's what Tony's telling him. Or, I might try to cut, get a quick stalling and a takedown. 16 seconds left, down 4 points. You got to kind of go for broke.
Third place match for 165 will be Nathan Plattner for the Starfires and Noah Moglen from Cowan. Time winds down. Jackson Bradley remains undefeated and takes out Dubois 10-6 to final. Big matchup between number 1 and number 2 in a 4-win semi-state between Olam and Davis at 165. Davis puts the red ankle band on. Olam walks out. casually picks up the ankle band. Let's see if Davis is ready to go after him here. I'm doing a little extra stretching. Shake hands, and we are ready to go. Whistle blows, and it's Davis and Ullum. Snap a heavy hand by Davis. Davis gets some wrist control. Ullum backing a little bit. Ullum takes a shot, does not penetrate. Davis quickly on a shot. He's underneath. Goes back up to his feet. Reshot off the break. Davis trying to work his way in. Heavy hand collar tie. Just controlled by Davis. Backs into the center, brings Ullum with him. No score in a Logden Moglen match down there yet.
This might be the most stoic I've seen Gavin Davis wrestle.
Yeah, he waits for the shot by Ullum, and he counter shots. Davis lets Ullum get behind him. Ullum tries to throw him, and he throws Davis. Davis goes to his back. Ullum gets the over and under as he got Davis coming into him. He's going to pick up 2 near fall. Davis looked like he stopped. He flinched on the way in. Davis gets escape. I don't know, Davis just kind of stopped funny when he got in there. And they leaned into him and got the over and under, so 5-1's the score.
Well, how about that?
Like I say, usually Davis is just go, 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 and he's changed his strategy here, and it's come back to haunt him a little bit here. Fake shot by Ullman. Ullum takes a shot. He's in a bear hug. Davis shoots and walks right into a bear hug by Ullum. 4 seconds left to go as we wind down period number 1. Davis looks at his coach and said, hey, shake it off. You're okay. Davis takes the down position. Going to make Ullum ride him here, test that shoulder. He's going to go optional start on top. He's going to cut Davis. Davis gets a 1. 5-2's the score now. I know Davis is not going to tie up upper body with him now. Davis heavy hands on the head. Snap down. Ullum on a shot. Davis with a bear hug. Davis with a whizzer as Ullum comes up to bear hug. Davis steps in. Ullum tried to throw him again. Davis in on a low single leg. Ullum dives out. Front rolls out. A couple of athletic 65-pounders here. Davis in a 2-on-1 Russian arm tie. I think you 2-on-1 Russian arm the other shoulder. That's the one you want. Put the pressure on that shoulder. Minute to go here. Period number 2. Ullum with his choice in the third period. Davis with a shot on a reshot. Gets the takedown. Davis puts pressure on that shoulder. Now he goes to work on that arm. Chicken wings that shoulder. 5-5's our score here. Davis is going to back out. Come out front. Oh, he tries suckers him into a side cradle. Thinks I'm going to let him up, and then he doesn't. Ullum's going to get to escape here. Now he's up neutral. Davis stays in tight so he can re-attack. Davis attacks on a leg, picks up the single leg, and then they jump out of bounds. So Davis trails 6-5 now as he gives up the escape to Ullum. And now Coach Kuhn says, turn up the pace now. Now's when you turn it on the gear. 30 seconds, see if you can push him here.
Kurt and Coach Coons are exchanging hand signals there.
Oh, went to the well too often there. As Ullum thought he was going to throw another over and under, Davis says, no, I don't think so. He drops down to a leg and gets a takedown. Takes an 8-6 lead. You can throw that on a good guy once, but I don't think it'll work twice.
Yeah, we always just tell A.J. Dahl that, you got one chance
Yeah,
for
you
a
gotta
throw
use
against a high-caliber guy, and if you don't stick him, he's not going to fall for it again.
Can you say Chesterton in state finals?
Yeah.
Davis picks up a stalling point for Ullum as he does nothing.
It's a good example, though, in the state tournament. You can have situations where you got a small school with a guy who's their best wrestler, and they don't buy into the rankings and all of the hype and anything. They have their guy trained to believe that he can beat anybody. And when you got the strength and the ability of a guy like Ullum, he's got nothing to lose. And sometimes, we've talked about this before on the show sometimes. Sometimes small programs without big expectations, that's liberating to some of these guys because they don't feel the weight of a team race. They don't feel the weight of a fan base and all those things. That's what Ullum came out and did in the first 10 seconds.
That's a dangerous combination.
Absolutely.
So Ullum's choice, and he'll take down to start period number 3.
On the far mat, a crazy dogfight. Plattner takes the lead at 6-4 over Moglen of Cowan. There's 50 seconds left.
Davis going to work on that right shoulder of Ullum's. Runs a tight waist. He's going to try and run a chicken wing on it. He's going to do a wrist roll and roll it down. Tight waist. Ullum tries to come up to his base. Davis getting a little bit high. Breaks his opponent back down. Drives that shoulder into the mat. I think that's when you head lever that side. It's always a good one when you know that guy's got a gimpy shoulder. Just head lever it. Minute 26. Ullum content to stay on the bottom. Davis tries to pick up an ankle. Changes around. Davis in a better position now. He has Ullum broken down the mat with a minute 14 left to go here. Davis runs a ball and chain. We haven't seen Davis trying to jack that inside leg up and Turk like he normally does. He's been a little conservative here in this match. And he has him over there, and he tried to hit a high leg over with that ball and chain hook. Now he goes chicken wing on the far side, half Nelson on the near side. And that's a tight combination as long as he keeps moving here. Ullum has done nothing on the bottom. He's picked up one stalling warning early in the second period. So Davis in good position here just to keep riding. Still dead behind the hips as long as he doesn't get called for a stalling warning here. Scramble down there. Time runs out. That's a 6-6 match down there for third and fourth. And there's a point for Davis as Ullum gets called for stalling, and Davis now goes for the Turk. And he has it in, and now Davis is getting back points, and he's going to get that shoulder down. Can Davis pin him? Davis pinpoints here. Could lock it up, Dane. Davis still has that ball and chain locked, and that's going to do it. Davis going to take those 4 points, and it's going to be a 14-6.
Wow, Nathan Plattner comes out on a scramble to win over Moglen in overtime. Moglen hipped into him, and kind of Plattner just used athleticism. That's an upset in my book.
Ullum slow to get back to the center.
So once again, the math gets even simpler now for the Braves. Even a Cade Stebbins pin here means that Belmont needs just one win from the remaining 2 bouts, either Xavier Palacios or Grady Baker.
So, guys, is that a wake-up call for Gavin Davis on an over and under throw?
Well, I think just like we said, it's a guy who has nothing to lose, who's got some ability, who's ready to take a shot, and that's good coaching and good wrestling.
I do think Gavin needs to stick to what's got him to this far. His best attribute is, wrestling a guy, and it's like a car crash. He's just going to make sure you feel him. And that first period, he kind of maybe gave him a little too much respect, and he got caught in an over-under. I can tell you that's probably not going to happen again.
And most of his matches we've seen, usually by a minute in, he's broken a guy. He's taken him down 3-4 times, and the guy doesn't have much left. And those guys are easy to take down for the 5th and 6th time in the first period.
Yeah.
Stebbins comes out and hits a little arm drag on Hendrickson and gets a takedown in the first 5 seconds of the first period. And Heiser's wrestling Somerset down there, and Heiser has the opening takedown. Stebbins getting ready to turn Hendrickson here. Has him on his back. He's getting some near fall counts there. And I think the Belmont Braves wrestling room, the X-Man was really happy to see that Cabe Stebbins went 75 instead of 90.
Oh, but I would have loved to have seen it. I mean, it's a double-edged sword, right? I mean, you want to wrestle the best guys, but at the same time, when one moves out of your way and opens up a door for you, you can't feel bad about it.
Well, they wrestled twice this summer, and Xavier was tech-falled and pinned by Stebbins. So, yeah, you can go to 75 if you want. I'm not going to stop you.
On the third, fourth match, Heiser still leads.
Yeah, that's
3-0.
That's going to be a good one.
Second period, looks like they chose neutral for choice. For Somerset, Heiser now gets another takedown. The score is 6-0.
Heiser anticipated that shot in, and he just olayed him and went around behind.
Remember, Heiser forfeited to Stebbins in the semifinals.
Stebbins with another turn on Hendrickson here. Heiser working to get a turn on a lace ride down there. Stebbins is going to take a 10-0 lead into period number 2.
Now, last week it was very similar situation between Heiser and Somerset, and Heiser ended up getting caught in one of Somerset's kind of rolls and throws. You know, if you're Heiser, you can't take your foot off the gas. You kind of have to keep going for points and working on top. Don't relax.
Yeah, they got in a scramble, and Heiser turned right, and he should have turned left, and he turned right into the chest of Somerset. And we know how big and strong that Somerset is, and he just put him right down, and Heiser couldn't come off his back. Stebbins in on a takedown. They go out of bounds. 10-0 the score. That is in the second period now at 175.
Heiser gets around back. Now 9-1. I think we're understanding more and more as to why West was so fired up last week when he won. And Heiser briefly puts him on his back there.
Hit him a small package.
That's a real good rivalry between those two.
Started in the grass in the fall.
Heiser getting near fall. It'll be 13-1 after 2.
You know, Josh, I think that Southampton's football team is a little bit different team to start off the season if Somerset's not in a cast.
Yeah, and you know, he's gonna, whenever his wrestling season gets done, I'm sure he's gonna start right back on some football prep, doing some 7-on-7. You know, it's just kind of the sport he loves. He loves wrestling, but he would probably call football his main. And he has a nice blast double attempt there on Heiser, but Heiser kind of shakes that off for a second, and they're in a little bit of a scramble position.
Nearly had the headlock out of it, and instead it's Heiser who picks up the takedown and a 16-1 tech fall. And he adds a little extracurricular there. Heiser probably got tired of seeing the pictures of Somerset celebrating last week across the local newspapers and websites.
Yeah, I told Coach Nathan Wynn, I said, you might need to change your South Adams logo to West Somerset, because he about modeled their Sparky logo that they have on a lot of their gear, kind of hitting that pose after that win.
So once again, this match here by Stebbins, the manner of victory really doesn't matter much, because one more Belmont win is going to make up for whatever bonus points he may score. Belmont's got 2 opportunities here to regain the lead for good. Delta will be done scoring here in a couple minutes. Stebbins leads 10-0 right now.
You know, and
now 13-0.
The crazy thing about this sport is Delta could not be a sectional regional champ, and they could contend for a semi-state championship, which is just crazy.
For sure.
That you know, you could miss out on all those other ones, but you get a semi-state championship. And you know, even the years past, we've seen them miss out on stuff like that and then have a top 10 finish at the individual state tournament.
Basketball would be a lot more fun that way, wouldn't it? Sectional starts out 10-on-10. Get down to the semi-states 2-on-2. Tell you what, you put Emily Blakey and Mary Blakey together. One could rebound and one could drive.
Like the unrivaled league?
Although that would be unfair to Ashley, I guess. as
go,
well.
Go on Rival League. They can take the other sister with them.
Now, wait, did they reschedule that game for tonight? Or
No, it's still on as of right now.
on.
I just talked to Aaron Baker. I know that some of the forecasts had it kind of going a little bit more south, and of course we're almost an hour south of Norwell. So I don't know. As of right now, I think it's still on.
So, Dane, I think we need to change the way we wrap up wrestling and do it like basketball. We can say Gavin Davis was 3 of 5 on double leg attempts.
Yes.
He picked up 3 near fall, and then we could stretch that out into a half-hour long wrap-up.
Tech fall by Cabe Stebbins. And the X-Man is ready to win Belmont a regional title.
Taking on A.J. Myers, the rematch from last week, as A.J. Myers coming in with a pretty good record, and the X-Man pretty much stonewalled him. So we'll see how it goes this week. Belmont jumped out to a 119.5 to 116 lead now. And then Stebbins' points will come in there and bump them ahead.
I'm going to leave this one up to you guys. I'm going to go down and do my other job.
Xavier Palacios. That's what I think the X-Man is just easier to say. And then I don't upset anybody by pronouncing their last name, but it's A.J. Meyer versus Palacios, and you take this and go with it.
Here we go. A.J. Myers, a senior, along with Xavier Palacios. Both guys looking to win a regional title individually and set themselves up for a good shot at qualifying for the state tournament. Both guys level changing, trying to get inside tie. AJ has a shot attempt. Palacios does a good job of stonewalling that and gets around for his takedown. He's riding on tough on top, looks to get a crossface locked up, trying to go probably that cradle attempt that he so well does.
You know, they were kind of kidding him and said that his crossface cradle is like Randy Baker's, and Tim Myers told me the other day they told Randy Baker, we think his is better than yours.
Yeah, the crazy thing is there's no room on top for the bottom. Like the bottom wrestler is just suffocated. You know, he just doesn't give him any room to breathe. So then once you try to stand up, it's like it's just muscle memory now. You know, a lot of these guys have to think about, you know, if this guy does this, what move do I hit? It's just muscle memory getting to that cradle.
He's just a lot longer than Myers. Myers is really stocky, you know, for a 90-pounder, but Palacios just makes him look small.
Yeah, and he sets it up well. Right now, Palacios working on top, working on the right wrist, trying to pull it out on AJ's back, and AJ does what every kind of wrestler does and hips down. But when he does that, he brings his left knee closer to his head. Palacios, you know, far too often just switches off and gets that cradle pretty easy.
Third and fourth place match is Clayton Holder of Winchester wrestling at Dallas Godby from Westdale, and that match is 3-0 with Godby in the lead.
As we got 15 seconds left, Palacios still riding tough on top. Not a whole lot of movement from A.J. Myers on bottom. Palacios just kind of suffocating him on top. With good hip pressure, we got a stall call on A.J. Myers. That'll be the first of this match.
And you and I both know when you're on a bottom like that, and that big guy is just putting it, I mean, it just really takes it out, takes the juice out of you.
Yeah, and it's, you know, wrestling's fun. I enjoyed it. But, you know, when you got a guy on top of you, and he's as good as Xavier Palacios in turning you, you know, it's just you're like, man, what am I going to fight off? Wings, wrists, you know, cradle, and it's just kind of draining. So Jay County got choice in the second. They chose neutral, wise choice rather than going underneath.
I think he deferred and Palacios took neutral, and he takes the takedown.
And he gets the takedown right there, and he's got a leg turk. He goes to the shoulder half, kind of scoops the head. He's going to get 4 near fall. I don't think he can pin him in this, but he's going to stretch that lead out to 10-0, and Myers rolls back into it. Now Palacios might be able to put him away with this pin.
There it is.
He's going to get it there. Palacios with a regional championship, and he salutes to his fans and parents.
I think according to Dane, that should seal the deal for the Braves, as Delta cannot score any more points. And with that win by the X-Man and no wrestler still wrestling, I'm going to play a couple commercials back with the 215-pound championship match here on WZBD YouTube channel.
Soul Pig Barbecue on 2nd Street in Decatur, across from the courthouse, features traditional and not so traditional barbecue, brisket, smoked meats, pulled pork, wings, burgers, soul food, steaks, fish, seafood, and a full bar service. Bring the spouse and the young ones to Soul Pig and enjoy the family side or dine on the bar side. Large portions ensure no one will go home hungry after a Soul Pig meal. Follow Soul Pig on Facebook for the daily, weekend, and entertainment specials.
Ahead of the Curb Driving Academy is committed to providing high-quality driver's education to students in Adams, Wells, Allen, and Huntington counties. We're pleased to offer the online and traditional classrooms, as well as behind-the-wheel training and driving skills tests. Our instructors have a wealth of experience and are very patient during the lessons. Their office is located in Decatur, but we have instructors who drive in Decatur, Bluffton, and Heritage High School. Taking driver's training allows you to get your permit when you're 15, your license when you're 16 and 90 days old, and a nice discount on your car insurance. Let us help you navigate your way to your driver's license.
When you walk out of the cold winter weather, you expect your home to be as warm as it was when you left in the morning. If you're worried about the heat in your home, call Kevin McIntyre. Don't get called for stalling, because once your furnace has gone out, you're already too late. McIntyre Heating and Air Conditioning can install a new furnace to meet your needs, or Kevin can service your existing furnace. A proud member of the Decatur community for decades, Kevin is a trusted repairman and installer of new furnaces. Call McIntyre Heating and Air Conditioning.
Welcome back to Jay County High School. And Josh and Dane, I had Matt come and put a new gas furnace in back half my house and replace an electric one. My bill last year at this time was $525 electric. This year it was $225. So that one heat unit saved me $300 in the month of January alone.
Well, we're in the market for a furnace, so I might have to give him a ring there.
He put two furnaces in my house in the last 2 years, so. Got two different units, front and the back. So
Steve did a great job with that ad as well. Does a great job. One thing that I noticed down there, and I think you guys will appreciate that, John Rubel not necessarily congratulating Xavier on helping Belmont win the team title. I think everybody kind of felt like it was pretty obvious that it was going to happen. But John put his arm around Xavier and said, "Hey, you just got your picture on the wall." And you know that maybe more than the regional trophy that'll sit on a shelf someday. Xavier's picture will be on that wall for a long, long time, and it'll go up next to Henry Ferrotz, who's his picture's sitting there waiting to be put up because the guy who's in charge of finishing the oak for the new rail took his sweet time, and it's still not up there. But Xavier Palacios joins a long list, which includes yourself, Rex.
Yeah, mine's been up there so long my kids didn't recognize me. They said, "We looked up there and you're not up there anywhere."
You'd look good with that haircut again.
Got to get the hair first, right?
Yeah.
So congrats to Xavier on both the individual and the team accomplishment.
And Dane, Josh and I were talking on air. You know, A.J. Myers is a very good wrestler, and Palacios just smothered him. Just overpowered him, smothered him, and just made him look small on the mat. And Palacios, he's just so good with that cradle. And that the Turk's tough. I mean, if you ever get in the back of the Turk, no matter which way you turn, it uses a lot of energy to stay off your back. And the guy on top is just resting, keeping that leg up in the air. And it's easy on top, and it really takes some juice out of you in the bottom, and finally just wore him down and got to fall.
Well, and we've seen Belmont get to that Turk position a lot. You know, then as a bottom wrestler, you know, you're trying to get off your back with 1 foot, if that, you know, and it just makes it tough. Xavier did a good job of changing it up. I thought he was going to go to his cradle. You know, gives me a surprise, pins him in the Turk. I always like to see him lock up that cradle, though.
Got to be in Holder down here in a battle. That's going to turn the score. 16-11 was the score, but your winner by fall from West Delph and a come behind victory is Dallas Godsby. And guys, the first time we saw that Turk was when a team of Polish international wrestlers came to Belmont, and the late great John Mankey was wrestling against a young man, and this young man ran that Turk textbook. He would arch his head and his foot so high that his foot and his head would touch in the back, and he had Mankey in a Turk for 3 periods.
Those international tours were really cool in the late 70s and early 80s.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys who got to see some really cool parts of the world.
I went down and wrestled in a Jim Metzler from Muncie Northside, when they were still open, asked me to come down. I wrestled against a team of Germans, and there's only 2 wins on the night. Myself and Johnny Swain from Anderson with only 2 wins that night, so felt accomplished, but it's kind of a cheat on my part. It was a Greco team, and I single-legged the guy like a bunch of times, so they weren't used to that. I'll take my W where I get it.
Now up for third and fourth, we have Ethan Funk of Adams Central, the junior, comes in today with a 30-13 record, going up against Jake Boots, the junior, with a 26-7 record. These two have seen enough of each other over the last couple of weeks. Boots in on the opening takedown. He is ahead 3-0.
Funk hits a roll. You know, they went at it at the ACAC tournament, and Funk ended up getting a fall on him, I think, didn't he?
Yeah, and then I believe, did Boots win last week?
Boots pinned him last week in the finals.
You know, you're always happy to wrestle a guy that you've already seen before because you have a commonality with it. But to see a new person is always a fresh too. You're like, man, I don't have to wrestle the same guy. This is going to be the rubber match for this series between them two. But eventually you're like, I'd rather see someone else.
So Belmont now trails Delta 121.5 to 119.5. But I don't think Palacio's points are in there, are they, Dane?
No, they're 125.5 to 121.5.
Yeah, hit
Belmont
a
up
refresh.
4 points.
Yep, refresh will do it every time.
The score in the Boots Funk match is 4-2 in favor of Boots. He got an escape there at the end of the first period. He's going to start the second period down. Ethan Funk covers, and Boots gets right to his feet. Score is now 5-2 in favor of Boots of Bluffton. I always get to this point in the tournament, and I'm thinking, man, I should have had some of the veggie tray that was out there, rather than loading up on meat and potatoes.
I've been low carbon, so I hit the meat pretty hard there. Some Joes, a dog, some meatballs.
Never sounds good at the time, but then, an hour or two later, I'm like, I'd probably feel a little bit better if I had some veggies.
Veggies are for rabbits. They're in a blood time here as Boots is getting cleaned up over there on the side.
Giuliano Campo remains undefeated on the season and wins the regional title at Homestead.
Will she be tested next week with the Delta guy coming in?
Oh, I think so. I think that's the one test that everybody's looking to. Of course, we won't know whether that'll be in the semifinals or the finals potentially. Ooh, Hickson Love with a major decision over Jordan Correct.
Yeah. We saw Hickson Love at Yorktown.
Yep.
When he wrestled Cale Beer. I believe he beat Cale Beer 10-0. I remember texting some of the South Adams coaches. I said, hey, look, this guy's pretty tough, and he's got kind of a weird style of wrestling. Cale was in on a handful of shots, and Hickson does a really good job of that. We kind of roll through with the leg, and then he's just very athletic and strong for the 126-pound weight class.
So is that a good move if you're getting taken down on the edge of the mat? You swipe your nose and you show the official, hey, I got blood on my nose, and he doesn't give the takedown. And Funk was in on the takedown. I think you allow him to finish the takedown. They were always taught us when the blood came into play, let them finish the move and then the blood will stop afterward. If a man's on his back and he starts bleeding, then you stop the move and you give him the bonus point for the point. But in that case right there, Funk was in great position to finish that double leg. And it's like he just kind of swipes like, hey, I got blood in my hand. I would have told him, let me know after you get out of this takedown here.
Yep.
Championship match. It is West Dells Luke Powers with a 5-2 lead over Wyatt Roach from Yorktown. There's still 1:16 left in the second period of Ethan Funk's match.
And talking to the coaches from South Adams, it looks like all of our county schools are going to at least punch their ticket to the team state tournament next year. It's not 100% qualified yet, but sounds like South Adams and Adams Central and Belmont will all score enough team state points.
Well, Dane's the final decider on that, right?
Yeah.
I do have a vote. Hey, how about this one? First place match at 150 at Carroll. Easton Doster won, Lincoln Carter won. pair of undefeateds in the regional final.
Yeah, the hard part about, being at one tournament is that I'm going to go home and I'm going to spend about 3 hours going through other brackets.
And there's a takedown by Doster.
Or you can do like Dane, you pull up track wrestling on like 3 tabs on the type of your computer.
That's right.
I'll jump back and forth.
That Lincoln Carter draw is going to be, and that's a great example, right, of, when you've got maybe the 2 top guys in your weight class in one regional, you don't know what place you want to finish until you see the formula.
Yeah, I mean,
Sam Wolpert could avoid both of those, and Brayson Shorgen could draw Lincoln Carter.
Yeah, ultimately you want to go out and you want to win your regional title. Control what you can control, but we've seen it almost every year. You're going to have a champ get maybe even a tougher draw than the guy that finished 4th, and it's just part of how the state tournament is. We always used to say as coaches when kids would complain, they say, well, that's not fair. And, well, life isn't always fair, but, you want to do what you can do and, at least win a regional title or compete at the regional level, and whatever happens at semi-state happens.
Look at those guys at 138. Somebody's going to draw Goni coming out of at the 3rd spot, and they're going to go, wait a minute, how'd that happen?
Well, and it also cycles you back to this understanding as Funk gets to his feet and tries to get an escape. He trails 8-3. That this is a scholastic competition of schools. This isn't professional. That it's not the NFL trying to get the best ratings for the 2 guys. This is the IHSAA throws you into a competition and they set the rules and you compete in it. It's not meant to be fair. If it were fair, they'd seed the whole thing and they'd have a bracket reveal, and every 305 guys in the state would have to wrestle in a seeded tournament.
And
that's
then
not what it is.
And then they'd redraw it each week.
Yes.
But here I always have this conversation with my cousins and my brother Jesse. To be a state qualifier, sometimes I feel like we write off guys that are state qualifiers in the past. But to be a state qualifier is a huge accomplishment. And, sometimes it gets wrote off, but like you have to beat someone good or beat a handful of guys to get there. So it's always a neat opportunity to be a state qualifier, even if you never placed. To be at that state tournament is a huge deal.
Luke Powers of Westdale is your winner. Final score 8-2 over Wyatt Roach of Yorktown. And Boots and Funk, their match is 8-3 right now. Point has been called for stalling against the top man. They stop it and give Funk a point. That makes the score 8-4. Position will sing.
Ben Sprunger had to stop his argument with the official to tell Tim Zeiss, hey, be quiet. That was hilarious. Let me talk. He didn't like that stalling call that just got levied on him.
So Belmont right now with a 125 and a half to 121 and a half.
Peterson
lead.
Attempt, and he's got it.
Stay flat. Stay out there. It's getting near fall.
Should have gotten more near fall than he did. 5 seconds left.
Don't give the reversal back.
Where was the near? Did he give any near fall?
I think somehow the score's wrong. I thought it should be tied up.
He gave him 4 near fall.
He did, because it was 8-4. They must have only given him 3 near fall.
When you get that Granby locked up, sit your butt down and just don't turn. Should have never gave that up.
Okay, as the judge has said, make Belmont Wrestling Grady again. Here we go. No pressure, but a chance at putting another picture on the wall, and that's what Grady Baker would achieve with a win here. Rex, finish out the day for us.
Nah, I had one already. You get this one.
Okay, I'll take it. I'll be happy to take this young man's regional championship match.
I had the Davis almost surprise match. Josh had the X-Man match, and you can get Grady.
Cortez White, the senior from Muncie Central. Baker thought about a snap down there right in front of the scoring table.
What do you think White is? 4 inches taller than Baker, maybe?
I don't know. I thought he was really big when I was watching him wrestle earlier. He doesn't look that big next to Grady Baker.
No, he doesn't now.
He's tall.
Baker.
He is tall.
Fakes a shot, takes that initial step forward. The Braves going to be celebrating a regional title here as a team.
The third, fourth place match is Matthew Alberson of Winchester versus Carson Powell of Norwell, and Powell with a 3-0 lead early.
Belmont second all-time in regional titles. They have 35 now. Of course, they won't gain anything on Mater Day. They haven't gained anything on Mater Day in any of those categories in about 50 years. Actually, I think there was one year, maybe 15, 20 years ago, when Mater Day didn't win regional, and we did. No score here, 1 minute in. Belmont, though, will look for an elusive semi-state title next week. Going will be much tougher for that.
You have to go in a Wayback Machine to find that one, don't you, Dane?
Well, it's weird. I think Belmont would have won plenty of semi-state titles if they would have kept a team score during that team state period. Stalling called there.
Powell with the win by fall over Alberson.
White gets hit with stalling as they go out of bounds.
So Baker and White are the last two matches in this tournament today.
You know, when there was a team semi-state title, that counted. And then they took away the team semi-state, and you went from regional to state, and then nobody won any semi-states for a while. Tied up here with 30 seconds to go. Baker looking for his tie. Cortez White 32-10 on the year. A little throw by there, but White hustles out of it. Baker got in under that elbow and popped it up.
And I would add my 2 cents that I don't think it's out of the realm that Belmont could win a semi-state title. There's the competition gets way tougher, but you never know what the draws and what other teams see. But the biggest thing is getting the guys there, and they're doing a good job of doing that, and getting your champs. Adding another champ here would help you out, and great to have to see another champ from another regional.
And I think for Belmont, you're going to have to match the probably five state qualifiers from Delta to have any chance. And if you can somehow squeeze out a 6th, then you've got a chance. If you're giving Delta more opportunities to score than what you have, then the math's going to be really, really difficult if you are at 3 or at 4.
The red ankle band will not stay on the big cankles of Grady Baker, so he hands that to
did him dirty there.
Kurt Crouch, and then Baker takes down position to start period number 2. No score.
Baker gets up to his base, both hands on the mat. White tries to put the legs in, and out comes Grady Baker from the back. Little game of leapfrog there. Now they're on their feet. Baker's got a single leg, and all that just for 1 point.
There's a lot of hopping going on.
Yeah, it was. So now we're back to where we were for the first period. Baker and White, last bout of the day before everybody tries to hurry home in this ice storm. Baker with wrist control. Now White breaks away, looking for his right tie. They go out of bounds again, and they get called again for stalling. White does.
Some guy in a maroon shirt headed for the bench, and he changes his mind.
Kurt Crouch wanted to go over and argue, AJ wanted to go over and argue with Kurt Crouch. And Kurt said, I don't want to hear you. Go sit back down.
I don't want to hear you. Get you and your maroon shirt back in the chair.
2-0 now the score. And Baker won't even need a takedown to win this one now. But a takedown sure would help. He's on the edge of the mat. Oh, and they go out of bounds.
That was a good call. Grady should have pushed him back in a little bit before he made the turn.
Yeah, I got to give Coach Nick Coons credit. He's been working the stall calls today. That's probably the 4th or 5th one he's got. Helped his guys out.
Coercion.
40 seconds left now in the second period. Cortez White going to need a takedown here if he wants to have a regional title chance. "20 seconds left, and Baker pushes White out of bounds. No stalling call there.
We're playing that P-Knuckles game. Put the knuckles up.
White comes in at Baker now. Tries for that inside tie. Grabs the wrist of Baker. Baker in on a single. He lifted that leg up a little bit.
I'd like to see him get to that snatch single a little bit more often.
I saw him hit a blast double against a Yorktown guy the other night when we were at the Annex. It was really nice.
Kurt Crouch just warned Carson Powell for arguing. Carson Powell wanted stalling called, I assume on Cortez White. Apparently Powell and Baker are buddies. I don't know. Norwell, Belmont working together.
Where's Carson Powell to even got warned for that?
He's over there behind Jared Curcio, the referees. So anyways, Cortez White starts on bottom here to start the third. He trails 2-0 to Grady Baker. Baker 2 minutes away from getting his picture up on the wall in the Belmont Wrestling Room, named after John Freet.
And Josh and I talked about this in Baker's last match. He gets on top and just grinds people into the mat.
Yep. And Carter Freet did a nice job with him this week in practice tonight. Carter's done a great job with him all season long, despite becoming a dad over the course of the season. And still putting in the time and really working his body, which is not as young as Grady's is. And there's a couple times where I think Carter put a pretty big beating into Grady, and at the end of the practice had to walk him through it and say, you can do this. Now he's got a bundle wrapped up. He's trying to walk it over. Baker had his weight centered over the head of White. Now he's got White on his hip. There for a second, I thought he was going to go. Once again, Baker off to the right-hand side. He's got that left elbow underneath the body. Now White gets his arms back underneath him.
But he is also just squeezing the juice out of his tank.
Yep.
I'm surprised there hasn't been another stall call here in this period.
Yep, and Baker doing what he needs to do.
Just stay active on top.
Yeah, don't give it an opportunity at the end. His former teammate, Cole Mendez, now in the opposite chair, sitting next to A.J. Bradley. 25 seconds left. Grady Baker trying to hold on here. He's in a good position. He bars an arm behind. Now under the arm on the left-hand side. 15 seconds left. Cortez White doesn't have much left. Crossface by Baker. White tries to sit out, knee slide out. And it's a 2-minute ride for a regional title. And Grady Baker ends the day for the Belmont Braves with another regional title. 3 on the day for the Braves and the team trophy. What a day of wrestling for Belmont.
Let's take this opportunity to send it for a round of commercials. We'll be back with a wrap-up on this day of wrestling here from the regional at Jay County High School. You've been listening to High School Wrestling on WZBD YouTube channel.
Why lose out to pain? Visit Dr. Carla Grody at Grody Chiropractic, 320 West Monroe Street, Decatur. She's a specialist in the utilization of proven non-force techniques to treat injuries of all kinds requiring professional chiropractic care. Call 724-2510 for an appointment with Dr. Carla Grody. Open Monday through Thursday, closed Friday and Saturday. Grody Chiropractic, 320 West Monroe Street, Decatur.
Brandon here for Kelly's Decatur Auto Mall. 3 dealerships right here in Decatur. Tom Kelly Chevrolet, Tom Kelly Ford, and Tom Kelly Chrysler Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. With a large new car inventory to meet your needs and wants. We also stock over 100 pre-owned vehicles in a variety of price ranges. All the big city incentives right here in Decatur. We have been here for over 70 years. Free car washes for as long as you own your Tom Kelly vehicle. We also just updated our car wash here in Decatur. Stop in and see us soon. And drive Kelly and drive with confidence.
Our goal is to help you maintain your family's oral health. Hi, this is Dr. David Baker, a native of Decatur, graduate of Belmont High School, Purdue University, and Indiana University School of Dentistry, married to Mary Kate with 3 children. I am happy to be at Geneva Dental Clinic, 447 Line Street. We are accepting new patients and offering convenient office hours, accept major credit cards, and have a friendly professional staff. Geneva Dental Clinic. Enjoy a lifetime of smiles.
Miller Land Surveying is one of Northeast Indiana's premier full-service land surveying firms. From lot and boundary surveys to large topographical, commercial, and industrial surveys, Miller Land Surveying can help you with all of your surveying needs. With a seasoned staff, the latest technology, and a drive for perfection, rest assured your project will be done professionally and efficiently completed every time. MLS is proud to support today's broadcast and encourages everyone to get out and support local athletes.
DeVos Johnson Zwick Baker in Ainsworth is now DeVos Baker Ainsworth and Razzo. While the name is different, our dedication to serving Adams County and surrounding areas remains the same as when L.C. DeVos began his practice nearly 150 years ago. Our name celebrates the future of our office while honoring the legacy and dedication to clients displayed by our founding member and the 3 generations of DeVos attorneys that followed him. Call Tim Baker, Scott Ainsworth, Luke Ainsworth, or Ann Razzo to experience the same dedicated and knowledgeable service in meeting your legal needs.
DDD Maintenance and Repair, owned and operated by Shane Reynolds, has your local professionals for heavy-duty truck and diesel engine repair. DDD Maintenance and Repair also offers full-service sand and glass blasting for your surface restoration projects. Whether it's getting your heavy-duty truck and diesel engine running like new or sandblasting your project to look like new, we have a blast renewing the past. Give Shane and the guys a call at 260-223-5442. That's DDD Maintenance and Repair.
Welcome back to Jay County High School as the Belmont Braves are your regional champions here today. And Dane, why don't you give us a rundown on these county matchups between sectionals of Jay County and Delta.
Yeah, Jay County with 30 wins in the first round to Delta's 26. And that allows Belmont to have 8 semi-state qualifiers, Adams Central with 6 and South Adams with 5. Both Norwell and Bluffton come away with 3. No wins for Southern Wells today.
As we let's do a wrap here, and we'll run it down through these weight classes as we start here today at 106 pounds, and it was Reed Wicker of Delta, your champion, over Webb of Yorktown. Jacob Benninger comes back for a 3rd place with a win over Lothridge of Jay County.
At 113 pounds, your regional champion was Cade Jackson of Delta. He beats Griffin Byram from Jay County. Reno of Westdale 3rd, Nathan Spears of Muncie Central 4th.
120, it's Aiden Bollinger of Delta with a win over Levi Johns, major decision 13-3. It was Bush of Yorktown over Mills of Belmont 5-4 for 3rd place.
At 126 pounds, Dakota Sprunger beats Cale Beer 3-1 in the final. South Adams over Adams Central. Gabe Myers gets the takedown over Isaiah Sperlin in the 3rd place match and wins 11-8.
Sam Mosley, winner at 132 over Patterson of South Adams. Landers of Jay County comes back and beats Klein of Yorktown for 3rd.
At 138 pounds, it was a rematch between Dylan Ogg of Adams Central and Henry Farrow of Belmont. Ogg wins this one 8-3 to take home the regional title. Ashton Goney of Cowan was a Tech Fall winner over Parker Barnes for 3rd place.
At 144, it's Wyatt Hops of Yorktown, your winner over A.J. Heskett of Jay County. Mann from South Adams comes back and defeats Unger 5-3 for 3rd place.
At 150 pounds, Brayson Shorgen of Adams Central moves to 42-2 on the year with a 3-minute and 4-second fall over Belmont's Sam Wolpert. Luke Dryband of Norwell with a good win over Zeke Witter of Delta for 3rd.
At 157 pounds, it was a pretty close match, and then at the end, Jackson Bradley of Cowan pulls away, gets a 10-6 win over Mav Dubaugh. Cox of Norwell is your 3rd place winner over Duncan of Westdale.
At 165 pounds, Gavin Davis was thrown to his back in the first period, but comes back to win a 3rd regional title in his career. Beats Jeremiah Olam of Monroe Central 14-6. Nathan Plattner with a great win for 3rd place. He pins Noah Modulin of Cowan 5 minutes and 1 second.
Cape Stebbins of Delta at 175 is your winner by Tech Fall. 16-0 in 443 over Hendricks of Winchester. Matt Heiser is a Tech Fall winner over Somerset of South Adams for 3rd place, 16-1.
At 190 pounds, Xavier Palacios was a fall winner in the 2nd period over A.J. Myers of Jay County. He wins it in 2 minutes and 32 seconds, moves to 42-2 on the year. Dallas Godby of Westdale 3rd, Clayton Holder of Winchester 4th.
At 215 pounds, Luke Powers of Westdale walks the top half of the bracket and defeats Roach of Yorktown by the final score, major decision 10-2. And Boots of Bluffton comes from behind at the last minute and gets a 10-9 win over Ethan Funk for 3rd place.
And at 285 pounds, Grady Baker is your regional champion. He goes to 38-5 on the year with a 2-0 win over Cortez White of Muncie Central, giving the Braves 3 regional champions on the individual side. Carson Powell of Norwell is your fall winner for 3rd place over Matthew Alberson of Winchester. Your final team scores: Belmont wins it with 129.5, Delta with 121.5, Adams Central's 3rd at 97.5. In 4th was Yorktown with 73.5, Jay County in fifth with 70, and in sixth place is South Adams with 64.5 points.
Any final wrap-ups before we head to the semi-state at the Allen County War Memorial Coliseum next Saturday?
No, going to be a great day of wrestling. Join us for wall-to-wall coverage from the Coliseum, 4 rounds. And Josh, I know you'll be analyzing the brackets a lot here once they come out, and even before they come out, really.
Yeah, I'm excited to see, everyone's draw. Like I said, you've got regional champs here that have put in their work and set themselves up for success. I hope the brackets fall in their favor. But you just kind of take it one day at a time. This is, for most teams, probably going to be their hardest week of practice because you're going to see the toughest competition coming up this next week and the week to come. So, kind of tighten up your shoes because this is when the wrestling gets really, really good. Every week it's gotten better and better, and next week in New Haven or at the Coliseum, it is going to be just a notch up from what we saw today.
And some of those guys that may be a little bit banged up in the season use this week to try and rest a little bit, because right now the haze in the barn is just sharpening the axe and see what you can do to get to that final way. So for Josh Gaskell and Dane Filling, this has been Rex Brewer with coverage of the Jay County Wrestling Regional. Belmont, your winner today. Stay tuned for more radio sports here on WZBD. Tune in tomorrow for the big game here, Super Bowl, and we'll be back with more sports later on the weekend. Stay tuned for High School Wrestling Week on Monday night. Tune in Monday night for the Wrestling Weekly and more wrestling here on WZBD.
You've been listening to exciting high school wrestling. Brought to you in part by the many community-minded sponsors you heard. And a special presentation of 92.7 WZBD Sports.